у нас гонщик? Гонщик где? Смотри, отвечаешь вот за это. Если кто, блядь, ты пропустишь, блядь, все.
Всех назначил.
Да. Смотри, не дай бог, все, блядь.
Давай.
Ты попал конкретно. Буду бить в тебе вот этой железкой.
Жилплощадь.
Все по голове.
Я бы вообще не на гонку смотрела, а только туда, Валера.
Правильно, золотые слова.
Дай, пожалуйста, одну.
О, какие люди в Голливуде.
Отдала туда. Вон они.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый день и добро пожаловать на VTB Арену, где IBA.PRO при поддержке Умара Кремлева, Международной ассоциации бокса и Федерации бокса России представляют грандиозное спортивное событие. 19-й международный турнир по боксу Финлайн IBA.PRO Москва с главным событием вечера – боем за титул чемпиона мира WBA в супертяжелом весе Мурад Газиев против Питера Кадиру. Партнеры турнира – компания «Рольф», Национальная лотерея и Marketplace Озон. Представляю вам судейский корпус. Супервайзер турнира и WBA Олег Агеев, руководитель департамента профессионального бокса Федерации бокса России. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, ОВА Россия. Супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов. Супервайзер WBA Еспер Йенсен Дания. Судьи и рефери Сергей Журкин, Андрей Курнявка, Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Летунов, вся Россия, Густаво Падилла, Панама, Чалерм Спайарцап, Таиланд, Джузеппе Квартароне, Италия и Гильермо Перес Пинледа, Панама. Судья-хронометрист Валерий Фингурт, Россия, и главный врач турнира Виктория Камеева, Россия. Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, официальные лица готовы, боксеры готовы. А готова ли Москва к битве? Фанаты бокса во всем мире, вы готовы? В прямом эфире на ВК-видео и платформе ОЗДОЕВ с ВТБ Арены Финлайн IBA.PRO Москва! И мы представляем вам первый поединок. 10-раундный бой за титул чемпиона WBA Азия Ист в легком весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол из Индии. Welcome to the black corner from India, Shivam DSM Chandra.
So a very warm welcome everybody to the VTB Arena in Moscow. My name's Andy Clark. I'll be your commentator this afternoon and this evening. We've got a good bill ahead of us. A lot of boxing, a wealth of talent on show. This opening fight is between Shivam, who is making his way to the ring now. He'll be up against Tamerlan OZDOEV for the WBA Asia East lightweight title. 10 rounds. 13 wins and 3 defeats, with a draw thrown in as well for Shivam. Good win in January. Travelled to Kazakhstan and got the better of the undefeated Mohammed Shoaib by 7th round stoppage.
Добро пожаловать в ринг. Его соперник из России. Tamerlan ТТ OZDOEV.
And this is Tamerlan OZDOEV in this, the opening contest of IBA.PRO 19 from the VTB Arena in Moscow. OZDOEV from St. Petersburg, 5 fights and 5 wins in his professional career, 23 years old, has been well matched so far. And is up against Shivam of India, 13 wins, 3 defeats and 1 draw. A fantastic bill coming your way this afternoon, heading into this evening. Top of it, of course, Murad against Vyacheslav. Garcia defending his WBA World Heavyweight title.
Алексей. Судьи у ринга оценивают чемпионский бой. Сергей Журкин, Андрей Курнявка и Дмитрий Болдырев. Ваш судья-хронометрист Валерий Вингурт. И с ударом гонга рефери Сергей Летунов. Представляю вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 25 лет, рост 173 сантиметра, вес 60 и 85 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 13 побед, включая 8 побед нокаутом, 3 поражения при одной ничьей. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 25 years old, standing 173 centimeters tall, weighing 60.85 kilograms. Professional record 13 victories, including 8 big wins coming by way of knockout, 3 losses and 1 draw. Дамы и господа, он чемпион мира WBO в легком весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a UBO lightweight champion of the world, representing Nahri, India. Here is Shivam, CSM Chandra. Его соперник в золотом углу. Fighting out of the gold corner. Бойцу 23 года, рост 173 сантиметра, вес 61,2 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 5 побед, ни одного поражения, 3 победы одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 23 years old, standing 173 centimeters tall, weighing 61.2 kilograms. Professional record 5 victories, no losses, 3 big wins coming by way of knockout. Дамы и господа, он призер чемпионата России среди молодежи. Ladies and gentlemen, he's used the Russian Championship Prize winner из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия. Приветствуйте, не знающий поражений, Tamerlan ТТ OZDOEV.
So final instructions from our referee.
Придерживайтесь правил. Protect yourself all the time. Все время защищайте себя. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Sergey Letunov, the man in charge. This schedule for 10 rounds for the WBA Asia East lightweight title. OZDOEV in the white, Shivam in the black. 11 fights for you in total. Some terrific fighters coming up over the next few hours. Just so you know, if you've joined us from the beginning, then you need this information. The first 9 fights will run roughly over the next 6.5 hours. And then there will be a start time for the top 2 fights of STARYKH versus Joyce and Garcia versus Kadiru of 9:30 Moscow time, which is 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time. And football fans will be happy to know that that will see us finish about 15 or 20 minutes before kickoff for the World Cup quarter-final tonight. And a nice view from the referee cam early on. You see the referee wearing that headset, I think with the camera on the left-hand side there. Good use of the jab there from Shivam, then just dropped his height and went with the right to the body, but almost walked onto one as he did it. This is warming up nicely already, actually, just a minute into the opening round. Just creeping in with that front foot, OZDOEV, but Shivam is happy to let his hands go. As I said, he comes into this off the back of a good win in Kazakhstan in January up against a fighter called Mohammed Shoaib, who was 6 wins and a draw. So that wasn't supposed to happen. But he got it by 7th round stoppage. Just won his last 3. OZDOEV's last 2 fights have been in St. Petersburg. They're trying to build him as an attraction there. He's had wins against an 11-2 and a 12-3 fighter. These two punching with bad intentions right from the start of this into the final minute of round 1. This has been a lively opening round. A lot has been thrown. Most of it has been landed. Most of it has hit something. They both go out the same way. And they protect themselves with that guard. You don't really see them look to try and slip too many punches.
30 секунд. Хорошо. Ножками, ножками
подбирай. There from OZDOEV, but then he just dropped his hand. The right hand came back over the top.
Ножками, не тяни столько! Корпусом не вперед за удара. Под собой ноги. Спинка мягкая.
Final few seconds of round 1. Not too many in the arena at the moment. There will be later on. Big night for GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, having won that WBA World Heavyweight title against Murad in Dubai in December. I was there. It was an incredible left hook, a sensational knockout. At that point, he was the regular champion, kind of secondary champion of the WBA. But since Alexander Usyk has vacated his WBA title, he is now the one and only WBA champion. So that was a massive win, as it turned out, back in December. And he enters that mix, that fray, because Usyk has now vacated all of his belts. WBC is Agit Kabayel, the IBF is vacant, the WBO, who had parted companies with Usyk a while before. That's now Daniel Dubois after he won it from Fabio Wardley. So there's a lot on the line tonight in that top of the bill contest. OZDOEV again just creeping in with that front foot. He's looking to try and walk Shivam down. That's what he's looking to do here. Shivam is having to work pretty hard to just keep those punches coming, to try and discourage OZDOEV, give him something to think about, not allow him just to, as I say, walk in on him without any concern for what's coming back. Quite honestly though, I don't think he is that bothered. He steps in there and looks for a lead left hook. Come up with that OZDOEV. There's the ref cam. It's something that people have been wanting to try for a while, and broadcasters it does give you a great angle. Work down from Shivam. He caught his man on the way in and clocked him with some nice clean shots.
Сиди за блоком. Не тянись, не тянись к нему. Давай. Вот так. Да, джеб в грудь нужен. Выводи из равновесия, джеб в грудь нужен. Вот туда. Дерни в грудь, сдваивай его. В грудь работай. Сдавливай его постоянно, сдавливай. Реши, провоцируй, молодец. Вот так, вот. Нашел. Не отпрыгивай. Хорошо. Внимательно, руки у себя. Хочет в ответе работать. Внимательно, ложные действия побольше. Вот так. На голову, да, еще. Ноги под собой. Иди назад.
Good right hand there from Shivam, stepped in, closed the distance and threw the uppercut. And it landed. He's having a good round here, the Indian fighter.
Не выпрыгивай назад. Вот так. Более короткий. 30 секунд. Молодец. Подходи. Вот так.
And again there, Shivam just touches him in that kind of mid-range, and that's exactly where OZDOEV is looking to have the fight himself. That's what he wants, but Shivam again just catches in with a lead left there. Really good round this for the away fighter, for the fighter in black. He's got through on plenty of occasions, and as I said at the start of the round, OZDOEV looks like he feels he can just walk Shivam down, walk through him almost, and get to him. Well, he's been given something to think about in that second round, certainly. A couple of other fighters to look out for on the card tonight. Well, more than a couple. Vadim MUSAEV, who I saw dispose of Tulani and Bengay in Dubai in great fashion. He's coming up in the next fight. Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, supersonic amateur, recent world champion from Dubai in 2025 in the IBA world champs, but has done extremely well as a pro. Bridgerweight world champion, a weight that has now been discarded, it would look like. Alexey EGOROV, Murad KHALIDOV, Sharapudin, ATAEV up against Jose UZCATEGUI. That's an interesting fight. Sharapudin and ATAEV looked very, very good again in the World Championships in Dubai towards the end of last year. Pavel Sasulin against Eddie Colmenares. I'm very much looking forward to that. Sasulin, a well-seasoned, well-drilled, good middleweight, but Colmenares, I saw in Manila last year in maybe the best fight I've ever seen ringside against Umar Marshall. It was extraordinary stuff. So that, I think, is going to provide us with very good entertainment. There's a couple of bare-knuckle fights on offer this evening as well. Into the third round here between Tamerlan OZDOEV in the white and Shivam of India in the black.
Frank, stop! Шаг назад. Бокс.
Extravagant lead left hand there from Shivam.
Frank, stop!
And these two just falling into a clinch, and maybe Shivam of the two taking the opportunity to nick a little bit of a rest there. And he's just pushing OZDOEV off to try and create a bit of room for himself. I just wonder, looking at this third round, whether Shivam might be beginning to feel the pace a bit. He put a lot into those opening two rounds. I've talked about how OZDOEV is looking to walk him down and how Shivam has to hit him hard enough on the way in to make him really think. And it's some of the snap coming out of those punches of Shivam. I think it could be a left hand there from OZDOEV. It was made him work hard in the opening couple of rounds, and this is a dynamic you quite often see. And I got the sense of that first off from that view from the ref cam, because it takes you right up close and you just get a sense, a greater sense of the body language than you do from even more than just a few further feet away. It's the final 30 seconds of round 3. A bit of an effort punch, that lead left hook. That's the kind of tell that you get sometimes. He had to summon up some effort there to get the rotation in, Shivam, to throw that shot. Bit of a swelling on the right eyebrow, just above the right eyebrow there of OZDOEV. And there goes the bell. It's been an entertaining fight, this, right from the start.
подходишь туда, умница. Да, ты можешь прямо идти ногами.
Вот здесь пока, вот здесь пока.
Через
Понимаешь,
уклоны.
что делать, да?
Не с джебом вылетаешь туда к нему, а прям через уклоны проходи.
И да, не без... Вот ты сделал защиту, да? Коротким ударом.
I think what they might be saying to him there is that they would like a little bit more head movement from him.
Заставляй его работать, он устает.
The trainers generally, when you're coaching the fighter with the style of OZDOEV, would want a little bit more of that. He's never going to move his head extravagantly because he wants to be set, he wants his feet underneath him, he wants to be able to punch. But if you can just take your head off the line fractionally, it is a sport of fractions. So into the fourth round, and again, just look at that front foot there of OZDOEV. He is just creeping in, he's taking your space, putting you under pressure. He's always looking to get into punching range, and that gives his opponent plenty to think about. He's got to try and keep snapping out that jab, Shivam. That's good from OZDOEV. Dug his toes in there at mid-range. That right hand, that kind of cutting right hand over the top from Shivam is one that he's thrown a few times and just steps off to his right as he throws it.
Стоп! Чуть голову выше. Бокс.
Умный прессинг. Всем параллельно. Руки у себя.
Again, just throwing that lead left hand, it missed by quite a distance there from Shivam. These are big, extravagant shots, and missing with punches like that can tend to empty the tank a bit.
Брейк. Брейк.
And again, he just gathers those feet, OZDOEV. And again, that left hand that Shivam throws, his feet were pretty much off the ground as he threw it. He's got to try and stay as compact as he can, I think, in the face of these onslaughts from OZDOEV. Both thrown plenty there. I don't think an awful lot got through.
Брейк. Брейк. Стоп. Брейк. Степ бэк. Степ бэк. Шаг назад. Бокс.
Closing stages of round 4. He's looking to try and get to work towards the end of the round there, OZDOEV, and he had his man backed up towards the ropes and then just fell in and held on. He could have just backed up there and let his hands go again. Slips underneath that jab nicely, then throws the left hand on the inside. And there's the end swell. There is a bit of swelling around that right eyebrow, nothing too serious. You wouldn't look at that and feel like later in the fight that's going to slip down and close the eye, but they do need to pay attention to it. throw the jab there, OZDOEV, as he moved in. And Shivam caught him with his own lead hand.
Опять иди в него. Иди. Прямо иди ногами, иди.
Don't hold him.
Tamerlan, надо переводы бить. Голова.
Break. Break.
थोड़ा दूर से खेल बेटे
Решительный вход. Да, подходи.
दूर से
Руки у себя.
मार के पकड़ जाएगा
Заблокируй первый удар. Заблокируй первый удар.
Подходи.
दूर है अबे पहले हट जाएगा ना रस्सी पे हटा
Ближе к нему.
He's taking a bit too long there, OZDOEV. He had his man where he wanted him. A left hand landed there, but it's a slip as called by the referee. Didn't get a look at the feet there particularly, but he certainly looked to let go with that left hand. But just before that, he had Shivam backed up to the ropes there, OZDOEV, and didn't let his hands go. He can tend to do that every now and again. He'll creep in, he gets into range, and once he gets there, he just needs to throw. He's nice and compact. He tucks up pretty well. He is paying attention most of the time to what's coming back. Decent right hand there from Shivam, who's always got something to say.
Подойди, вот здесь, вот так. Вот так.
Break.
Держи позицию.
घूम जाना तुरंत
Да.
हाँ ये
Руки у себя.
हाँ हटा घूम जाओ निकल जाना उधर साइड घूम जा सेंटर की साइड राइट ऊपर बहुत बढ़िया चलता है
Break. Stop. Stop.
Опять иди.
Ты по затылку бьешь. Воздуху не иди.
Активный прессинг.
Без грязи, руки у себя.
हाँ ये दबा के दबा
Блядь, я не столько.
Break.
लूज पॉइंट
Руки у себя, подходи.
बीच में रह
Closing stages around 5, so we're almost at the halfway mark. Left hand there from OZDOEV, and there's not too much in this. OZDOEV, as I said, his method looks clear. He believes that he's going to be able to break Shivam. I think that's what's in his mind. That's what he's trying to do here. And in the third round, there were signs, I felt, that the Indian fighter was feeling the pace slightly, even at that early stage, because he was being made to work hard, but he's continuing to work hard and dig in. I do still think in the second half of this fight that the home fighter will increasingly dominate, but he's got to keep his own tempo high. He can't just assume that Shivam is going to wilt, because he's certainly game. There's no question about that. Good left hand on the inside there from OZDOEV. But I think OZDOEV in the second half here, he needs to up the gears a little bit. That right eye, not closing exactly, but I think he's got a little bit of an issue with his right eye. Slightly different place. I think the swelling for Shivam is maybe just below the eyebrow. For OZDOEV, it's just above. But on the cheekbone too, below that right eye, there's a little bit of a protuberance there for OZDOEV. And these two just get right to it at the start of the 6th.
Break.
And that was a good example of what I was talking about before. OZDOEV was in range there. He didn't throw. Shivam threw, stepped off to his right-hand side. Good right hand, solid right hand. There's some blood there on the face of Shivam, coming from the end of the nose. The referee will have a word there. He was impatient there, OZDOEV, to get on with it. I think he's seen the blood, and that has served to be a bit of a red rag to a bull. There was a solid right hand that crunched down the middle. And then he moves in behind an expansive lead left hook. He doesn't really need to throw punches like that. He just needs to keep creeping in, keep his feet underneath him. And when he gets there, punch. Those hooks, those uppercuts, he catches in with the right hand again. And he has upped the gears right at the start of the second half of the fight. As I was asking him to, that's exactly what he's done. And Shivam just trying to establish a bit of distance, throw that 1-2 and keep his man off. He's continuing to work hard here, but it's getting tougher and tougher for him. And he's waiting a bit too long there, OZDOEV, for me. Waiting a little bit too long. And just gives Shivam the chance just to set his feet. He doesn't need to be looking for the perfect punch or perfect combination here, OZDOEV. Just get into range and let those hands go. And that's exactly what he's doing here. And he just looks a little bit loose there for a second, Shivam. Chopping down with that right hand. Got caught with the right hand as he was opening up with the left there, OZDOEV. It's been a good fight to watch this from the beginning, a punishing kind of fight. A lot has been thrown, and as I was saying previously, a lot of it has landed somewhere. Not all clean, obviously, but shoulders, gloves, forearms. They've both been within punching range. They've both come to fight. Shivam maybe would have been well advised to look to try and move a bit more than he has. But he's had his successes, no question. Good left hand there from OZDOEV. There's that sneaky little right. Into the start of the 7th. Just turning southpaw on the ropes there, Shivam. Good left hand there from OZDOEV. Again in this round, just pursuing his man as he has done pretty much from the beginning of the fight.
Иди в угол.
Временный warning.
Угол, тайм.
Go corner पे हो जा। अब बता कैसे गेम वापस आता है? पूरा राउंड तेरा है।
Петрович, Андрей,
Без грязи.
पूरा राउंड तेरा शिवा गेम वापस आ गया। वापस आ गया गेम।
слушай команду внимательно.
अभी
После
दूसरा ही
команды
मारेगा
идем.
ना। ये जितनी बैलेंस राउंड में नीचे में डाउन हुई हो। अपना डिफेंस करता रहे। डिफेंस करता रहे।
Контроль себя.
अपने आप को थकाइयो मत बस। पूरा राउंड तेरा है। पूरा राउंड तेरा है। कितने मार ले गए? बस फाइट नहीं खत्म करनी है।
Комбинационно узко.
फाइट नहीं खत्म करनी है।
Хорошо идет. Хорошо.
आराम से रिलैक्स रहो। पूरा राउंड तेरा है। बता रहा हूँ इसको। पूरा राउंड तेरा है।
Вот так, подходи, подходи. Вот так. Руки не вылезай.
गाइड चल रहा है।
Блядь,
बस
обувь уйди.
मत खोल मुक्के ज्यादा मत खोल।
Вот так, вот так.
हट जाओ मुक्के मत खा। बहुत बढ़िया। पूरा राउंड तेरा है। बता वापस आ
Руки
गया।
у себя, руки. Руки у себя. Вот здесь. Зацепись, зацепись, молодец. Зацепись, зацепись.
Тайм.
Well, closing stages of another round, and Shivam, as I've been saying all the way through, is working very, very hard to stay with his man here, and he is landing some decent blows at times, but it's OZDOEV who is just continually on the front foot, making the fight. Looking to bring that heat, bring that pressure.
Дай к нему среднюю дистанцию. Не цепляйся, понял, да?
Регистрируйтесь и заберите 10 бонусов от 1000 фрибетов в течение 30 дней.
Ноги энергичные. Еще раз, за блоком залезаем в средний, там чего отрабатываем. Понятно, да? Дернул, сразу
There's
бей.
that damage still to the
Ставишь мощный
to the
вариант.
right eye. 3 rounds to go here.
3 раунда осталось. Молодец.
He'll look to try and keep the pressure high here, but Shivam, as I've been saying, he is the one under pressure, but he is punching effectively under pressure. There's not been an awful lot in some of these rounds, and sometimes in fights like this, what can happen is you get one fighter who is confident they're going to get to the other one, they're bringing that heat, they're maybe not letting their hands go as much as they might, which has been the case with OZDOEV at times, and whilst they're not quite managing to break their opponent is letting their hands go, just as Shivam did there. So it's been a good competitive fight, this. The vibe of it from the start has been that OZDOEV is confident that eventually the pressure will be too much, but that hasn't proved to be the case so far.
Руки у себя. Вот так. Руки у себя.
Мягче, мягче спине. Расслабься.
Внимательно, 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 да. Год, пусть бегает.
ऐसे उसी जैसा गेम खेलना है बस।
Контроль руки у себя.
ऐसे ही खा रहा है
Не
ये।
спи.
Держать его.
Так, куда? Канатом. Пусть машет канатом. Вот здесь. Работа здесь.
लास्ट में आ गए थक मत बेटा। सेट
Head coming in a little bit low there. It wasn't intentional as he steamed in and aimed that body combination. That's good from OZDOEV. That's the perfect distance for him, and Shivam does well to just try and slide away there.
Левый сбоку сделал.
Well, down he goes, Shivam. There was a right hand into the body, and the referee takes up the count. I don't think he's going to make it. You can see the pain on his face. He rises at 9, and the referee, I think, is going to allow him to continue, but then he just waves it over. He bravely got up there, Shivam, but I don't think he wanted any more of that. It looked like a right hand into the body to me, and in the end, that pressure did tell. He did bring it to bear. There was just a short right hand, and down he went, and there wasn't too much on that, actually. It landed around about the head. I think maybe just before that, it was an attack to the body that did the damage. The way he went down suggested to me that the damage was really done by a body attack, or maybe he just ran out of gas, because sometimes you see a fighter looking like they're coping, really until they're not. And I think that was the case. OZDOEV's approach worked. He brought the pressure from the beginning. He was confident that it would tell, and tell it did. But I give Shivam plenty of credit there, because right from the start of the fight, he didn't go looking for a way out. He wasn't up on his toes trying to run around the ring and get on his bike. He was happy to engage, which I think was his downfall in a way. He could have done with moving a little bit more, but he gave us a good contest there, Shivam. And he looks a little bit disconsolate there in the corner, but nothing to be ashamed of there, absolutely not.
Россия мощь. Достучался, да, достучался. Терпел, молодец. Ничего бы так попал, блин, на алкоголь.
Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Сергей Глазунов объявил остановку боя через минуту и 18 секунд 8-го раунда. Ladies and gentlemen, your referee in charge Сергей Глазунов called stop this contest at 1 minute and 18 seconds of round number 8. Техническим нокаутом одержал победу и, оставаясь не знающим поражений, стал новым чемпионом WBA Asia в легком весе. Your winner by technical knockout, still undefeated, and the new WBA Asia East Lightweight Champion, Tamerlan OZDOEV.
So it's OZDOEV with the win, and a good win too, and picks up that WBA Asia East lightweight title.
И слово новому чемпиону.
Москва, всем добрый вечер. Альхамдулилlah, сегодня победа за нами. Хотелось бы сказать пару слов. Эту победу и этот пояс я посвящаю своему дорогому дяде Бекхану OZDOEVу. Он сегодня здесь. Шеф, Аллах Рясхон, дал Ишмуова. Также я хочу поблагодарить свою команду, Эдуарда Викторовича Кравцова, своих тренеров Руслана Хазырыча, Никиту Сергеевича, Дениса Викторовича, нашего спортивного врача Курсамбека Жанишбековича, нашего диетолога Наталью. Всем огромное спасибо.
Tamerlan OZDOEV и фото с командой.
So he got the stoppage. OZDOEV.
И IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 10-раундовый рейтинговый бой в полусреднем весе. Судьи у ринга Сергей Журкин, Андрей Курнявка и Сергей Летунов. И рефери в ринге Алексей Козлов. Добро пожаловать в черный угол боксер из Уганды по прозвищу King Farahat, ночной кошмар. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner from Uganda, Farahat, King Farahat Nightmare, MANILOLA.
Next up, we've got 10 rounds in the welterweight division, and this is Farahat MANILOLA joining us from Kampala in Uganda. 13 wins and 3 defeats. I saw him at the IBA World Championships in Dubai in December, but lost in the prelims. Big win in Russia back in March. He was up against Vyacheslav, and he got the better of him over 8 rounds in Vladikavkaz.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга, боксер из России. Welcome to the gold corner from Russia, Vadim MUSAEV.
Vadim MUSAEV choosing a bit of Roy Jones for the walk-on music. Always a fantastic choice of tune, this one. He was in very good form last time we saw him in Dubai in December against Dulani Umbenge, stopping him in 3 to become IBO welterweight champion. It was an impressive performance. As an amateur back in 2021, won a silver at the World Championships, losing to a fantastic Ukrainian fighter, Yuri Zakharev. He was still a pro, already a pro at that point, MUSAEV, 4-0. He's progressing nicely, 14 fights and 14 wins. Number 13 with the IBF.
Ему 26 лет, рост 173 сантиметра, вес 66,5 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 13 побед, включая 9 побед нокаутом при 3 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 26 years old. He stands 173 centimeters tall, weighing at 66.5 kilograms. Professional record 13 victories, including 9 wins coming by way of knockout with 3 losses. Он чемпион Африки, участник чемпионата мира в Дубае. Ladies and gentlemen, he's African national champion and Dubai World Championship participant. Дамы и господа, ladies and gentlemen, representing Kampala, Uganda, here is Farahat, King Farahat Nightmare, MANILOLA. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 33 года. Рост 180 сантиметров, вес 67,7 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд безупречен. 14 побед, ни одного поражения. 9 побед одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 33 years old. He stands 180 centimeters tall, weighing 67.7 kilograms. His perfect professional record: 14 victories, no losses. 9 big wins coming by way of knockout. Дамы и господа, он чемпион мира IBO в полусреднем весе. He's IBO welterweight world champion из Каспийска, Россия. Приветствуйте, Vadim MUSAEV.
So that's MUSAEV in the white, MANILOLA in the black.
Listen to my commands. Good luck.
Alexey Kozlov, the referee. He's boxed in the United States a couple of times, MUSAEV, in Florida. Mostly, though, has been in action in Russia. That one in Dubai in December. On the undercard, of course, of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV against Pulev. And it was one of the more impressive performances of the night from MUSAEV, because Umbenge had won that IBO world title against Michael McKinson, who I've seen a lot of and who is a very skillful fighter. He turned in a really good performance that night, but he just didn't have an answer for MUSAEV. He got him going early, put him down in the second, and then finished things in the third. MUSAEV boxing out of that southpaw stance. Just trying to aim that left hand, touching with that jab hand. There's a bit of a size difference between these two when you look at them. Boxing in the same weight division, of course, but on the night, which is where we are now, MUSAEV Looks a couple of weight divisions above his opponent. He's lost 3, MANILOLA. One was in Dubai against YALLYEV, who was 10-1, one in Tanzania against Lauren Jaffet. Both by unanimous decision over 8 rounds. Looking at his record, this is the deepest he's been in, I would say, maybe by quite some distance against somebody like MUSAEV. Strong looking left hand there from MUSAEV. Coped with it well though, MANILOLA. He was just pulling his weight back as it landed, trying to chop down with a left hand there. MUSAEV more kind of scythe down rather than chop, actually, thinking about it. He's having a look in this opening round. They both are. MUSAEV, I think, could do with being a little bit busier, maybe. He does look like he's just trying to set up a big left hand. That seemed to be the intention from the beginning. And fills that left hand again, but the right glove was pretty much where it needed to be there for MANILOLA. Long left hand at the end of the round there from MUSAEV, but MANILOLA had just stepped off to his left hand side, so it just about landed, but there was not much left on it by the time it hit the target. Just trying to find his range in that opening round there, MUSAEV, really. Using that lead hand to try and occupy his opponent, pecking away with it at times, waving it wider and then trying to snap it in at other times, MUSAEV, and then he'll let that left hand go, get his feet underneath him and really look to put some power on it. MANILOLA's finding it difficult really to get inside that superior reach and land anything. A right hand from him a few moments ago, I think just about got there, but MUSAEV is controlling things nicely here. There's that left hand. Lead right hand there from MUSAEV. He's staying compact here, MANILOLA, keeping that guard high. I think he might be well advised MUSAEV to try and go down to the body if he can, just dip those knees, drop that height a touch, because there's a lot of body on offer there. To get that guard up around the temples, he's exposing that body, MANILOLA. And maybe MUSAEV will look to do that. Maybe he'll look to try and switch downstairs, having, up until this point, concentrated pretty much solely on the head.
Time.
Similar second round to the first, and I think the pattern has been set here really. MUSAEV, I think, just needs to try and get a little bit busier, not look for that perfect shot with the left hand, increase the pressure and see what that does to MANILOLA, because it's very hard for the Ugandan to land on MUSAEV so far. MUSAEV upping the gears will give him more of a chance to do that, but I think he'll have every confidence that should he do that, then he could make inroads pretty quickly. MANILOLA's looking a little bit more aggressive at the start of the third here, which is taking him into range a bit more every now and again, but I think he's realised that he's got to try and change something here. He can't just allow MUSAEV to proceed as he did in the opening two rounds. Not that he took loads of punishment, he didn't, but at the same time he was cooperating. And if there's one thing you cannot do in any sport, particularly boxing, it's cooperate with your opponent. Again, just using that lead hand. And I think it's that kind of situation where he needs to take his feet in and let his hands go, MUSAEV, because he backed his man up to the ropes and then just allowed him to escape. In and out with that front foot. Again, just pecking with that lead hand. Haven't really seen any combination punching from MUSAEV so far at all, and I think if he's going to make a dent in MANILOLA, these big singles that he's looking to set up, and MANILOLA knows it's coming at some point. He knows it's coming, so he's looking for it, he's braced for it. He's either trying to step off and ride it, or he's got that guard up. Left hand into the body there from MUSAEV.
Что за зрелище? Это и про бой, и про количество выгоды на маркетплейсе. Миллионы самых разных предложений.
MUSAEV's winning the fight here, but it's not been a spectacular watch up until this point.
Четвертый раунд. Раунд 4.
So into the fourth, MUSAEV in the white, 14-0, MANILOLA in the black, 13-3. A swinging left hand at the beginning there from MUSAEV, but it comes from a long way back, and MANILOLA's going to be able to see that and behave accordingly. That's better from MUSAEV, just using the jab and then crashing that straight left hand through right off the back of it. That's better in terms of disguising it, in terms of dressing it up a bit. And you can see the size difference between the pair of them there as you look at them square on. And MUSAEV needs to try and impose himself on his opponent here. This is a big stage. Boxing in Moscow on the undercard of a world heavyweight title fight. I don't want to get on his case too much. We're only in the fourth round of a fight scheduled for 10, and he's winning. But this is not setting the pulse racing. And eventually let's go with a lead right hook there, MUSAEV. And again, that was another good example of a situation where he got his man backed up to the ropes. It'd be great to see him just step in and let those hands go. Throw with 4, 5, 6, 7 punches. Use some combinations. The lead right hook followed by a left hand.
Испытайте настоящие эмоции от бокса вместе с титульным партнером турнира Vitaly. Поддерживайте своих фаворитов.
There was the left hand from earlier in the round, where he's using that right hand just to disguise it, and then threw it straight through off the back of that second little pecking jab, and he didn't see it. He wasn't really braced for it, not as much as he has been for the other punches, MANILOLA, because everything else, almost everything else, he's seen it coming from quite a long way back, and this is a survival mission here for him. He's putting plenty into it. That's not a criticism to describe it as a survival mission, but that's what this is for him. He's 4 rounds down. He's outsized here. And he would, I think, be very grateful if MUSAEV just continues to go about things for the next 6 rounds the way that he's conducted his affairs in the first 4. That would suit MANILOLA perfectly.
Убери сам. Запусти его к себе и сбоку снизу. Да. И сразу, сразу режь вправо. Сразу от тебя вправо. Загребай, снизу поднимай. Живот не забывай, пробуй. Грудь. На нем не выпускай. Сразу вправо шаг.
MUSAEV again there, just packing with that lead hand, gathers up those feet. MANILOLA is doing a pretty good job of moving one way, moving the other way. He's never standing in front of his opponent. Little step off to the left-hand side there. He dips those knees, drops his height. He's got that guard up. He's doing his job in there, MANILOLA. MUSAEV, I think he's going to have to work a bit harder than he is currently if he's going to get to him. Throws that left hand, but again, MANILOLA was ready for that. He had the right glove up.
Снизу все равно делай, снизу.
Left hand again, pretty well defended there from MANILOLA. Closing stage is a round 5, so almost at the halfway stage here. There goes the bell. And MUSAEV walks back to his corner. He's well ahead here, but we need to see more from him in the second half of the fight here. These rounds are a Groundhog Day at the moment.
Нашего информационного партнера, многолетнего лидера индустрии, радиостанцию «Авторадио». Авторадио номер 1 в России.
Раз отсюда, а боковые передние все.
So into the second half of the fight, Vadim MUSAEV in the white, Farahat MANILOLA in the black. MUSAEV, who last time I saw him, disposed of Dulani Umbenge of South Africa to become the IBO welterweight champion. It was an impressive performance, a destructive performance, which is not really what we've seen from him so far, but there is plenty of time. He's scheduled for 10. We're just in the 6th. I would say he's probably 5-0 up after the first 5 rounds.
No, hold it.
Ищи. Сталкивай.
Потяни на себя.
Just short with the left hand there. MUSAEV. Manilola's not really landing much, but he is still throwing. He's giving something MUSAEV. He's giving MUSAEV something to think about. Left hand there, almost placed on the rib cage of MUSAEV. But there's not much of a threat here from MANILOLA. And I keep saying the same thing, but MUSAEV needs to not be as cautious as he is. He's winning the fight in this fashion, but it is very, very cautious. I think he's got to be prepared to just be more aggressive here. Walk his man down more, throw in combination. Okay, he'll get caught with the odd punch, but it doesn't matter. I don't think MANILOLA is capable really of throwing anything that's necessarily going to hurt him. You can't be too reckless or gung-ho, but he does have to have that confidence about him. There's a decent 1-2. That was better from MUSAEV, and now he needs to try and follow it up. And for the first time, MANILOLA looked a little bit uncomfortable there as he was moving away. And that's what MUSAEV has got to do here. He's got to up the ante, click through the gears, seek and destroy.
Друзья, внимание! Наш титульный партнер компания Винлайн сегодня проводит розыгрыш призов. Подходите в зону Винлайн между секторами Б-106 и Б-107 и станьте участником розыгрыша призов от IBA.PRO 19 и Винлайн. Также можно проверить силу своего удара на силомере Винлайн и выиграть перчатки с автографами бойцов и другие призы. Вся информация на стенде Винлайн в фойе арены.
6 down, 4 to go for MANILOLA. That's the way that he'll be looking at this. And there's the arena. It's a spectacular arena, the VTB. Suitable setting for a world heavyweight title fight, which is what we've got coming later on. Murad up against Peter Kadiru. We did think we'd see him up against Tony Yoka. Yoka had to withdraw. Kadiru came in late. The big rumour was that it would be Joe Joyce in the opposite corner. It made all the sense in the world, given that he was already on the card, but that didn't materialise. I'm not absolutely sure why not, but he's kept his fight with STARYKH. He looked to be the perfect replacement. That would have been a matchup that would have attracted a good deal more attention than with respect to Peter Kadiru, Garcia versus Kadiru. But it's a big night for Joyce all the same. He absolutely must win after those defeats against Chisora and Hrgovic. Their defeats at a good level, of course, but he's been downhill since those couple of losses to Zhile Zhang for the Juggernaut. And a win against STARYKH would do him a lot of good tonight. But MUSAEV, after that pocket of success, has kind of reverted to his earlier, if he will get later rounds. And he's in with someone in MANILOLA who is moving. He is for the most part looking to try and stay out of trouble. He's not really committing himself because he knows that if he's going to land on MUSAEV, then he's really got to take those feet in and gamble. And he's happy enough just to stay on the outside and kind of fence. That's what MANILOLA is doing. He's doing enough, as I said earlier on, to give MUSAEV something to think about, to give the appearance that he might be about to commit and really try and land something, whereas in actual fact he's not going to do that. As I say, he's giving the appearance of it, and MUSAEV, as a result, has got to realise that and has got to step to his man and look to really let those hands go, because there aren't that many just yet, but for the people who are here, they will be asleep in their chair because this is a ring fight. Winning is the most important thing, but it wouldn't constitute any kind of a risk here for MUSAEV to be more aggressive, and that's what's frustrating me. If he'd thrown the odd punch MANILOLA where you think, oh, hang on a second, then fine, but he hasn't. There is no risk that I can see attached to MUSAEV looking to try and get closer, get tighter, and really just let those hands go. You're going to get the win. And as I say, that is the most important thing, but this is the entertainment business. And on a night like this, you want to be the fighter. As he gets hit by a right hand and goes down, the referee calls no knockdown there. There was a punch that I think put him onto his heels, and maybe the referee should have called that, because, okay, if a punch then causes a stumble and that's why you go down, that contributes to you going down, but if a punch starts it, then a knockdown should be called. I'll be very interested to have a look at that one again. And well, that's not going to do anything, I don't think, for his offensive ambitions here, MUSAEV. As I was just saying, if you're on the undercard of a show like this, you want to be the fighter on the undercard that everybody leaves the arena talking about. The view I had of that right hand from MANILOLA was that it landed into the body just as he was taking his feet out and kind of turning there, MUSAEV, and the punch caused the feet to get in a bit of a tangle and down he went. And if that's the case, then you should give the knockdown. I may be proven wrong, of course, when we get another look. Maybe it was the front foot of his opponent that caused the feet to tangle. And this is good for MANILOLA. I said that he just didn't look like he was willing to make the kind of commitment he's making here, but he's doing it now. Good lead right hand there from MUSAEV. Closing stages of round 8, that major incident, the punch landed by MANILOLA. We'll get a look at that in a few seconds time, I'm sure. It's the most lively showing of the fight from the Ugandan so far. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because the right hand lands to the body as he's on the half turn there, MUSAEV, as I described, but as he's on the half turn, his front foot does make contact with the front foot of MANILOLA, which helped when it came to the loss of balance. So I'd say that's a 50-50. I don't make the referee wrong to have not called the knockdown. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's going to make an awful lot of difference. But into round number 9. But that was the most positive round of the fight that we've seen from MANILOLA. And I'm aware that I've been putting the responsibility entirely on the shoulders of MUSAEV for making this a more entertaining fight. But you look at the pair of them there, and MANILOLA is giving away quite a lot of size. He's boxing out of the away corner. And I think the onus is on the home fighter, the 14-0 fighter, to go out there and really try and make a statement and make an impression here. He's up against somebody who is defensively decent. He's kept his shape. He's been nice and compact. He knows what he's doing in there. Farahat MANILOLA, absolutely no question. But when you have a performance like the one he had in December in Dubai, you want to build on that, particularly when you're boxing at home on a big show like this. And MUSAEV has been one-paced and quite predictable. Good left hand there from him, that's better. Found his range that time and really punched through the target. Into the final minutes of round 9, and he hasn't really built on that left hand with MUSAEV. I think he's happy just to win the fight in this fashion. And going after MANILOLA a bit more towards the end of the round there, MUSAEV. One to go here, this schedule for 10 in the welterweight division. Next fight to come after this, we will get a look at Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Fantastic amateur, 2-time European champion, 3-time world amateur champion, silver medalist at the Tokyo Olympics. Unbeaten as a pro, has won a world title at bridgerweight. That weight has now been discarded by both the WBA and the WBC, which means that it's back down to cruiser.
Десятый. Заключительный раунд. Round 10. The final round.
10th and final round, these two called to the middle for a touch of gloves.
Tokkiriza. Tokkiriza, mukwata, tokkiriza, Tokkiriza. Aichimea tokkiriza, Tokkiriza. Tokkiriza.
Minute gone in round 10, and unless something quite unexpected in the context of what we've seen so far happens, then MANILOLA will get through the 10 rounds here, and you have to give him credit for that. As I say, he's come in decent shape, he's well organised, he's compact, he absolutely knows his way around the ring. I think he probably would be a bit surprised that MUSAEV hasn't tried to put him under more pressure and let his hands go a bit more, but that is not his concern. And he's done enough, as I've been saying, to make his opponent just have a little bit of a think. He upped it a gear a couple of rounds ago when he obviously felt like he needed to, at a point in the fight when MUSAEV might well have been thinking, okay, it's time now for me to really put my foot down. Into the final minute. This 10-rounder, and there goes the bell. It's going to be a comfortable win on the cards for Vadim MUSAEV.
Итак, дамы и господа, по завершении боя все трое судей одинаково оценили поединок 190. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, all three judges are in agreement scoring the same 190. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений. Declared the winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated Vadim Hitman MUSAEV.
So MUSAEV with the win.
Друзья, внимание! Наш титульный партнер компания Винлайн сегодня проводит розыгрыш призов. Подходите в зону Винлайн между секторами Б-106 и Б-107 и станьте участником розыгрыша призов от IBA.PRO 19 и Винлайн. Также можно проверить силу своего удара на силомере Винлайн и выиграть перчатки с автографами бойцов и другие призы. Вся информация на стенде Винлайн в фойе арены. Наш масштабный турнир проходит при непосредственной поддержке крупнейшего авторитейлера и нашего неизменного партнера компании «Рольф». В этом году безусловный лидер российского рынка отмечает 35 лет с момента основания и создания идеального сервиса, включающего в себя все необходимое для автомобилей и автовладельцев. Скачивайте приложение «Мой Рольф» и заботьтесь о вашем автомобиле с максимальным комфортом.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 10-раундовый рейтинговый бой в первом тяжелом весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 10-round of boxing cruiserweight contest. Судьи ринга Сергей Журкин, Андрей Курнявка и Сергей Лютунов. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге Дмитрий Болдырев. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Боксер из Мексики. Welcome to the ring from Mexico, Kevin Martinez.
So this is Kevin Martinez from Ensenada in Mexico. "14 wins and 1 defeat.
Его соперник представляет Россию. His opponent, representing Russia, MUSAEV, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, as outlined a little bit earlier, an absolutely supersonic amateur, 3-time world champion, 2-time European champion, Olympic silver medalist, world champion at bridgeweight. I saw him win that title against Xiaojin Shang in Sharapudin outdoors. Fantastic night. Albert Vadim won his fight against John O'Carroll that night. The atmosphere, the setting was just sensational. Bridgeweight though has been discarded. He's 6-0. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with an awful lot to offer.
Ему 26 лет, рост 190 сантиметров, вес 92,4 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 14 побед, включая 10 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 26 years old, standing 190 centimeters tall, weighing at 92.4 kilograms. Professional record, 14 victories, including 10 big wins coming by way of knockout and only 1 defeat. Дамы и господа, он чемпион Мексики и претендент на титул чемпиона мира IBO в первом тяжелом весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Mexican national champion and IBO cruiserweight world title contender. Representing Tijuana, Mexico, here is Kevin Martinez. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 29 лет. Рост 194 сантиметра, вес 93 килограмма ровно. Профессиональный рекорд 6 побед, включая 3 победы нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 29 years old. He stands 194 centimeters tall, weighing at 93 kilograms 7. His professional record 6 victories, including 3 wins by way of knockout, no losses. Дамы и господа, он серебряный призер Олимпийских игр в Токио, чемпион мира WBA в бриджер-весе, 3-кратный чемпион мира, чемпион Европы и 5-кратный чемпион России. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Olympic Games silver prize winner, WBA bridgerweight world champion, 3-time champion of the world, champion European and 5-time Russian national champion. Из Серпухова, Россия, не знающий поражений. Приветствуйте, MUSAEV GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
So final instructions.
Follow the rules, protect yourself all the time. Touch gloves.
Martinez had a big win in DR Congo in Kinshasa. He won the IBO World Cruiserweight title against Ivan Garbu, a former European champion. And Garbu retired after 6 rounds. So that was a very significant win for Martinez. This just fractionally above the cruiser limit. A couple of kilos, not much at all. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV in the black and silver, Martinez in the black and gold.
Mídelo con tu mano derecha. Manténlo ocupado. No lo dejes pensar tanto, Kevin. Manténlo ocupado con tu jab. Así, así, así. No hay que dejarlo boxear porque él es el boxeador, güey. Acuérdate que no pega, vivo, vivo, no te me avientes. Venga, venga, Kevin. No te avientes, Kevin, no te avientes así, no te avientes así. Tú tienes que ir para adelante ahora.
Right hand into the body there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
Para adelante, moviendo la cinturita nomás. Vivo, súbeme esa mano. Vamos para adelante. Vamos para adelante nosotros. Vivo, vivo.
Martinez goes down. No knockdown. I think his feet just got in a tangle, and then GADZHIMAGOMEDOV kind of helped him on his way, just dragging him down with that left glove a little bit.
Así, así. Y vétele metiendo. Cuando lo tengas ocupado, vétele metiendo. Bien cerrado, hijo. Responde más rápido, Kevin. No, no, no te avientes de tan afuera. No te avientes de tan afuera. Tienes que estar más adentro. Digo, te estás aventando de muy afuera, Kevin. Entra a tu distancia y luego tira. No, no te avientes de muy afuera. Eso, así telo. Súbeme esa mano derecha. Venga, Kevin.
Trying to cut through the right hand there. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV didn't quite make contact.
Más adentro, Kevin. Vete metiendo tu distancia. Digo, manténlo con el jab. Manténlo ocupado con el jab y vete metiendo tu distancia. Así telo y vete metiendo. Así, así. A los laterales, caminando a los laterales.
Нет, нет, точно. Там тоже зафиксировал.
Bien.
Time.
Фрибет 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков от титульного партнера турнира Винлайн. Регистрируйтесь и заберите 10 бонусов по 1000 фрибетов в течение 30 дней.
Este rompe para enfrente tú, porque estás yendo para atrás, bien cerrado nomás, ¿sí? Porque estás trabajando muy afuera, lo estás viendo hacer lo que él quiera, güey. Mientras tú estés pegadito, lo vas a, no, sus brazos no van a estirarse mucho, güey. Él está boxeando como él quiere. Ahora te toqué tú para adelante, mételo tú para allá.
Round 2.
You look at the way he's set up GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, you can see why he's had so much success. The balance is great. The feet almost always the same distance apart. Again, just using that lead hand just to see if he can just occupy his opponent. It was amazing, that fight against Yao Zhang and Sharapudin. I've never seen anybody get hit that much in 4 rounds as Zhang was, but he wasn't showing too many ill effects from it. In the end, the referee decided that he couldn't watch it anymore because it just wasn't a competitive fight. He had this incredible ability to take a shot, but he was getting hit so much, he was beginning to get slightly uncomfortable. And as soon as he won the title, as soon as he was awarded the belt, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, Umar Kremlev, IBA president, handed him a set of keys and told him there was a car waiting for him. So he left the ring, I think, if I remember correctly, without even doing an interview, to pick up his new set of wheels. Good right hand there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. And then just turned around that front foot, just looking to try and raise the tempo a bit, I think, in round 2. Sneaky left there from Martinez, just arched over that right hand of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He's taken the fight a lot more up close now in round number 2. First round, just was on those toes a bit, having a look, and now he's really looking to mix it.
Ahí le está dando vuelta nomás. Ahí nada más le está dando vuelta. Sigue, sigue. No, tápale, tápale, tápale.
10 seconds.
Time.
Организаторы турнира Винлайн IBA.PRO 19 благодарят медиахолдинг Майер и лично Константина Майора за поддержку и продвижение мероприятия. Майер – лидер рекламного рынка России по площади медиафасадов, крупная сеть онлайн-СМИ и возможность для продвижения в премиальных ресторанах, кафе и логистике. Благодаря поддержке медиахолдинга о нашем турнире узнали 3,5 миллиона человек. Спасибо, Майер.
Seconds out.
Третий раунд. Round 3.
So into the start of the third, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV immediately just gets onto the jab there. Martinez has got that kind of loose, relaxed look to him. He's spent plenty of time inside the boxing ring. He knows what he's doing. He's just trying to creep in there behind that cross guard and see if he can launch a left hand up. And a good right hand there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Martinez was trying to step to him, and he does again there. This is warming into an entertaining fight. He does have to be a little bit careful here, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, because he's keen to be aggressive and let those combinations go, which is good to see always. But Martinez, as I say, has got that relaxed, kind of loose style of somebody who's at home in the ring. And he's looking to get forward himself. Just walk with an uppercut there. Short little right hand there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, but Martinez is happy to try and walk him down. Plenty of advice coming in from the corner. Good combination there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. And just lumbering forward a touch at times, Martinez.
Bien. Velo mermando, acuérdate que lo tenemos que ir mermando, Kevin. Vivo. Venga, venga, venga. No entres con la cabeza abajo.
Closing stages around 3.
Los laterales. Los laterales. Vamos, Kevin.
Партнер турнира – главная лотерея страны – национальная лотерея. Игры, в которых выигрывают миллионы, и это можете быть вы. Найдите счастливый билет на сайте MANILOLA.ru и в мобильном приложении национальной лотереи.
Así es como tú tienes que trabajar, pero trabájame un poquito más. Sí, porque casi no me estás trabajando, güey.
estás tirando un golpe nada más.
Más arriba. ¿Ok? Tú golpea debajo. Tú. No, tú.
No, lo estás tirando bien, güey. Para mí lo estás tirando bien. Para mí lo estás tirando bien. Pero sí, o sea, tú sigue trabajando abajo, güey. Simón, sigue trabajando abajo. Y estás tirando 2 golpes nada más. Quiero que tires más golpes, güey. Simón, tírame más golpes, güey. Por favor, güey.
Estoy cansado.
Round 4.
Venga, Kevin, venga,
Rápido,
Kevin.
rápido.
Quiero más constancia de golpes, Kevin. Más constancia de golpes, Kevin.
So into the fourth, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV in the black and silver, Martinez in the black and gold. Quite a circumspect opening round. The second, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV really looked to get to work. The third, Martinez looked to do the same thing. Again, just fighting out of a little bit of a crouch there, trying to get onto the inside. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has got so many tools in his arsenal. That's going to be a difficult thing for Martinez to do, but he's certainly going to try and do it.
No holding. No wrestling. No wrestling.
Bien, sigue, para adelante, sigue. Nomás tapa, ahí le estás dando vueltas, pues. Bien, sigue.
Just short with the big uppercut there, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. A right hand came back from Martinez.
Estás entrando por abajo con la cabezota nomás. Hay que entrar bien, bien administrado. Bien, sigue. Sigue para adelante. Sigue, Kevin, venga, Kevin. Puro volado me estás tirando, Kevin.
He's still staying nice and busy here, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, and he's looking to try and hit Martinez as often as he can. What he does well, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, is he varies up the weight of shots. Sometimes he's tip-tapping a bit and then he'll really sink one in, and that's how you make a dent. Somebody's not quite as braced for something as they might be, or they think they are, and that's how you can really do some damage.
Sigue adentro, Kevin, más rapidito, Kevin, adentro. Ahí estás entrando con la mano abajo, por eso te está agarrando. Tienes que entrar cerradito. Adentro, Kevin, venga. Ve cerrando salidas, Kevin. Tócalo, lo estás dejando pensar. Tócalo, lo estás dejando pensar. Él va a hacer lo que él quiera si no te metes, si no trabajas. Adentro, vivo. Sigue, ven.
Good left hand there from Martinez. Just caught GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with his chin up in the air a bit.
Что за зрелище? Это и про бой, и про количество выгоды на маркетплейсе. Миллионы самых разных предложений. От одежды до спортивных товаров. Все по отличным ценам, с удобной доставкой. На Озон выгодно.
Постарайся его получше, вот так сделать, вот сюда ударить. Так вот так можно и туда ему дать. Понял? Он все время вот так стоит. Посмотри, он так. Вот здесь туда он отбивает здесь. Туда поймай его, там дырку у него. Но он сам тоже сзади бьет, внимание.
Rápidamente.
Hey, more low.
Dai. Timing. Box.
So into the fifth.
Venga, Kevin, más adentro. adentro, acuérdate, hijo. Más adentro, véngate, vente más adentro, güey.
Decent combination, left hand landed, then just managed to sneak the right hand in round the back of the guard. Martinez is still just looking to try and get on top of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV as much as he can. And the Russian will need to keep that movement. I don't have too much doubt that he will be able to do that. The kind of approach that Martinez employs, the pressure that he brings, would be hard to cope with for plenty of fighters. I don't think that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is going to prove to be one of them.
Le estás dando vuelta, Kevin, tapando salida, Kevin, ya no las cuerdas. Eso. Los laterales. Bien. Mete ahí. Vele metiendo el pie, vele metiendo el pie.
No wrestling. No wrestling. No holding. Stop. Stop. You holding, okay?
Referee just having a word with Martinez about a little bit of holding. I haven't noticed too much of that so far. He's got a great wingspan on him, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, that reach, and he uses it very, very well. When he chooses to, Martinez, again, just on the inside there, dips off to his right-hand side, flings that left hand in over the top. It's a decent shot because as he's coming forward, he can throw it and then just move onto his opponent's shoulder. And unless GADZHIMAGOMEDOV backs up and gives some space really, really quickly, it's kind of a shot to nothing, really. He looked to try and throw it there, and just as he was opening out, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV hit him with a right hand.
No wrestling, no wrestling.
Venga, Kevin. Sigue trabajando eso, sigue trabajando.
10 seconds. Time.
So halfway through this one, scheduled for 10. There's that right hand, round the back of the guard.
¿Todo bien? Todo bien, todo bien. Estás tirándome un golpe, güey. Estás tirándome dos golpes, güey. Sí, por eso no lo puedes agarrar, güey. Y no le estás tapando la pinche salida, loco.
Ну, засунь ее. Прям обмани. У него открытая здесь. Он реагирует, привычка его.
Si es posible, páralo con un pinche brazo, güey. Una, dos, tres. Si es posible, páralo con los brazos. Dale.
Rápidamente.
Venga, Kevin, échale chingazos, güey.
Box.
There's that right hand, that short right hand. He throws that with really good effect, whether it's straight or whether he just bends it in round the back of the guard. Martinez kind of marauding forward as he's attempted to do, but his opponent's just had too much for him. It's not that he hasn't had any success. He has had success in pockets, but not enough to really cause GADZHIMAGOMEDOV too much of a problem. As I said, this has been described as heavyweight because they're both over the cruiserweight limit, but GADZHIMAGOMEDOV will surely look to go to cruiserweight and campaign for titles. It's interesting, the scenario there. Opetaia stripped of that IBF title, Benavidez beating Zurdo Ramirez to become WBA and WBO. Noel McCallion with the WBC. Chris Billam-Smith with a really good win against Ryan Ruzicki in Bournemouth on the first UK Zuffa show recently. It's still a division that very much delivers in terms of entertainment. It always has. You look at GADZHIMAGOMEDOV in the top of the bill tonight. He was the cruiser, a unified champion. And GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has got so much ability. You would really like to see him get in that mix. There's that right hand that he finishes on again there. Nice rapid combination. Good combination again there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Martinez wore a few there as he was coming in. There is a slightly more weary look to him now because he's been hit quite a lot, and GADZHIMAGOMEDOV in the final 40 seconds of the round I think might try and get stuck into him here. There's that right hand again. He was just swaying a bit there, Martinez. There's another rapid fire volley of punches from the Russian.
Venga, Kevin, ocupo que trabajes, güey.
10 seconds.
И ваша поддержка достала!
That right-hander's done some very, very good work for him. Be good to see him in the remaining rounds just up the tempo, because Martinez can't go with him work rate-wise. He can't match him hand speed-wise. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is just better in all departments. That's not to say that Martinez isn't a decent fighter, because I think he is. But if the Russian just looks to really click through the gears here, I think the stoppage is there for him. He might not knock him out cold, but we may get to the stage where it's a kind of volume stoppage. The referee has no choice but to step in and stop it, because Martinez is getting hit with too much and not enough is coming back.
Vamos, Kevin, ocupo que trabajes más. Sigue, 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 sigue. Venga, Kevin.
Shot that left hand up there, Martinez, with quite a good effect, and caught GADZHIMAGOMEDOV high on the forehead. And you've got to admire the spirit here of the Mexican. He just continues to come forward, thinking that if he does that, then GADZHIMAGOMEDOV just might begin to wilt at some point. That's what he's trying to believe here, Martinez.
No holding, no wrestling.
Vamos, Kevin. Sigue, Kevin. Venga, Kevin. Sigue, sigue, sigue. Esto, así, güey. Sigue con golpe tras otro, güey. Sube la guardia. Vivo. No lo dejes trabajar.
Good combination again there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. And just steps off that time. Uses the jab nicely too. Again, very crisp, sharp work from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Martinez, though, just pulling his weight back, pulling his head back, managed to take the sting off them. He's got decent suspension, Martinez. What I mean by that is that he's got that ability to give when he receives a punch, so he doesn't meet much full force. It's a good example of the kind of variety that you get from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, particularly with that right hand.
Simón, sigue trabajándome así, pa. Quiero más frecuencias de golpes no te la voy a parar, loco. Sí, ocupo que trabajes más, güey. Simón, aún más todavía, que este round lo trabajaste bien, pero ocupo aún más, güey. Poquito a poquito. Todo bien. Bueno. Poquito tiempo que lo dejas pensar.
Seconds out.
Round 8.
Box.
So 3 to go here, the schedule for 10. Well defended that. Martinez got that left glove up. He wants to really try and force a stoppage here, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, which he might not be bothered about, but if he is, then he's going to have to stay in there. 2 phases of attack, I think. He'll throw that combination 4 or 5 punches and then step off. That's the way he does it. That's in his nature. If he wants to try and make a dent in Martinez, I think he's going to have to throw that combination rather than step off. Maybe change the angle, step to the side, but then just go again. These two just agreeing there, I think, for a few seconds to have a little rest. And then straight back on it, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. That was a blistering combo, finishing with that right hand to the head, which just rocked the features of Martinez backwards. But he can take a shot, that's for sure.
Подержи тут его, тут подержи.
Venga, Kevin, dale la vuelta ahí rápido. Vivo. Dale la vuelta. Dale la vuelta. Ahí, pum, te quita, responde. Cierra, Kevin.
многолетнего лидера индустрии радиостанцию «Авторадио». Авторадио #1 в России.
So the penultimate round between these two, and the referee's waved it over. There's a retirement from the corner there of Martinez. I was waiting to see him get back up off his stool. I thought he was just leaving it right until the last second. But the referee's decided, or rather the corner has decided, that their man has had enough. And that's a good call from the trainer, because he could easily have left him in there. He wasn't looking that uncomfortable, but he'd taken plenty, and all that awaited him was 6 more minutes of exactly the same thing. So that's good, responsible corner work. You don't always see people do that. Trainers can be quite gung-ho. They'll want their fighter to go the distance. Often the fighter will want to go the distance. They will always want to stay in there and fight on for the most part, but he was 8 rounds down, and it was just impossible to see any way that he could turn that fight around. I wouldn't say it had got really uncomfortable to watch, but I rate that from the trainer. It's a sensible decision, a decision with the best interests of his fighter in mind, and it should always be that way, but it isn't always that way necessarily. And that was a very worthwhile outing for GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. It'll blow off a few cobwebs, and what he needs to do now is just chisel himself down a couple more kilos, getting into that cruiserweight division. He's at number 5 there currently with the WBA, and then just get into that mix as quick as he can with those top fighters, because ability wise you don't find many better than him. It's just whether he's got the robustness physically and the toughness to hang with the likes of Opetaia, with Benavidez, with Ramirez, with Billum Smith, with fighters like that. Just waiting for the final announcement.
Дамы и господа, в связи с отказом угла соперника от продолжения боя по завершении 8-го раунда, в 9-м раунде техническим нокаутом одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений. Ladies and gentlemen, due to refusal of the opponent's corner after the end of round number 8, your winner by technical knockout in round number 9 and still undefeated, MUSAEV GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
So GADZHIMAGOMEDOV gets the win, as we expected that he would, but a decent showing there from Martinez. He came to fight, he made GADZHIMAGOMEDOV work, and the Russian showed us that array of skills, the hand speed, the accuracy, the variety, the movement, and the referee could easily have given that as a knockdown actually. Not that it was ever going to be of any great consequence, and as I said, I would love to see GADZHIMAGOMEDOV now just really get into that mix at cruiserweight. There's some terrific fighters in that division, and I think he's going to have something to say.
господа, мы продолжаем. И IBA.PRO представляет вам бой на голых кулаках. Трехраундовый по 2 минуты поединок в весовой категории до 89 килограммов. Судьи у ринга Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Летунов и Андрей Курнявка. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге Алексей Козлов. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Боец из Астрахани. Встречайте, Maxim GORBATKO!
So next up we have a bare-knuckle contest. This is Maxim GORBATKO of Russia. 3 2-minute rounds we'll be seeing here. And bare-knuckle is something that the IBA have very much got into in recent times. GORBATKO will be up against Vitaly, STARYKH. These two, both Russian fighters.
Его соперник представляет
2-0 GORBATKO.
Vitaly, STARYKH.
STARYKH's pro bare-knuckle record is 4 wins, 2 defeats and 1 draw. Known as Ancient, whilst GORBATKO known as Scar. What I find interesting about bare-knuckle, the handful of fights I've commentated on, is the fighters are well aware of the absolute premium of landing and the damage that can be done if you get landed on.
Представляю вам соперников. Боец в черном углу. Ему 27 лет. Рост 185 сантиметров, вес 84,75 килограмма. Его рекорд на голых кулаках – 2 победы, включая победу нокаутом без поражений. Он мастер спорта и чемпион России по карате. Мастер спорта по восточным боевым единоборствам. Из Астрахани доселе непобежденный Maxim GORBATKO. Его соперник в золотом углу. Бойцу 37 лет, его рост 179 сантиметров, вес 88,25 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 4 победы при 2 поражениях. Он бывший претендент на перстень лиги Top Dog, 3-кратный обладатель бонуса «Бой вечера». Зелюнерис, встречайте, Виталий STARYKH!
Бойцы на середину. Парни, пожмите руки. Команда внимательно слушаем, правила не нарушаем. По затылку не бьем удары, после команды стоп не работаем. Повнимательнее, по углам подачи.
So 3 2-minute rounds here, and what you noticed about these two is that there is a size difference. This was set at a catch weight of 89 kilos. STARYKH has come in just below that and increased in weight since the weigh-in. I don't think his opponent has. GORBATKO weighing in at nearly 85, and I would imagine weighs about the same in the ring on the night. You just have to look at them there to see that STARYKH is the bigger of the two. Looking for the right hand, these two have set quite a pace here. Plenty has been thrown, not really much has been landed up until this step.
Шаг, 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 двигаться, двигаться. Любая его атака встречка сразу. Опережать, есть ушел оттуда. И к нему сразу. Руки собери, Виталь. Руки собери. Стоп, стоп. Минута ровно будет, Виталь. Минутка. Дальше работаем. Опережать, собраться. Качай, качай. Двигайся, центр собери.
Looking for that right hand over the top there. STARYKH. He's got good skills, GORBATKO. Just takes those feet in and out, steps in, throws that right hand. And that's where GORBATKO's got to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to let STARYKH get too close to him. So the end of round one, and it was very lively.
Отлично, завязал угол, двигаться параллельно, не надо с ним бегать параллельно. Двигался, залегаешь, максимально пресс. Смотри, он всегда вниз опускается, больше снизу работа в клинче, добавь полный, постоянно за шею хватай его, грузи ноги широкие. Одиночным не работай, понял? Серийная работа. Стараюсь. Серийная работа. Отлично, раунд твой забрал.
Как есть, как и джебом работать, все нормально.
Just a slight nick on the left eye there. Almost anything that lands is capable of drawing blood.
Любой клинч реализовал по максимуму. Плечо, рука. Давишь, он живот больше работает. И не вались там, не вались. Забери пространство.
Нет, не давай работать его. Надо сам.
Just rushing across the ring there, STARYKH. Just wanting to see if he can follow up.
Не надо ждать, работай, не жалей его.
Стой. На меня посмотри.
And there's some damage.
Нейтрально.
Doctor is going to have a look at that eye.
Параллельно давление параллельно серии.
Отлично, иди.
Двигайся, сама, и встречай, давай.
Again, just rushes in behind that combination there, STARYKH.
Через завал заходи, молодец. И сразу. Грузи вниз.
Топ-команда.
Параллельно двигайся, не бегай за ним. Встречай кулак.
Да, хорошо.
Топ.
Минутка прошла. Опережать.
Кончай корпусом.
Ой, хорошо. Вниз. Все то же самое, продолжай.
Корпус здесь бей. Смещение. Не стой на ногах. Руки забери.
Again, launching that right hand. GORBATKO, who's been backing up for most of the fight, again just finds him on the end of a left there, but finds himself on the end of a left there, but managed to just give some ground. He rushes his work really, STARYKH, when he gets on top of his man. He's got himself into some good positions, but when he's got there, he's almost been a bit too aggressive. He's thrown a bit too much. Of the two, GORBATKO, I would say, is the better boxer. He's got the better skills, but STARYKH is just looking to really get on top of him. Look at the width of his back there. The weight difference between these two in the ring on the night is going to be fairly considerable.
Это и про бой, и про количество
Самочуха как? Все, Виталий, третий раунд, точно так же делаешь, все четко, понял? Все, 2 раунда забрал, отлично. Ты перестал качать корпусом на подходе, где? Верни эту работу, понял? Качаешь, не надо прямолинейно идти. После его атаки не надо встретить, соберись, потому что он ждет момент тебя встретить. Всегда через ложное действие. Показал, через бам туда, залетаешь, работаешь, все клинчи твои, физуха твоя, все. Просто не подходи прямолинейно, это главное сейчас, понял? У них шанс один остался, прощел. Будет, блядь, выцеливать, будет бить.
And there's the damage for both eyes. And some blood coming from the end of the nose as well. So he's got 2 more minutes to get through here. GORBATKO. He's been on the receiving end. As I say, technically, he's a good fighter, but this is a tough match for him. He's got to try and maintain some distance between himself and STARYKH if he can. Got caught by a right hand there. Turned nicely out of the corner, but he got clipped quite hard there by what was the lead right hand. As I said right at the start, whatever lands is capable of doing damage. It doesn't have to be some kind of big haymaker, not by any stretch. A sharp jab, and that can really change things. Left hand there from GORBATKO, and talking of punches that have changed things, that was a solid shot. STARYKH came straight onto it. Down he goes. And that really does change things, because I think he won those first 2 rounds, STARYKH. But GORBATKO has got the knockdown here. Just over a minute remaining in round 3. He's turned southpaw here, GORBATKO. It was a well-timed punch. Into the final minute. Final 20 seconds, and STARYKH just looking to really let those hands go. He's been down in this round, remember. And just beating away the rock rounds, and GORBATKO managing somehow to stay on his feet. And look at the state of his face there, GORBATKO. He's really been brave here. As I said, he's given away size, he's given away weight, and there goes the final bell. And what a final round that was. GORBATKO just hugging onto his opponent for dear life. He put him down towards the start of the round, but he's out on his feet there pretty much. It'll be interesting to see which way this goes. He won the first 2 rounds there, STARYKH, and then was put down in the third, but the way that he finished that third, he had his man almost out on his feet, so we'd say that he's done enough despite the knockdown. It's some really good action. There was the left hand. He just walked straight onto it there. You could see right at the end there when the fight finished, he was in trouble. These two just getting cleaned up as best they can be, and that right eye is swollen, almost shut there, I think, for GORBATKO. The damage that can be done in just a space of 6 minutes, well, you can see it for yourself. It's not going to be for everybody, but there is an audience for it. I'm not sure he really knows where he is, GORBATKO, at the moment. They need to get him out of this ring. They need to hurry up with the announcement and get him out of the ring to receive some more medical attention. You look at him there just leaning off on top of the top rope. This is not doing him any good, this delay. He's lost the fight, I think. And does he really need to be there? They could get him out of this ring, get him backstage. He doesn't need to be in there at the minute. And this is difficult to watch, to be perfectly honest. Safety has to be the most important thing, and he should be on his way to hospital.
Дорогие друзья, прежде чем будет озвучен судейский вердикт, аплодисменты, овации этим крепким парням. Итак, по завершении 3 раундов боя, единогласным решением судей победу одержал боец из золотого угла Виталий STARYKH. И не меньше аплодисменты его
So STARYKH gets it, and he was a worthy winner.
Оба представляют промоушен.
But there were a few issues with that match for me because look at the size difference between the pair of them. It's significant. I pointed it out right at the start. And I think GORBATKO was very, very brave, but they need to go and get him comprehensively checked out. I'm sure he will be, but I just don't know why he needed to hang around in the ring quite as long as he did there when you could see that he was suffering. As soon as that final bell went, just get him out of the ring, get him backstage, get him in the ambulance, get him to hospital, surely. And that's something I think that they can maybe look at for future contests. Fighter safety has to be the most important thing.
Дамы и господа, а в Москве становится все жарче. И это неудивительно, ведь с вами IBA.PRO Винлайн, IBA.PRO Москва. И снова в нашей программе классический бокс. 10-раундовый рейтинговый поединок в первом тяжелом весе. Судьи у ринга Сергей Журкин, Сергей Лютунов и Алексей Козлов. И ваш рефери Андрей Курнявка. И первым в ринг добро пожаловать боксер из Владикавказа. Он носит прозвище Охотник. Встречайте, Давид Хантер Дзукаев.
Я сам будто себя наказал этим непониманием. Перестал себе тупо доверять, тебе застали, жаловался на людей. Караван горемел и негодяй потешал себя баснями о воде. Но то были миражи, ты покаяние мою, найди-ка меня скорей. Пустынями верными я кочевал, до песок глотал следы. И не надо быть тут пророком, чтобы понимать суету беды. Сам приволок к эти плечо мыслями, выстрелами судьбы. Убивали во мне того бога, что по сути был по воды. Мое тело мину, более не жалей ты тело мину. Грязными пальцами более не трожь мою душу, не доношу мою тело мину.
Встречаем в ринге его соперника из Обнинска по прозвищу «Атомная энергия» Алексей ЕГОРОВ. Представляем вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, рост 191 сантиметр, вес 90 и 35 сотых килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд совершенен. 11 побед, включая 7 побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, он серебряный призер молодежного чемпионата России из Владикавказа, не знающий поражений, Давид Хантер Дзукаев. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 34 года, рост 185 сантиметров, вес 90,55 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 13 побед, включая 9 побед нокаутом при 3 поражениях. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBA Gold в первом тяжелом весе, бывший претендент на титул чемпиона мира WBA, чемпион IBF International и двукратный чемпион Европы. И Солнцевска, приветствуйте, Алексей EGOROV!
Ниже пояса не бить. Команда стоп, прекращаем все действия. Команда брейк, шаг назад и продолжаем бой. Пожали руки. Желаю удачи. Боксеры готовы. Бокс.
Это через бок за счет ложных действий. Да, тут внутри возиться с ногами.
Не держать, не держать.
Передняя нога внутри, рядом, да. Да. Опять висеть. Перехватывать жопу. Под седом перехватывать жопу. Да, не сваливайся. Подседа больше, залезай ниже. Не затанцовывай, еще впади. Хорошо. Ближе. Перед ним в блоке не стой. Лезь внутрь. Отлично. Хорошо. Фронтально не вставай. Фронтально не вставай. Все через подсед. Подсед руки уже. Колени рабочие. Вот так. Да. Где тайминг опять? Опять узкие удары в помощь, узкие удары в помощь. Узко и ногами все давим тазом. Подседы. Висим. Зашли ближе, работаем внутри. Через подседа залезай. Да. Не отпускать ближе. Размах не давай. Ближе. Вот здесь, да. Ближе, не давай размах. Ближе, руки на месте. Поклинчуй. Возиться рядом будь! Не давай пространства! Рядом будь, говорю! Лезь внутрь! Не дерись, лезь внутрь! Лезь внутрь, толкайся! Через блок! Не смотри никуда, лезь внутрь! Ближе! Хорошо, рядом, подлез сразу подлез, не давай размах! Фентанина боковой!
Юра! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Бокс! Стоп!
И ваша поддержка Москва!
В одном ботинке, хочешь с ним потолкаться. Я тебе говорю, если вот тут толкайся, навяжи ему клинч, ему некомфортно. Дальше что произойдет? Он начнет давать дистанцию, и всаживать. Это получается у него, правильно? Ну не давай ему это сделать и все.
What a finish to the round there for JUZCATEGUI.
Ты должен заканчивать таймингом любые его атаки.
Absolutely terrific stuff. The combination of punches will put YEGOROV down.
Твой тайминг в корпус, понял? Не балуйся, делай задание. Поехали. Давай, давай.
Секундант за ринг.
And can he follow up at the start of the round here, DZUKAEV? He got him in trouble relatively early in that second round, and then followed up at the end of the second. As YEGOROV recovered, that's the thing. The powers of recovery can be absolutely astonishing. That was a big round for DZUKAEV. Really big round. That opening round. What a start. And YEGOROV will go about things the way that he goes about them. He will look to get it into range and he will look to mix it exactly like he is now, but he will know that his opponent has caught him a couple of times, and DZUKAEV will know that he is capable of hurting him. Great start to the fight. And he was just slightly unlucky, DZUKAEV, that he ran out of time at the end of that first round. He might still be in a slight fog here, though, YEGOROV. If he is, then he's hiding it well. He does not look to get out here in the second and tuck up and buy a bit of time and hope that head clears further. He's just got straight back on the job. Right hand into the body there from DZUKAEV. That's the final minute of round two. Good looking right hand on the inside there, up close for YEGOROV, and DZUKAEV just holding on a bit there on the blind side of the referee. Good stiff right hand there from DZUKAEV. You could see that just knock YEGOROV right back onto his heels. And again, DZUKAEV looking to try and finish strong here. YEGOROV coming forward. Uppercut was just short there from DZUKAEV.
Не надо его нокаутировать, я тебе еще раз повторяю. У него, если ты будешь работать во плане, нокаут сам придет, не выцеливай его удар. Я тебя прошу, крест 5 раз ты не делаешь. Крест сразу на сближение. Он пропускает левый боковой. Поэтому не целься сначала, корми сюда, корми прокол. И вот этот момент, он уже кидает где-то справа, ты нащупываешь этот щит. Поднимай там в грудь только бей, понял? Поставил и в грудь, поставил и в грудь. Ты понял меня?
So there's the card for round three, and a lot has happened in the opening 2 rounds of this fight. A lot has happened. An explosive opener, and DZUKAEV right at the end of round 2. I think we might have just got to YEGOROV a little bit again. They certainly seem to have that confidence in the corner. YEGOROV pretty early off his stool. YEGOROV still again just looking to get onto that front foot. As I said, this is the way that he fights. DZUKAEV will know that he's had success with him. That doesn't mean it will continue to have it. It could be that EGOROV just has to weather an early storm here, and then maybe he'll start to get to DZUKAEV as the fight wears on. It's really intriguingly poised, this. Again, looking for the uppercut, but just short with it. EGOROV just trying to get on top of DZUKAEV, lean on him, sap his strength that way. That's a good stiff jab there from EGOROV. He's compact, he's very, very solid. That's a nice right hand as well through the guard. DZUKAEV going southpaw. He's just getting pinned on the ropes a bit there, and then he managed to turn his way off them. That was good. He needed to do that because he was under some pressure there.
Не держать.
Closing stages of round 3, and I'd say EGOROV has had a decent enough round there after a pretty terrible first round, and then a round in the second which also went to DZUKAEV. So that would seem 3 points up through 2 rounds, given a knockdown in round 1. I think round 3, I'll give that to EGOROV. He's got himself a solid foothold, which is what he needed.
Просто ты проебался, брат. Так, блядь, делать нельзя, понимаешь? Создавай ногами и делай, что тут.
Прокол, уклон, потом прокол, уклон и короткий левый сбоку. Выспрыгнуть. Давид, все, что ты делаешь, ты должен уклон влево сначала выстроить, понял? Прокол, уклон влево, а потом только короткий левый трюк. И вода. И побольше. Давай побольше.
Давай.
Выходим, забираем.
Бокс.
So EGOROV in the black, DZUKAEV in the red and white. And he's much more experienced of the two. EGOROV, he's mixed in the better company.
Давид, надо работать, ты говно водишь опять, блядь. Давай трудись, давай.
Тройка! Обрезай! Подсек! Дальше! Бить! Подседы! Рядом через подседу, Леха!
EGOROV just trying to kick his man up to the ropes here again.
Постоянно давите! Подсед, серия! Корпус опускай! Подсед! Ближе! Наверх и вниз! Ближе! Живот! Клинчем внутрь живот!
That's good variety there from EGOROV. Just dip to his left, turned that jab into more of an up jab come uppercut. DZUKAEV trying to fire back with the right hand.
Ногами ближе подходи! Не давай размах! Подсед его и серия! Подсед серии в живот! Да! Десятку таскай. Растащи. Через двойный зашел. Дальше, дальше. Дальше. Потет серия. Потет
Не
серия.
держать, не держать, не держать. Стоп!
Леха, внутри надо по животу бить. Таскай опять с двойным, заходи. Да, и дальше.
Into the final minute of round 4.
Зашел.
Good combination again there from Egorov.
Ближе и подседы, подседы. Ближе и подседы, подседы вправо.
Стоп, повыше бей. Стоп, 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 стоп. Повыше бей. Бок.
Таскай. Концовка. Таскай. Таскай тут. И зашел, да. Заходи. Хорошо. В ответе перехватывай. Дальше, Леша, дальше.
GORBATKO just working those hands, but he's finding it, I think, increasingly difficult to keep Egorov off him here.
Держать, держать. Работать, работать. Стоп! По углам.
Сейчас весь вопрос в том, чтобы ты нашел моменты, когда нужно взрываться. Серии твои прокатывают. В чем будет хорошо? Он когда бьешь, ты мне ничего не делаешь. Че, давай полотенце выбросим, раз ты не можешь драться, блядь. Так делай больше, делай. Ты опять ничего не делаешь. Че, руки, блядь?
Что просто выкинуть?
Да выкинь, бей его, бей, блядь. Ты же не бьешь его, ты все собираешь. Перед тобой уже уставший человек, блядь. Ты все ходишь, что-то выцеливаешь. Встань в позицию четкую, встречай. Маневр сдвоенная, поехали, и тут возимся. Живот отбивать надо тоже, ему уже тяжело, ему пиздец. Надо добавлять. И также собрано.
Секундантный за ринг. Бокс.
It's round 5, the schedule for 10. Egorov in the black, GORBATKO in the red. And it's turned into, right from the start, such an interesting fight. A 10-8 round for GORBATKO in round 1, and Egorov maybe saved by the bell a touch at the end of that first round. The second round, I would say, was GORBATKO's. The third round maybe was Egorov's, and the fourth round, I think, probably the same. And he's just managed to recover from that crisis and just get back onto the front foot and continue to trust his method. GORBATKO is still having his successes, but increasingly I'm beginning to wonder how long he can keep Egorov at bay. There's a good solid right hand from Egorov again, just knocks GORBATKO's head back.
Не толкайся, не толкайся.
Да не толкайся ты, блядь, ты бей давай!
Egorov again just looking to get on top of GORBATKO here, who's working those hands as best as he can, but he's still just creeping in there, Egorov. You feel like GORBATKO is probably going to have to really dent Egorov again here. He's done it before, so he'll be confident he can do it again. There was a good right to the body there from GORBATKO a few moments ago, but then Egorov was just straight back on top of him. In terms of scoring, I think I may well have this level at halfway, because I'd have had GORBATKO 3 points up after 2 rounds, but I'll be tempted to give Egorov rounds 3, 4 and 5. Good cuffing right hand again there from Egorov. And that's the setup at the VTB. It's a fantastic arena and it looks spectacular tonight. Murad up against Peter Kadiru for the WBA World Heavyweight title. Top of the bill. Later on, the title held by Gassiev. Won the regular title in December against YALLYEV. Alexander Usyk has since relinquished all of his heavyweight titles, the 3 remaining titles that he had, one of which of course was the WBA, so Gassiev goes to being the one and only WBA World Heavyweight champion, which puts him in a tremendous position. He was supposed to be fighting Tony Yoka, he pulled out. Joe Joyce was very much in the frame, he's still on the card, but he didn't step up to the top of the bill. Kadiru's come in, and the rest of the division in a very interesting place. Daniel Dubois and Fabio Wardi will rematch for the WBO. Agit Kabayel is WBC champion, elevated. And with the IBF, they have ordered Frank Sanchez and Moses Atauma to fight, but they put those two together before and it hasn't happened. Egorov with a lovely left hand there as he just stepped in on DZUKAEV. And Atauma in any case has got to fight against Filip Hrgovic to get past at the end of August. So it's all in a melting pot. Good combination there from DZUKAEV. And it's been an all-action kind of fight, this, right from the start. Just short with the uppercut again there. DZUKAEV, he's looked for that a few times, he's yet to really land it. Good strong right hand on the inside there from Egorov. I think that's the DZUKAEV corner, and a little bit of a sign of a bit of concern for their man. Maybe they might be looking at this the way that I'm looking at it, which is that he had that fantastic start, and I wouldn't say he wasted the opportunity by any stretch, because he hurt him early in that first, then had him down at the end of the first, and then just ran out of time. And Egorov has got solid powers of recovery, and he just got straight back onto the front foot. And by this stage now, I'd say you might just about be in the ascendancy. Good uppercut there from DZUKAEV, and then turned off the ropes. There goes the bell. And there's been so many punches thrown in this fight. I'd love to see the stats for it. These two cruiserweights giving us really good value.
Забирайте фрибеты каждый час и поборитесь за призовой фонд. 100 миллионов фрибетов. Вы уникальный титульного партнера мира.
Левый боковой выделяет. Но по-другому не выигрываются родной бои. Он тоже хочет победить. И если ты будешь месить это говно, ему сейчас можно добыть и все. И похуй, что ты его в первом раунде уронил.
Выделяй удары, выделяй. Попадай в цель, выделяй удары.
Выделяй одно попадание, его качает, все.
Выделяй удары. Левый сбоку будет проходить. Прокалывай.
Секунданты за ринг.
Комбинационно работай, но
Пойдем,
выделяй
пойдем, уходи,
удары.
уходи, уходи.
Не все, не...
Седьмой раунд.
Бокс.
And at the start of the 7th, EGOROV again just swarming onto that front foot. JANGRAHOST, I feel, needs something here. I think he's dropped the last few rounds. Not by a lot. They've been competitive. But I think he needs something in this 7th round. He's got to remind EGOROV again of what he's capable of what he did to him in that opening round, because as he puts more distance between himself and that knockdown, EGOROV's confidence is growing. And JANGRAHOST has got to serve him some notice here, because this, at the minute, is going against him. The momentum is against him. And he's got to try and shift it.
Не держать, не держать.
Ближе! Не давай вытаскиваться! Подсел! Залез! Серия! Подсел! Ближе, да! Поднимай Лёха!
Брейк! Стоп! Стоп!
Sneaky little left hand landed there, right on the call to break, I think, from the referee. Closing stages around 7. Good right hand there from JANGRAHOST as he was backing up. And a left hand on the inside too, but it doesn't really seem to be disturbing or perturbing EGOROV too much. As he just rolls in, comes forward, throwing punches, comes to a sturdy looking lead left hand there from JANGRAHOST.
Стоп! Голову повыше. Бокс! Стоп!
Еще больше поддержки боксера!
Что за зрелище? Это и про бой, и про количество выигранного турнира.
Ребят, Дэвид, я отрежьте вот этого.
Все по отличной цене, с удобной доставкой.
Заканчивай левым сбоку. Его там открыто. Просто бей левый сбоку. Нет, голову, правый корпус.
So round 8 coming up is scheduled for 10. A lot of fights scheduled for the 10 round distance tonight. A couple for 12 rounds as well. One for 8. There's those two bare-knuckle contests as well for 3 2-minute rounds. So it's a lengthy card this evening, but plenty of quality on it. And if you're just joining us, the plan is that the first 9 fights on this card will be completed by around about 9-ish Russian time, Moscow time, which is 6-ish GMT, and then the top of the card, the 2 heavyweight fights, they are set to start at 9:30 Moscow time, 6:30 GMT. A good start to the 8th here. So we will have that, as I say, kind of hard restart time of 9:30 in Moscow, 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time, which is 7:30 British summertime. I'm not going to go through all the time zones of the world, but I just wanted to let you know that in case you want to know what kind of time you can expect. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV against Kadyrov later on. And Yegorov just digging his toes in here and really looking to let his hands go. He's trying to put a dent in DZUKAEV himself here. I think he knows that he's got the wind in his sails and he's absolutely determined that it's going to stay that way. And maybe he's just feeling when he's in a clinch with his opponent or leaning on him that he's beginning to wilt a bit, beginning to weaken a bit. Fighters have a very finely tuned radar, if you like, when it comes to that kind of thing, and when they do feel it and they feel it's their opportunity to put their foot down and really get something done, then that is exactly what they will do.
Не держать, не держать. Шаг назад, брейк.
A little bit low that right hand. I think the referee was correct there. But it's just the volume, the greater volume again is coming from Egorov here. And it's impressive the way that he's recovered from what happened in the first round, the way that he's managed to come back. Because even in that first round, he was in trouble after about a minute and then looked like he managed to ride it out. And then at the end of the round, he was put down and he just wondered whether he'd have enough time to recover or whether the end could be nigh. And it proved to be the former. He did have enough time to recover. DZUKAEV, though, finished that round strongly. But through 8 rounds, I would say that he's down here, DZUKAEV. There's been some tight rounds in there, but I think since round 2 onwards, from 3 onwards, the majority of those rounds, certainly I would say, have gone the way of Egorov. And he needed them because he was 3 points down after the first 2 rounds. If you give him all 5, 3, 4, 5, you give him all 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, then obviously you've got him ahead. And sometimes with scoring judges at ringside, it's the look of the fight that can play a part. It can make a difference. And Egorov, because he gets on the front foot the way that he does, he looks like the boss. He's the one who's moving forward. DZUKAEV is the one giving ground. Now, being pushed back and voluntarily giving ground are 2 different things, but Egorov is the kind of fighter who looks like he's setting the tempo. He looks like he's forcing things. As I say, he looks like he is the man in there. Picked a good left hand there, DZUKAEV.
Брейк, брейк. Брейк, брейк, головой аккуратно.
Midway through the round, missing with a left. DZUKAEV, Egorov lands with a right. Nice combination there from GORBATKO. Into the final minutes of round 9. He's picked his punches well the last 20-30 seconds. David GORBATKO, who was stepping up in class in a pretty considerable way in this fight against EGOROV. Good right hand there from GORBATKO, and he's just digging in and finding a bit here. And EGOROV forced to back off. Good uppercut there, really good shot from GORBATKO, and maybe this is the passage of the fight that he really needs. Clubbing right hand catches EGOROV high on the head, and EGOROV is in big trouble here. He's in big trouble. The referee breaks him up, and I really don't know why. He's going to let them box on. He's all over the place here, EGOROV. GORBATKO needs to get back in there as quick as he can. I don't really know what the referee was doing there. I didn't see any justification for that, and that might have cost GORBATKO a little bit, because EGOROV is on really unsteady legs here, and this was what GORBATKO needed, and he's just throwing and throwing, looking to see if he can land that big right hand. What a finish to the round there from GORBATKO. Well, this could be very tight going into the final round, and look at the eyes there of EGOROV. As I've been saying throughout, a 10-8 round for GORBATKO in round 1. He won round 2. From 3 onwards, EGOROV, I feel, won the majority of those rounds. Up until this round, he was on a good streak, and then he got caught. I was saying a few rounds ago that GORBATKO needed to re-find that ability to hurt him, and he found it there. He didn't put him down, so it's a 10-9, but he found him there and he hurt him. The referee did him some favours there, EGOROV, I think. I don't know what he was talking to GORBATKO about to get in between the two of them and separate them for a few seconds. I don't see any real reason for him to do that. So a touch of gloves, the 10th and final round. If you got this 5-4 in rounds to EGOROV, then you would have it level because of the knockdown that GORBATKO scored in round 1, and that's a card that could well be one that many people would have watching this. If you got it 6-3, then GORBATKO would be behind 5-4 in his direction, and GORBATKO with the lead. I think it's close. I think it's close. If he gets his final round, GORBATKO, then it could well be enough. And he's got to stay nice and busy in this final round, and he will win it, because EGOROV, I just don't think, has got that much left. He was badly hurt at the end of that round. And GORBATKO will feel that, he will know that, and how much energy has he got left to really go for the finish here? Does he feel that he needs the finish? Absolutely terrific fight. Really good fights kind of flow, they ebb one way then the other. The pendulum swings one way then the other. It swung into GORBATKO's favour heavily at the start of the fight. Then I felt was swung slowly but steadily back towards EGOROV, and now it swung back towards GORBATKO, and a stoppage here because they have to trim the tape off the glove there of EGOROV. GORBATKO just looks to step into that left hand. Into the final minute. And just to mention the scoring again, or the potential scoring. First 2 rounds were GORBATKO, no question. Rounds 9 and 10, GORBATKO, no question for me, unless EGOROV does something massive in the final 30 seconds. If you give EGOROV the other 6, and that's possible it's possible, then he would nick this just by a point. If it's 5-5, you find a round for JANGRAHOST in those mid rounds, 3-8, then he's got it by a point due to the knockdown. Any more than 5 rounds for JANGRAHOST and he's won quite clearly. Big right hand there from JANGRAHOST, and EGOROV again is in trouble as the bell goes at the end of the fight. A touch of gloves between the two, and he was rocking there again at the end, EGOROV. The big moments in that fight all went to JANGRAHOST in round 1, in round 9, in round 10. It was a fantastic fight to watch. A middle section that I felt was dominated by EGOROV, bookended by some very solid, impressive and damaging work from DZUKAEV. Terrific to watch. And at the final balance, DZUKAEV looks in the better condition of the two. And he just found something there when he really needed it, because the momentum was against him. It was against him. He did the damage because he needed a big finish.
Дамы и господа, каким бы ни был судейский вердикт, овации этим двум гладиаторам! Итак, по завершении 10-раундового боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Первый судья 96-94 Егоров. Второй судья 95-94 Дзукаев. И третий судья 95-94. Таким образом, раздельным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений Давид Дзукаев.
So DZUKAEV gets it. I think that might have been a split decision. My Russian lets me down in these occasions, I'm afraid, but I think the way it was announced there by the MC, that may well have been a split decision. And DZUKAEV, as I said, he had the big moments in the fight. He won the first 2 rounds, he won the last 2 rounds, he got a knockdown in round 1. And with that in mind, he needed one more round in there somewhere, and that was enough to win him the fight. Rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, they were dominated by EGOROV. But you look at the overall balance of the fight, and as I say, the big moments went to DZUKAEV, and that's not how boxing is scored. It is 10 individual 3-minute contests, but he's done enough to get the win. And it was terrific to watch. And it's a huge win for him in the context of his career. Undefeated as a pro going in at 11-0, but had been in with limited opposition. That wasn't supposed to happen. He wasn't recruited with this in mind, but IBA matchmaking is good, it's tough. You see plenty of away corner wins. They want fighters who are going to come with ambition, who are going to believe in themselves, and that's absolutely what DZUKAEV did. He got off to a fantastic start. Things started to turn against him in the mid-rounds, and the momentum had shifted in favour of EGOROV, and then he shifted it back again with that big 9th round.
Дамы и господа, в Москве наступила настоящая жара, и это неудивительно, ведь с вами Винлайн, IBA.PRO Москва! И мы продолжаем. Представляем вашему вниманию 12-й раундовый поединок за статус обязательного претендента на титул чемпиона мира WBA в полутяжелом весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 12th round of boxing for the WBA Light Heavyweight Eliminator. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Боксер из Венесуэлы. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ring from Venezuela, Jose UZCATEGUI. Его соперник представляет Россию. His opponent, representing Russia, Sharapudin, ATAEV. Супервайзер WBA Jesper Jensen, Дания, Денмарк. Трое судей у ринга оценивают этот поединок. Three judges at ringside scoring this bout. Gustavo Padilla, Panama. Tamerlan, Таиланд. И Giuseppe Quartarone, Италия. Ваш судья-хронометрист, таймкипер Валерий Фингур, Russia. Россия. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And when the bell rings, your referee in charge from Panama, Guillermo Perez Pineda. Представляю вам боксеров. И первым боксеров в черном углу. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the black corner. Ему 35 лет, рост 188 сантиметров, вес 79,4 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 34 победы, включая 29 побед нокаутом при 5 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 35 years old, standing 188 centimeters tall, weighing at 79.4 kilograms. His professional record 34 victories, including 29 big wins coming by way of knockout and 5 defeats. Дамы и господа, он бывший чемпион мира IBF во втором среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's former IBF Super Middleweight World Champion. fighting out of Tijuana, Mexico, representing Venezuela, here is Jose UZCATEGUI. Его соперник в золотом углу. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 27 лет. Его рост 184 сантиметра, вес 79,4 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 9 побед, включая 5 побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 27 years old. He stands 184 centimeters tall, weighing 79.4 kilograms. His professional record 9 victories, including 5 big wins coming by way of knockout and no defeats. Дамы и господа, он заслуженный мастер спорта, чемпион мира IBA в полутяжелом весе, занимающий 3-ю строчку рейтинга WBA. Ladies and gentlemen, he's light heavyweight IBA world champion and the WBA light heavyweight rank number 3. Двукратный чемпион мира, чемпион Европы и 3-кратный чемпион России. He is 2-time world champion, European champion and 3-time Russian national champion. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте из Серпухова, Россия, не знающий поражений, the undefeated Sharapudin ATAEV.
Good look, good fight. Okay? Box.
Arriba y abajo el jab, pana, Ahí están un poquito más pesados. Fuerza en la salida. Más cabeceo. Abajo, 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 para hacer confianza. Fuerza en la salida, panita. За гвардия.
Да, в ту сторону. За задней рукой следи.
Шарап повнимательнее, заднюю. Магасу я надо.
Сам. Поднимай, подпиши. Он ходит, пишет. Да в корпус сзади жестко бей. Раз-два прям по животу.
Комбинации стоп чуть-чуть делай, чтобы в движении он находился.
Дал промахнуться справа и от контратакуй.
Шарап плотно стоит на ногах, сам не начинает. Его отрабатывает, когда он плотно стоит на ногах. Сам работает, когда он в движении.
Аккуратно, корпус не забывай, корпус не забывай. Не забывай про корпус. Хорошо.
Право видишь, когда вправо идет.
Следи за
Если начинает, когда позиционно он стоит, не лезь к нему, только вызывает.
За задней рукой следи.
Когда повел, можно и сам взорваться. Когда он в ногах. Вот он пошел, есть можно сделать свою работу.
А я говорю, на нога, на ножку, на ножку. Дергай, раздергай. На ножку.
Отлично.
Левый корпус, левый сбоку обведи.
Джеб, пусти джеб, вот. Бам, ударил ушел, передней рукой. Внимательно за задний следи. Корпус не забывай. По корпусу тоже бей.
10 seconds.
Внимательнее, концовка. Следи за задней.
Хорошо. Чуть быстрее бьем.
Ой.
Организаторы турнира Винлайн IBA.PRO 19 благодарят медиахолдинг «Майя» и лично Константина Майора за поддержку и продвижение мероприятия. «Майя» — лидер рекламного рынка России по площади медиафасадов, крупная сеть онлайн-СМИ и возможность для продвижения в премиальных ресторанах, кафе и логистике. Благодаря поддержке медиахолдинга о нашем турнире узнали 3,5 миллиона человек. Спасибо, Майя.
Cuando le tira a la derecha, tira a la izquierda también.
Third round, round 2.
Rápido.
Порхай, на ногах порхай. Следи за задним кругом. В другую сторону его кружи.
Нет, что нам выливается, надо сделать.
Вот, ту сторону иди все время. Вот, хорошо. А той руки подальше. Вот. Спокойно в эту сторону идешь. И здесь. Дал промаху быструю. Скорость. Ты намного быстрее. Вот, ты намного быстрее, чем он. Намного быстрее.
Эй! No te agarres, ¿ok? Bob.
Скорость. Передний, все время передний. Джепом, пока джепом. Нащупывай его. Скорость, Шарап. Скорость. Вот. Внимательнее.
Повнимательнее, подхватывай.
На эту сторону следи, в эту сторону. Вот туда не лезь, Дай промахнуться, работай. Вызывай. Дай промахнуться, работай. Джеб.
Левый надо больше работать. Впереди надо больше работать.
Не в один удар. Он один закрывает, вот здесь.
Хорошо. Вот это нужно. Корпус. Шарап нужен корпус.
Отвлекай голову. Жестко живот. Не давай.
Вот. Передний. Быстро, скорость. Ты быстрее намного быстрее.
Внимательно.
Шел. Включай.
Вот, чуть добавляй, вот. Больше. Левый.
Не оставайся, сразу выходи в переднюю, вытянутую.
Движение, работай, делай движение. Постоянно на движение, комбинация сходу. Попробуй движение сходу, только в 3 удара. Левую сбоку заканчивай.
Заманай.
Хорошо. По корпусу, чуть-чуть корпус нагрузи его. Нагрузи.
Полторы сходу. 30 секунд. Посмотрите, кругом стоит.
Все, хорошо. Левый. Быстрее.
Право дал.
Двойка, быстрая двойка. Ты примеру. Двойка быстрее.
10 seconds.
Задний следи.
10 segundos.
Задней рукой следи. Все видишь.
Кашу дай, потом я дам лед.
Да.
Чуть-чуть добавляй. Как хищник, понял? Главное тут не пропустить и все. Как ураган один. Я думал, ты его понял. Да.
Segunda fuera.
Round 3.
So into the start of the third.
guardia, sacándolo. Ya no me lo suelte, pana. Arriba y abajo, combinando. Ese ya, pana, usted primero.
Right hand lead there from UZCATEGUI. Wasn't much on it, but it did land.
Вот это ушел, лови его. Слышишь, он промахнулся, сразу туда атакуй. Вот, двойка, давай здесь.
Misses with the left hook there at ATAEV, and then UZCATEGUI tries to come back over the top of it with the right hand. Again, these two just looking to try and probe a bit here, see if they can find some gaps. They're pretty much on top of each other, as in punching range all of the time. So looking to carry out a fairly stern up-close examination. No one's really giving the other one any peace, although it's not as though they're throwing bundles and bundles of punches. They're throwing plenty though. Right hand there from UZCATEGUI, I think, just kind of grazed the jaw of ATAEV. Good use of the jab there from ATAEV. Nice uppercut from ATAEV. Just dipped off to the right slightly, found the angle. Lead right uppercut there though from UZCATEGUI. Just caught ATAEV as he was about to throw, I think. And there goes the bell, and it's a decent match this, but neither one of these two has yet made any kind of a dent in the other. It's early stages, of course. This scheduled for 12, this light heavyweight eliminator, number 3 against number 10. Roughly speaking, eliminators can be made between fighters in the top 15, with final eliminators fighters in the top 5. Of course, it doesn't always work out like that, because the sanctioning bodies are literally allowed to make up their own rules. It's their organisation, they can decide what the rules are, but this an eliminator, not a final eliminator. And number 3 against number 10 very much qualifies. You would see people sometimes stretch that to a final eliminator, possibly, even though you've got a number 10 in there. As I say, they are not hard and fast rules. It's being a bit more aggressive at the start of the round here as UZCATEGUI. Led off a couple of times there with a left hand. He's taken a few punches on the way in, and this is interesting. I think the Venezuelan has decided he's going to try and get after ATAEV a bit here and see what happens. He's had 3 rounds of it. He'll have felt some punches, and I think he is thinking to himself that there's nothing too much to worry about here in terms of power. And maybe it's time to step on the younger man and see what he's got. Wear a few to get onto the inside. If that's the way it has to be, then so be it.
Внимательно!
Передний сдваивай, Вадим! 2-3 передний! Контратаки справа, чуть левый бок!
Двойки нужны, Шарап. Быстрее двойки. Грудь.
Удар в грудь! Удар в грудь! Правый чуть левый сбоку!
Скорость, скорость, скорость.
Just trying to get low there as KHALIDOV. And then see if he can maybe throw that uppercut. ATAEV. Gets caught by a right hand there. Body attack there from ATAEV. Not much in this round. Not been much in most of the rounds. Good left hand there from ATAEV. Well, this KHALIDOV took it without any problem at all. Final few seconds of the round. Right from the start, though, does KHALIDOV just looked up it a bit there and wanted to finish strong too when he heard that 10-second clapper. Was to ask a few questions of Sharapudin ATAEV here. He knows what he's here for. He knows that he's been recruited as a name for ATAEV to get on his record. He's aware of that. He's been around the block a number of times. Back in December 2022, for example, he was in with Vladimir Shishkin, who wasn't at too dissimilar a stage of his career to where ATAEV is now, and he lost that fight by unanimous decision over 12. But he won't have come here to settle for a defeat. If his opponent's going to beat him, then he's going to have to really work for it and deserve it. If he sees an opening, if he feels like there's an opportunity to spring the upset, then he will absolutely take it. Again, just adjusting his height there as KHALIDOV does that well. Dips down very low there, slides underneath a couple of left hands. Look at the uppercut there, ATAEV. Got some purchase on it, but I don't think it quite got through.
Выше, еще атака, атака выше, атака выше. Расстреливай, вот, работай, его не жди, его не жди. Сам работай. Вот, хорошо. Работай, работай, продолжай, работай. Удар на удар, барма. Направо не иди. Направо не иди, подготовь. Половина раунда пошла.
Now, look at this KHALIDOV there, just trying to cut off the ring on ATAEV.
Добавляй, на нем, напрягай, напрягай, напрягай его, напрягай. Опять дальше, кидай, кидай удар.
Сам сейчас, не меняй ритм, вот так, передняя кабина 2-3. 2-3.
На нем работай, напрягай, напрягай. Пить, больше ударов. Больше ударов бей. Хорошо, пить, больше ударов бей. Больше ударов бей. Он не хочет.
And ATAEV just trying to measure that right hand. Into the final 30 seconds of round 5. One thing you may well have in mind here, ATAEV, is that he's never done 12 rounds. He's been scheduled for it once, but that fight lasted a couple. His last 2 fights, he's gone the distance of 8 rounds, but he's never done 12. And UZCATEGUI has done it plenty of times. So you definitely want to make sure you keep your powder relatively dry, but I do also feel, and he did towards the second half of that round, like he could be doing a bit more. That's Denis Lebedev down at ringside, former cruiserweight world champion. A regular fixture ringside at IBA events. So into the 6th, as I say, they're scheduled for the full championship distance of 12 rounds, a WBA eliminator in the light heavyweight division. A division that you could argue has got a little bit quiet after those couple of fights between Arthur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol. I was lucky enough to be at both of those, and one was in October, one was in February. So having taken quite a long time for that fight to get made, it happened twice in quick succession. They were 24 of the best rounds I've seen from ringside. The skill level was absolutely off the charts, as was the will and the desire. And they were so evenly matched. We got exactly the same scorecards in both fights. One going to Beterbiev in the first fight, the second time around going to Bivol, and a third fight at that point seemed an absolute certainty, but that's well over a year ago now, and you just begin to wonder whether that's going to happen. The IBA, in fact, were hoping to get that fight on, but Bivol has had injury problems. He fought against Michael Afert fairly recently. He's now been put together with Callum Smith to defend his WBO, but he's got to have more surgery. So it's been slightly frustrating. David Benavidez, of course, has announced himself, but then immediately moved up to cruiserweight, and the word is that he will come back down to light heavyweight, but in reality he'll go where the biggest fights are. And the longer he stays at cruiserweight, the more difficult it will be to get back down. And he looks absolutely incredible against Sergio Ramirez to take those 2 cruiserweight titles. An unbelievable performance. In a fight that most people, myself included, thought was going to be pretty even. A really good fight, not necessarily a distance fight, but 2 well-matched fighters. He absolutely annihilated Ramirez in a way that you do not often see. Good combination there from ATAEV into the final minutes of round 6. When you get those really big fights, you want one of 2 things, don't you? Ideally, you want a ding-dong for the ages, where the pendulum swings one way, then the other, or you want a classic performance for the ages, and that's what we've got from Benavidez. Good combination from UZCATEGUI about 20 seconds ago. ATAEV is coming back with his own work now. This is just beginning to heat up. Good right hand there from UZCATEGUI. Left hand to the body from ATAEV. 10 seconds, and we'll be at the halfway stage. Touch your gloves. From Venezuela, it was UZCATEGUI, but been boxing out of Mexico his professional career.
Segunda fuera. Segunda fuera.
Давай.
So into the 7th. And there's the walkway, the runway to the ring in the back of the shop there. It's a very impressive setup in the VTB Arena in Moscow. A lot of publicity around this fight, particularly when the opponent for GADZHIMAGOMEDOV was Tony Yoka, but it's managed to continue to ride that wave with Yoka withdrawing and being replaced by Peter Kadiru. And of course with Usyk in the run-up to the fight vacating his remaining 3 world heavyweight titles, a bigger spotlight because GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is now the one and only WBA champion. And the WBA have been talking for a long time about reducing to just the one champion per division. They've been talking about it and not doing it, honestly, for far too long. It would be good to see them finally make that step. Boxing can be confusing enough as it is without more than one world champion in each division. Each sanctioning body should have just the one in each division. Good volley of punches there from ATAEV. And UZCATEGUI, gloves down, just taking these and beckons him in. Final minute of round 7. Good left hand again there from ATAEV. He's been nice and accurate in this round. As UZCATEGUI earlier on played the tough guy, just looking to show him that chin almost, show him how strong it is. Good crunching left hand there from ATAEV. Nice tight left hook. Goes down to the body with the left hand, then chops down with the right. Just clicking up a gear here in the 7th ATAEV. Good to see. Well delivered right hand there from UZCATEGUI. That's a rapid combination. Left hand to the body and then 2 up top, and that's the point at which the Venezuelan just ushered him in and just took a few shots really. Managed to slip that one just.
Segunda fuera.
Now can ATAEV just keep that tempo at that slightly higher level that he set it at in the previous round, certainly in the second half of the round? Because one question you always have of a fighter like UZCATEGUI is that he's advancing in years, he's had a lot of fights, he hasn't been super active, he's obviously in shape still. But how much will you really want it if you're able to turn the screw on him? Because one thing older fighters generally do lose is their gears. They don't suddenly become unfit, but just have the ability to really go with someone if they increase the tempo, if they accelerate. That can leave you. You can go at a certain speed all day long. And it can be a very respectable speed, but it's just that burst where someone surges. If they can just sustain that for 2 or 3 rounds, can you stay with it? That's the question. First of all, the ATAEV has got to be capable of supplying that sustained acceleration. If he can, then he can ask that question. Good double jab there from ATAEV. He's got good variety. And he's not having too much joy here, UZCATEGUI, in the last couple of rounds. Difficult really to get the punches off. And this is good from ATAEV. And I think this is proving to be good matchmaking. This is the kind of fight that he needs. What they wouldn't have known would have been how much the opponent would have left, but he's got more than enough, and certainly more than enough pride to really try and give the younger man a contest here.
No la vamos a regalar aquí. Este puto no es mejor que tú, mi cabrón. Pégale abajo, mi pana, no le he estado pegando abajo. El jab arriba, el jab abajo. Ya le cortaste las salidas bien, cabrón. Este puto no es mejor que tú, nomás es un pinche morro que está tirando golpes, cabrón. Pégale abajo. ¿Eh? Ni duro está, cabrón. Entonces, si no está duro, hágale, por favor, cabrón. No me haga a la verga que le pegue un putazo a usted y yo. Vamos, mi cabrón, ¿eh? Vamos, mi cabrón, usted puede. Puede, entra en el ritmo que tú necesitas entrar. Cabrón, aquí estamos contigo. Pégale a tu madre, este vato no te hace nada, nomás está llevando los rounds.
Second out, segunda fuera. Abajo.
And this is new territory for ATAEV. As I mentioned, he's been 8 in his previous 2 fights, but now goes into the 9th round. Looks nice and comfortable. As I mentioned, he boxed at the World Championships in Dubai last December. That's a 3-round format, of course, and he won there. It'd be good to see him leave that format behind, though, to be perfectly honest, because although it's possible to box in both codes concurrently, it has been for quite some time now, it is very difficult to succeed in both. He was hit by a right hand there. I think maybe after the call to stop boxing had come, he's just blinking that left eye. The right hand kind of arced over the top. Or maybe it was a wrist or an elbow or a forearm that caught him. As I was saying, it's very difficult to achieve success in both at the same time. They're just too different. Look at someone like GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. It's only now really that he's leaving that 3-round format alone, and he's been enormously successful in it, of course, but his pro career hasn't really gone anywhere. And that is why, in my estimation, that is why. Good left hand there from ATAEV. Nice hand speed up top. Good right hand on the inside. The referee just having a word with ATAEV about just leaning in and using his head just a little bit there. UZCATEGUI just showing a few signs here of maybe having had enough, or possibly not being too far away from that. The complaint about the eye, and ATAEV now is looking to walk him down and walk through him a bit. I don't think he's worried about what's coming back from his opponent. And he's going to have to dig in here as UZCATEGUI, I think. Walk straight onto a right uppercut there. Good body attack. Just dips those knees a bit, digs the toes in. Just wallops that right and left hand into the midriff. And this is what I wanted to see from ATAEV in the second half, to see if he can just round by round just raise that temperature. He did it again there. Can he keep doing that and really finish with a flourish here? Because I don't know if I'd go quite as far as to say there were distress signals there from UZCATEGUI in that round, but there were certainly signs that he's been made to feel a little bit uncomfortable. And if ATAEV makes it his business to make it increasingly so over the next 9 minutes, then that will start to call into question just how much he really wants to be in there at the age he is. A bit of a shake of the head there from UZCATEGUI. And what's going on there? The referee has come over to have a chat with the corner. That's the scene over in ATAEV's corner. So as UZCATEGUI up off his stool, I don't think all is well in that Venezuelan corner necessarily. But his pride, I think, will dictate that he does everything he can to carry himself through to the final bell here. Good stuff again from ATAEV. Goes down to the body after being up to the head and then back up to the head again. He's just nice and sharp, ATAEV, isn't he? Again there, jab to the head, down to the body, and then a kind of up jab up to the head again. Nice quick hands. He doesn't appear to have incredible punching power, but I think he punches hard enough. Good jab. Shoots it up from the waist. Snaps the head back. Little shuffle there from ATAEV. I think he's enjoying this more and more the longer the fight goes on. Good combination from ATAEV, and then looks to go back down to the body again. UZCATEGUI caught him with the right hand, half caught him. And then in that second flurry, caught him a little bit more cleanly, but I don't think ATAEV is too bothered, to be honest. Trying to work his man over on the ropes. That was a solid right hand that got through. The second one just missed, but not by a lot. Lovely left hand there from ATAEV, and the knees maybe just dipped ever so slightly there from UZCATEGUI. The referee's having a good look at this, and the Russian landing some pretty heavy blows here towards the end of the round. He's finished this round very strongly. UZCATEGUI extremely tough. Eventually the gloves touch down and he goes back to the corner. If I were in the UZCATEGUI corner, I'd be wondering whether he really needs 2 more rounds of this. We saw a good compassionate stoppage earlier in the night. A fighter a mile behind who couldn't possibly win, and that's the situation he's in here. He cannot win this fight. Nothing has happened throughout the course of this fight to suggest that he's going to land something big and turn this around. He's well behind on the cards, and the younger man is getting to him. A younger, very capable man is getting to him. He took some big solid shots towards the end of the round there. The referee was having a pretty close look. He never looked like he was going to go down, but that's not really the point. It's fighters who won't go down who sometimes need saving from themselves. A slap in the corner. He's got 6 more minutes of this, and it's not going to be easy. And I do wonder in these scenarios, at this stage of your life, of your career, what is to be gained by staying in there for another 6 minutes? You proved everything that you could possibly prove already. Minute gone in round 11, and so far everything's gone okay for UZCATEGUI here. I think ATAEV though will ramp it up as the round goes on, and this is proving to be, I think, everything that they wanted it to be for him. He's going to get 12 rounds in here, I would imagine, but in the second half he's looked to push it. He hasn't coasted. He's looked to really squeeze as much out of himself as he can and just lift those levels. So heading up towards the final 30 seconds of the round, is ATAEV going to put his foot on the gas here? Well, there's a good strong looking left hand. Well, did the amount that he put into the end of the 10th mean that he's needing to take it a little bit easier in this 11th? The fight is all but one. Nice combination there.
Партнер турнира, главный Найдите счастливый билет на сайте MANILOLA.ru и в мобильном приложении национального
Viene el último campeón.
Final round. Referee just alerting the fighters to that fact.
Segundo. Segundo. Segunda fuera.
Round 12, the final round.
Come on, come. Okay. Good fight, good fight.
So a touch of gloves between the two, and the 12th and final round coming up. Sharapudin ATAEV, the Russian fighter, in the dark blue and burgundy. Jose UZCATEGUI, former world champion at super middleweight, in the black and gold. And as I said right at the very beginning, the idea here for team ATAEV was that he would be taking some rounds, maybe taking the distance, made to work hard by a very capable, experienced, tough opponent who's been right up there at the top level, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Good right hand there from ATAEV.
Okay.
Good uppercut on the inside there from UZCATEGUI, and then looks to bury that left hand into the body, and did so a couple of times. He knows that the finishing tape is in sight here, and so may well just find a bit of a final wind in this 12th round. Often happens. Doubling up on the jab there, ATAEV, who's shown us a good array of skills. Sharp punching rather than particularly heavy punching. I wonder if that's something that they need to work on a little bit. But he's got the mechanics, that's for sure. Left hand there from ATAEV. But the adjective I would use to describe his punching would be sharp or crisp rather than really heavy, heading into the final minute of this 12th round. It's been a decent watch. And just gets his head in underneath UZCATEGUI's a little bit there, ATAEV. He's shown us a couple of times that he's happy to bend the rules or push the rules. So there goes the final bell. And an acknowledgement of each other from the pair of them. And that was a good 12 rounds. A really good, worthwhile 12 rounds for ATAEV. And that's what it was supposed to be. It was UZCATEGUI, a very experienced fighter who's been right up at the top level. And he was always looking to be competitive. He was always looking to try and get as much done as he could, and I'd say towards the end of the fight there, maybe you could argue that ATAEV had put him into his shell, but it took a long time. It was that very strong finish to the 10th round, after which I questioned whether he really needed to come out for rounds 11 and 12, but maybe ATAEV didn't quite empty the tank there, but I don't think there was loads left after that, and the final 2 rounds for UZCATEGUI actually were relatively straightforward, but he's got 12 rounds under his belt there. He's navigated that 12 round distance, which is always a valuable thing to have done. At no point did he look like he really hurt UZCATEGUI, not even at the end of the 10th. He took some solid blows, and it was maybe just a very slight loosening of the knees, but very slight, if indeed it did happen. And I think on that showing, we will see this man again, and we may well see him again on some IBA.PRO cards because they do tend to bring opponents back if they come with the right attitude, which he certainly did. Number 3 with the WBA. This was an eliminator, so it would put him in position to fight in a final eliminator. I don't think beating the number 10 ranked fighter would necessarily move you up in the rankings, but as I said at the beginning, the sanctioning bodies get to decide what they do, and in that regard nobody could really tell them any different because it is quite simply a case of their game, their rules.
Аплодисменты этим двум боксерам. Итак, по завершении боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Судьи Farahat и Quartarone одинаково оценили этот поединок 119-109. И судья Padilla выставил оценки 118-110. Judges Farahat and Quartarone scored about exactly the same, 119-109, and the judge Padilla scored about 118-110. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу, остается не знающим поражений и стал обязательным претендентом на титул чемпиона мира WBA в полутяжелом весе. Your winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated became the IBA light heavyweight world title contender Sharapudin ATAEV.
So ATAEV gets it. 11 rounds to 1 with 2 of the judges, 10 rounds to 2 with the other judge, and moves a step closer to challenging for a world title.
И фото с командой. Шарапудин, ваша команда ждет вас. Фото с командой. Дорогие друзья, вас приветствует исполнительный директор медиахолдинга «Майер» Анастасия Бислинга.
Добрый вечер. ВТБ Арена, добрый вечер. У меня до сих пор мурашки после этого боя. Спасибо вам большое, дорогие спортсмены, за вашу силу духа и за такую волю к победе. Это был очень красивый бой. Спасибо большое организаторам за то, что вот такое масштабное мероприятие было мирового уровня. Спасибо за доверие к нашему медиа-холдингу. Мы с удовольствием рассказали на уличных экранах об этом событии. Всем красивых побед и Россия вперед!
Анастасия Бисенко. Господа, мы продолжаем. И IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 10-раундовый рейтинговый бой в супертяжелом весе. Супервайзер Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга Сергей Журкин, Дмитрий Болдырев и Алексей Козлов. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге чемпион мира по боксу Андрей Корнявка. Добро пожаловать в ринг! Боец, представляющий Республику Дагестан и село Тамаза-Тюбе. Встречайте, Арслан Яллыев!
A heavyweight attraction coming up, and it sees this man, Arslan YALLYEV, go up against Murad KHALIDOV, and this should be an interesting fight. YALLYEV with a good record, 17 wins and 1 defeat. The 1 defeat coming on points over 10 rounds against Tony Yonka, who of course we expected to see in the main event against Murad Gassiev tonight, but who unfortunately had to pull out. He's won a Russian heavyweight title, the 29-year-old from Moscow, and it's a big opportunity for him. For both of them. KHALIDOV has kind of announced himself over the last year, really, after a lot of bare-knuckle experience but a limited pro career. And this should be very entertaining, I think.
Встречаем его соперника. Он представляет Москву и носит прозвище чемпион. Вот он, Мурад KHALIDOV.
KHALIDOV really announced himself last October with an absolutely sensational win in St. Petersburg against Sergey Kuzmin. It was a fantastic fight, which he won by 7th round stoppage. People have been talking about him, people I know around the IBA have been telling me about him and how he was somebody who could really go on and do something. Well, he certainly did it that night, and then he ran into Jose Larduet, Cuban fighter, very well schooled, experienced amateur, 15-1 at the time. They boxed in Moscow in January. He won that fight by majority decision over 10 rounds.
Представляю вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 29 лет. рост 197 сантиметров, а вес 107,8 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 17 побед, включая 11 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Дамы и господа, он чемпион России, бывший чемпион WBA Intercontinental и бывший чемпион WBC Silver, представляющий село ТАМАЗА-ТЮБе, Республика Дагестан. Приветствуйте, Арслан Яллыев! А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 38 лет, рост 188 сантиметров, а вес 113,3 килограмма. Его прекрасный профессиональный рекорд 12 побед, включая 6 побед нокаутом и ни единого поражения. Дамы и господа, он чемпион IBA Nomad, чемпион Лиги «Наше дело», чемпион Европы IBA, из Москвы, не знающий поражений, Мурад, чемпион KHALIDOV!
Актеры центра ринга. Четко выполняем команду. По спине не бить, ниже пояса не бить. Команда брейк, шаг назад и продолжаем бой. Пожали руки. Желаю удачи.
So, touch of the gloves, Murad KHALIDOV up against Arslan YALLYEV. And the advantage there in age and also height for YALLYEV. Not too much between them in terms of their weight, and this will be a good fight to watch because every single fight that you see KHALIDOV in is a good fight to watch. He will get down to business quick, as he did there. Really trying to turn that right hand over early on there, YALLYEV. I think he knows exactly what's coming his way and is determined to meet fire with fire. And unless you've got pretty outstanding boxing skills, then that's what you're going to have to do with KHALIDOV. You can't just let him crawl all over you. You've got to make him respect you. You've got to hit him hard enough early enough to make him think that, okay, this is not somebody I can just walk in on. Solid right hand there from YALLYEV. He's got the longer levers of the two that come with that height advantage. Good jab there from YALLYEV. Look at the length of that lead left hand. And that's exactly what you need against someone like KHALIDOV. He's not the tallest, he's not the biggest, to be perfectly honest. And you've got to be able to catch him on the way in. If you can just snap that jab, that's exactly what you want. Dips his knee, swoops in, right hand into the body. Good start this from YALLYEV. He's nice and busy, and that's what you have to be, but he's got to keep it this way. Because KHALIDOV has seen all of this before. He'll try and put that pressure on, believing that it'll get to you. But the snap will go off those punches, the jab won't be quite as regular. He'll get onto the inside, and then all of a sudden he is all over you. Smearing right hand there from KHALIDOV.
Стоп.
Плети, заходит, наваливайся сразу. И джеб снова. Давай бить живот.
Closing stages of round one. And this is what we'll see. We'll see KHALIDOV on the front foot stalking. And we'll see YALLYEV using a bit more of the ring, trying to turn around that front foot, trying to use that jab, trying to keep him off, keep him turning, keep him moving. And it's a question really of, is he able to do this for 10 rounds or enough of the 10 rounds to win the fight. It's a pretty simple equation, quite honestly. And that jab is what he needs. That's a real weapon. And he's won that opening round.
Назад не отходи. Ты стоишь, отходишь и ждешь, пропускаешь ненужные джебы. Не хочешь плотным ударом его встретить. Легко ее кинь, она зайдет, он на тебя идет. Понял меня? Этот раунд надо забрать, тот могут туда отдать. На место возвращает, на ближней дистанции, руки на место. Опа, так же быстро, так же быстро.
Уходим, уходим. Бокс.
Just stooping and trying to move him behind the jab there, KHALIDOV. There's that left hand again from YALLYEV. He's got to keep pumping that out. KHALIDOV just looking to back him up into the corner, and that's where he'll try and get him. YALLYEV just came out of the corner and grabbed hold. Just a slight upping of the tempo here from KHALIDOV. Good jab from YALLYEV.
Води, не заряжайся, да, да. Умным будь, умным. Умный боксер. Не теряй стойку, здесь развернул. Живот, живот.
Just trying to swing that right hand in around the back of the guard there, YALLYEV. Good right cross, and then turn southpaw, mixing it up. KHALIDOV will just try and shut all of that out. He is a Route 1 kind of a fighter. That's not to say that he doesn't have some skills, because he absolutely does, but he won't be interested in any of that. He's just zoned in on his job, which is seek and destroy, get close, let his hands go. Good right hand there from YALLYEV. Good biting point on it. Solid left there from YALLYEV. KHALIDOV trying to step into a right again there from mid-range. That's good from YALLYEV. You can see him really turn that right hand over. Feet were set. He's got to be able to keep this up. That's the thing. He hasn't really hurt KHALIDOV, and he's landed some good heavy shots on him. Not necessarily the absolute best he's got to offer, but some good shots, and he's still coming forward. They can have a cumulative effect, of course. Nobody can just take heavy punches all night, or at least very few people, and not for too many fights. It would make for a short career if that's all you're looking to try and do is eat leather and walk forward. But he's done a good job so far, YALLYEV. KHALIDOV had more success in this second than he had in the first. A long right hand there. Lovely uppercut there from YALLYEV, and that's hurt KHALIDOV, and down he goes. That was a fantastic shot from YALLYEV. Great purchase on the uppercut. Dug those toes in, used that long right hand. Beautifully delivered punch. And then followed it up, and down KHALIDOV went. Great start to the fight this from Arslan YALLYEV. And just as I was saying that KHALIDOV had been more in the second round than he was in the first, which was true, he came straight onto a big crunching shot. And he's been able to switch southpaw at times and land. We need to get a look at that uppercut. That's what that round was all about, because he won that first round 10-9, YALLYEV. He's now won that second round 10-8. There's the uppercut. And then followed it up straight away with a right hand, then a left, and down he went. He knows where he is. He wasn't out at any point there, KHALIDOV, but that was just well timed, well delivered, really good boxing.
Все так же, боксируй, умный. Нет, близко, чуть. Да, джебом. Корпус переводи. Не, за руку надо. Не бей так впустую.
Goes down to the body with the right hand, YALLYEV, and he's going after KHALIDOV a little bit here. He doesn't want to just look for these big singles though, just keep boxing the way he's been boxing. Left-handed to the body, and KHALIDOV is just on the run a little bit here as we have a look at the ref cam, and the referee has called the fight over. The fight, that was it, that wasn't the greatest time to go to the referee cam, but he stung him with the right hand, and then I think he stepped in as YALLYEV was about to step on. You can see that he's in a bit of trouble there. Right hand follows in, and the referee just comes in. He's not too demonstrative with it, the referee. He orders the other fighter to the neutral corner, then he looks at him and he waves it over, because at that point that's all you can do. There's no such thing as a standing 8 count, so as soon as he steps in with KHALIDOV still on his feet, the fight is over. What a win that is from YALLYEV. Absolutely sensational stuff. KHALIDOV, such a danger man in recent times, and dropping him at the end of the previous round with the uppercut, and then I don't think he'd recovered at the start of the third. I really don't think he had. He locked on. He could sense it, I think, as well. Really went after him, hit him, stunned him. He didn't go down, but the referee could see what was coming. He stepped in and stopped it. That is a massive win for Arslan YALLYEV. KHALIDOV will be back, I'm sure about that, but that was a fantastic performance, because in the opening round he looked really good. He looked really sharp, YALLYEV. He had that height, he's got that reach, he's got really long arms, and he found his range quick. He found his range really quick. And just as I was saying at the end of the second that he'd hit him with a lot of good shots, but KHALIDOV was still coming, then he hit him with the best one that he threw all night, that uppercut. And he didn't recover. When he came out at the start of the third, he hadn't really recovered. He followed up and he pinned him with a straight right, and he was out on his feet, and the referee could see it. We just switched to ref cam at that point, so you don't get that 360 view of exactly what's happening, but he'd stepped in and essentially stopped the fight. And that is a standout performance of the night so far. From big Arslan YALLYEV from Moscow too, so huge night for him. And it was good refereeing. It was good refereeing, because he was still on his feet, but he would have been a sitting duck there, Murad KHALIDOV. And the next one could have knocked him out cold. And the referee's job, one of the referee's jobs, is to prevent that. You can't prevent knockouts in boxing, and nor should you. It's a massive part of the sport. But some we need to see, some we don't need to see. And we didn't need to see it then, because he had nothing left at all. The referee could see that and stop the fight.
Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Андрей Курнявка остановил бой на 50-й секунде третьего раунда техническим нокаутом. Победу одержал Арслан YALLYEV.
Well, I'll talk you through the highlights of this one, because this was the outstanding performance of the night so far. He got that jab going early, which was crucial. You have to have that against somebody like KHALIDOV, who will look to put that front foot pressure on. Use that height, use that reach, With good variety too, switch southpaw at times. And there's the uppercut. Just as he was beginning to have a bit of success, and he followed it straight up with the right hand and the left, and down he went. And there's that straight right hand, crunching right hand, and he half turns his back there, the gloves drop, he follows it up with a left and then another right, and the referee at that point decides to stop it. And he could just see that the legs had gone, and that's why the referee jumped in. And look at the state he's in there. If he'd allowed that to continue, I think he would have been poleaxed. And as I said, you don't want to see that happen to anybody unnecessarily. But plenty of referees would have let that go on, so I give the referee a lot of credit there.
IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию трехраундовый по 2 минуты поединок на голых кулаках в весовой категории до 73 килограммов. Судьи у ринга Алексей Козлов, Дмитрий Болдырев и Андрей Курнявка. И рефери в ринге Сергей Литвинов. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Боец из Азербайджана по прозвищу Эль-Марио Эльбар Хусейнов.
So this is another 3 2-minute round bare-knuckle bout, and making his way to the ring now, Elmar Husseinov. Five and 1 in the bare-knuckle arena, the man from Azerbaijan.
На голом фарте не проскочишь. Делай историю, если реально хочешь. Простая истина, и я в ней вижу смысл. Атланты независимы.
Встречаем его соперника, который займет золотой угол. Он из России и носит прозвище «Бешеный бык». Вячеслав MESHCHERKIN.
Vyacheslav MESHCHERKIN represents the Storm School, founded by Alexander Shlamenko, holds a record of 9 wins and 5 defeats, so experienced in the bare-knuckle ring.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up.
Представляю вам соперников и первым бойца в черном углу. Ему 24 года, рост 175 сантиметров, вес 72,55 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 5 побед и только 1 поражение. Дамы и господа, он мастер спорта, чемпион мира и призер чемпионатов России по боксу, представляющий Азербайджан, а ныне тренирующийся в Люберцах, Россия. Вот он, Эльмарио Хусейнов. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 29 лет, рост 175 сантиметров, вес 72,7 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 9 побед при 5 поражениях. Дамы и господа, он кандидат в мастера спорта по тайскому боксу и кикбоксингу из Омска, Россия. Приветствуйте, Вячеслав «Бешеный бык» MESHCHERKIN.
So 3 2-minute rounds.
Парни, правила удачного боя. Все знаете, все умеете. Подсказывать вам не буду. Пусть победит сильнейший, все время защищайте себя. По углам, пора начинать.
MESHCHERKIN in the white, Husseinov in the black. It's set at 73 kilos, a catch weight of 73 kilos. And Husseinov in the southpaw stance, MESHCHERKIN in the orthodox. Very good balance, the pair of them. And it's interesting to watch these fights compared to pro boxing because they are lighter on their feet. People don't really want to set those feet. If you can do damage, you can do plenty of damage punching on the move. Your feet don't need to be set to do damage in bare knuckle. And so rather than just freeze those feet for that split second to give yourself the opportunity to really punch hard, fighters often don't really do that because often that means that you can get caught yourself. That's the gamble, that's the roll of the dice in pro boxing, isn't it? You slow everything down to give yourself the best possible chance of landing, accepting that whilst you're trying to do that, you could get landed on. The consequences of getting landed on, even with something half decent in bare knuckle, are big. A solid jab can close an eye in a matter of seconds. No one's really landed anything in this opening round so far. Throws that left hand and then immediately moves onto the shoulder, and it's quite a clever move. Really commit and then make it difficult for your opponent to counter by just getting straight onto the shoulder. Very difficult to judge who's won this opening round. Maybe MESHCHERKIN has been the one who's been trying to be more aggressive than Husseinov. No one's really landed much, as I said. There goes the belt. Well, that left hand just about got through. There wasn't much left on it by the time it landed. That could be enough.
Покажи капу. Второй раунд. Файт!
MESHCHERKIN coming out quick at the start of round two. He's in the white, Husseinov in the black. Big right hand, but again, it didn't quite land. He manages to stay just out of the way of it there, Husseinov. He's looking very aggressive here, MESHCHERKIN. Maybe feels like he might have dropped that opening round. A bit wild from MESHCHERKIN at times. Husseinov is the better schooled of the two, but MESHCHERKIN again half landed a couple of punches there. I don't think anything really got through to the head. A right hand over the top there from Husseinov. Same thing kind of landed. No one's marked up at all, which 3 minutes into a bare knuckle contest is pretty unusual. There's that straight left hand, but there just really isn't much on it there from Husseinov. As I said at the start, there doesn't need to be to do some damage, but he's got to put a bit more on it than that. That straight left has got a good chance of landing because MESHCHERKIN, when he really lets go, tends to throw wide. He doesn't throw straight all that much.
После команды не бьем. Файт.
Look for an uppercut there, MESHCHERKIN. I don't think it got through absolutely clean, but it hit something. Both just swinging right at the end of the round there. And again, another tight round, a round in which MESHCHERKIN was absolutely aggressor, but did he really land much? But then again, you could say the same about UZCATEGUI. Well, that right hand did land, and he took that really, really well. And I think MESHCHERKIN did enough in that second round. I think he probably did enough in the first round, to be honest. There's that short little left. But that was a solid looking right hand that landed on UZCATEGUI, and it didn't do any visible damage, which is quite unusual. So one more round left, 2-minute rounds in Bare-Knuckle.
Третий раунд. Заключительный.
Третий. Файт. Стоп! Опускай. Опускай. Пускай. Файт.
So into the final round. And again, he looks for that big winging overhand right, MESHCHERKIN. He just needs to try and slow everything down a bit, but that is easier said than done. As I said, in Bare-Knuckle, often fighters can tend to fight a bit like big cats on hot tin roofs, because you don't want to be in one place too long. You can't stand in the middle of the ring and trade. It's not that kind of contest. I think almost lands with the heel of the palm now as he tried to throw the uppercut on the inside. I'm not commentated on much Bare-Knuckle. I think this is bout number 4 that I've covered. 2 in Istanbul a year ago, and 2 tonight. But these 2 so far are probably the least visibly damaged of the participants I've seen. You wouldn't actually know that they've been in a fight, which is very, very unusual. It's not something you often see. Into the final 30 seconds. Final few seconds. And they both raise their hands at the end of the fight. UZCATEGUI feels like he's done enough. I think MESHCHERKIN will be confident that he's the one who's done enough. He threw much more than his opponent. It's not about that. It's about what you land, of course. But in a fight where not much landed from either one, which was the case, the fighter who was looking to push the action harder will, I think, get some credit for that from the judges. He seems confident. He did land some decent shots. But I think the same can be said for MESHCHERKIN.
передавай огромное.
This is taking some time, which often means that it's close. And the MC has to be absolutely sure of what he's saying. Then it's Lebedev. Seems to have a contribution to make there. Al Siesta, IBA.PRO promoter in the front row there, just on the right. Not a man you would be rushing to argue with, Denis Lebedev.
По завершении поединка обратимся к судейским запискам. Итак, 29-28 Гусейнов, 30-27 Мещеркин и 29-28 раздельным решением судей. Победу одержал Гусейнов.
So Huseynov gets it. He was confident at the end of the fight to be justified because he has got. But didn't seem to connect with all that much either. But he's got the decision.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию шестираундовый поединок в легчайшем весе. Six round of boxing bantamweight contest. Судьи ринга Сергей Летунов, Алексей Козлов и Дмитрий Болдырев. И рефери в ринге Сергей Журкин. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Боксер из Филиппин. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ring from Philippines, DZUKAEV.
So given that stoppage, they've taken the opportunity here to slide in the swing bout, the float fight, which sees RV Deniega of General Santos City in the Philippines take on Vyacheslav Rogozin, and I'm glad that this has got a good spot, because Rogozin was somebody I very much like the look of at the World Championships last year. Deniega, 12 wins and 3 defeats. The wins have come in the Philippines against quite limited opposition. The defeats on the road, 2 in Japan and 1 in South Africa. But a 12-3 opponent for somebody making their pro debut, and it's over 6 rounds as well, so that tells you something about Rogozin. He's 20 years old, the Russian.
His opponent, representing Russia, Vyacheslav Glory Rakasi.
So here is Rogozin, 20 years old. As I said, he won a gold medal at the IBA World Youths in 2024, then was part of the Russian team in Dubai at the Senior World Championships in December, where he got silver, losing in the final to the very good and very experienced Sakon Bibasinov of Kazakhstan. I thought he was slightly unlucky. It was certainly a very, very close affair, but he had a fantastic tournament.
Ему 26 лет, рост 165 сантиметров, вес 53,9 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 12 побед, включая 8 побед нокаутом при 3 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 26 years old. He stands 165 centimeters tall, weighing at 53.9 kilograms. His professional record, 12 victories, including 8 big wins coming by win knockout, with 3 defeats. Дамы и господа, он чемпион Филиппин в легчайшем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Philippines bantamweight champion, representing General Santos City, Philippines. Here is RV. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 20 лет. Его рост 165 сантиметров, а вес 53,8 килограмма. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 20 years old, standing 165 centimeters tall, weighing 53.8 kilograms. And now his professional record. Но он мастер спорта международного класса, серебряный призер чемпионата мира 2025, чемпион России 2025 года и обладатель Кубка России 2026 года. Ladies and gentlemen, he's World Championship Silver Prize winner, Russian National Champion and Russian Cup owner. Дамы и господа, из Ярославля, Россия, приветствуйте, Вячеслав Дулгори Ракази!
And this could be an interesting journey with Rogozin. Turned over nice and young.
No low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
Up against RV Deniega. Making his debut on IBA.PRO 19. So there goes the bell. Rogozin in the white, Deniega in the black. Scheduled for 6 or fewer. You can hear Shannon Briggs in the background there. He would have seen Rogozin at the World Championships in Dubai in December. He was out there, the cannon. Right hand into the body there from Rogozin.
No holding, no push. No holding, no hold. Stop! Step back, stop. No holding, okay? Box.
And Shannon Briggs, another regular at IBA events. Good combination there from Rogozin.
No hold, stop! Step back. Box. Stop! Box. Box.
The crowd looking to get behind the young man. It's always tricky being a a float fight, as we call it in the UK, swing bout as they call it in other parts of the world, because you have to be gloved up from an early stage. You don't really know when you're going to get on. There was a stoppage earlier in the night in the 8th round. That's not enough time to slide in a float fight. You need someone else to finish early, and then they got the opportunity because that previous fight finished in the 3rd of 10 scheduled. So that's quite a big gap to fill. And then when you add in the other 2 rounds where things haven't gone the distance, then you know that you've got time, because there's an 8-rounder to come after this. We need to be finished by about 7:15, 7:20 for the restart for the top 2 fights for TV for 7:30. These are all the things that have to be taken into account, and the running order will be put together in terms of the timings, assuming that everything goes the distance, which it almost never does, but sometimes it does. I've worked on shows where it has, and the swing fight, when there's been one, there's been no space, and they will come on after the main event when basically the arena has been taken down almost and the lights are coming on. It's difficult because you have to be ready to go at almost any point, but you can be waiting a really long time. Nice snappy opening round there from Rogozin. I remember Lawrence Okoli, for example, making his professional debut, an Olympian, after the main event in Manchester 2017, I think that was, back in 2017. So he's gone from the Olympic Games to knocking someone out in double quick time, actually, whilst they were practically taking the ring down.
Round 2.
Looking to try and go to the body there, Rogozin. Really planted his feet and looked to harpoon that right hand in.
Stop! Step back. No holding, okay? Box.
He was just holding a little bit there, Daniega, on the other side of the referee, but the referee could still see it, and with that free arm, Rogozin was just pounding away to the body anyway. Good hand speed there from Rogozin. Left hand crunches through the guard there. He's been backed up to the ropes here. Throws that left hand, but he's got to try and get off those ropes, Daniega. And he's holding again there. And again, it's on the blind side of the referee, but the referee knows he's doing it. Daniega got through the left hand there as Rogozin was looking to open out, but he's been very aggressive here, the young Russian, which is good to see. He wants to make an impression here. Again, just trying to place that right hand into the body.
информационная новостная платформа, которая
It's good to see Rogozin set this kind of pace.
от громких мировых событий до локальных новостей, трендов и культурных явлений.
Used to the three-round format, of course. Gone straight into a six-rounder here. Good to see top amateurs do that. They're well capable of it. But he did walk onto that left hand there as he came in, opened out to throw his own left.
Round 3.
So into the third. And there's been a lot of attention on the lower weights in recent years due to the likes of, well, if you go back 10 years or so, Chocolatito, Carlos Codres, and Francisco Estrada, who's still going, of course. STARYKH saw Rung Visai, in a way. Bam Rodriguez. There've been a lot of really, really good fights, a lot of really, really good fighters. I've missed out plenty there, but it's seen fighters around those weights get slots on big cards, headline big cards. Look at that fight between Inoue and Junto Nakatani recently. What an occasion that was. Selling out 50,000 plus, a record gate between two Japanese fighters. It was absolutely sensational. A really good fight as well. That 11th round is one that you remember as a boxing fan. And maybe Rodriguez and Inoue are going to meet. That's the word, that in early 2027 that could happen. Rodriguez moving up to bantamweight in his most recent outing. Good combination again there from Rogozin, and the left hand gets through. Daniega caught him with that left in the previous round. Other than that, he's not really been able to do too much to trouble him, but he's not looked like folding under any of these assaults, not yet anyway. There's that left hand from Daniega off the ropes as Rogozin again is set there looking to try and really make a dent if he can. And there he throws it again, Daniega. That's the punch that has been keeping Rogozin honest at times. I wouldn't say it's done any real damage, but he just has to be aware of it, which I'm sure he is. 3 rounds in, he's scheduled for 6.
Не вали, спокойно, сам, передней рукой, легко, жестко, блядь. Понял меня? Не добавляй. Узкой стоишь, блядь, заваливаешься туда, просто чего толкаешься. Отвернулся и толкаешься. Встань плотно, блядь, работай между рук. Понял меня?
There's that left. He's landed it solid a couple of times now.
Уже что делать, переводы, уже. Он держит твою руку, ты, блин, закручиваешь.
Внимательнее.
Филиппин.
4-й раунд. Раунд 4.
Online lang siya. Timing nga. Basta mo tira ka, lawas.
Вот, спокойно. Даблджеб, еще шаг.
Великий. Стрит апер ko ka.
No слепим.
Работаем углу. Sa tiyan ka, focus. Ayaw padala ng hina-hina. Basta ikaw, konti rin kusog na yun. Idoot siya, inuban.
Again, just working away on the ropes there, getting nice and tight, Rogozin. To throw that left hand, Deniaga's got to have enough room for it. Rogozin just kind of pinning him back, getting that head on the shoulder, but does back up because he needs to give himself a little bit more room. Referee just having a quick word about a low blow there. That was the right hand from Deniaga, which I think was actually fine. Just trying to overwhelm his man here, Rogozin. Little step off to the side. It'd be good to see him do a little bit more of that. He's getting on top of him and just trying to, I think, take him out with volume. And Deniaga covers up pretty well. You look at him there, he's not offering you too much. So it's good to see the aggression here from Rogozin. But I just wonder whether he could maybe be slightly cuter about it. Step off to the left. He's got to try and change the angle as much as he can. Closing stages of round 4. But he has taken plenty here, Deniaga. Let's give him credit, he's not shown any sign of tracking, not just yet anyway. And every now and again he'll find a bit of space and fling some leather himself. There goes the bell. 2 to go here, this scheduled for 6. Then we have an 8-rounder between Pavel Sasulin and Eddie Colmenares, which should be a really good watch. And when that concludes, I don't think there'll be that much time actually left to take us up to 7:30, but 7:30 there is a restart time of 7:30 when the top 2 fights will make their way into the ring, starting of course with Soslenkov against Joyce, and then the top of the bill, Gassiev against Kadira. So Soslenkov against Joyce cannot happen any earlier. 7, and the ring walks themselves will probably be minutes after. So everybody, 6:30 UK time, that is 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time, 9:30 time. And again, he likes to take it up close here, Rogozin. Getting right on top of Deniaga. He hasn't managed to find space for that left hand the last couple of rounds. Good right hand there from Rogozin. Again, just tip-tap up top and then looks to really sink that right hand into the body. He's trying to vary up the way to the shot, trying to find a way of getting to Danny Yeager where he's not completely braced for it. It's a tough job though. He's a very capable fighter, Danny Yeager. He covers up nicely. Those gloves are where they used to be. He's catching that right hand to the head on that left glove most of the time. Then again, it's a flurry of hands, and then he looks to try and sneak that right hand in around the back of the guard. Now, for the first time in a while, they get themselves out into the centre of the ring for the last 20 seconds or so. Well, there he is, Pac-Man, Manny Pacquiao. One of the greatest to ever do it, with that comeback against Mario Barrios, which ended in a draw, a fight that a lot of people thought Pacquiao deserved to win. He was with the IBA in Manila at the end of last October. I was lucky enough to be out there, and it is a tremendous boxing heartland, the Philippines. Well, there's Shannon Briggs, former world heavyweight champion.
Заключительный шестой раунд. Round 6, the final round.
So, sixth and final round, Rogozin in the white, Danny Yeager in the black. And Danny Yeager's been a good opponent for a professional debut, 12-3. And taking it over 6 rounds. And Rogozin has worked very, very hard right from the beginning. And Danny Yeager has made him work hard and looked to throw himself when he's had the opportunity. Big, big overhand left there. It's been that shorter, tighter overhand left off the ropes that has landed for him a couple of times. Nice right hand there from Rogozin. He stepped in. I don't think Danny Yeager was really expecting it. So into the final minute. work rate's been good. He's setting the pace, so he's working at his pace, but he's never really just let things drift or let things settle here or gone through the motions. That hasn't happened. You don't expect to see that in a professional debut, but in a fight like this, where he probably got the sense relatively early on that the stoppage was going to be hard to achieve. It would have been the easier way out, just to a box, to pick some nice punches, maybe play to the crowd a bit, but he hasn't done that. Well, there goes the bell. Little touch of the gloves. Look, slightly disappointed there, Origin. He's put a lot into that. I think he dearly would have loved a stoppage on a night like this, but it wasn't forthcoming. Danny Ager, a very competent fighter.
По завершении боя все трое судей одинаково оценили этот поединок 60-54. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, all three judges are in agreement, scoring the same 60-54. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал and your winner by unanimous decision, Vyacheslav Glory Rakosi.
So 6 rounds to 0 there for Vyacheslav Rogojin, and a good performance and a good opponent for him as well. We'll be seeing plenty more of Rogojin over the years to come.
Дамы и господа, все ближе и ближе. Два главных поединка вечера. А сейчас IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 8-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона IBA.PRO Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 8th round of boxing for the IBA.PRO Intercontinental Light Middleweight Championship. Добро пожаловать в ринг. из Venezuela. Welcome to the ring, the challenger from Venezuela по прозвищу Ужасный Эдди El Terrible Colmenares.
Well, it's good to see Eddie Colmenares again on an IBA.PRO card. I saw him in Manila at the end of October and he was absolutely fantastic in against the former standout amateur Umir Marcial, a Filipino fighter. They gave us a magnificent fight over 10 rounds, which he lost by split decision. I thought it was fair enough that Marcial got it just about. He was down twice, Marcial, but he won enough rounds, I thought, to just get over the line. But it was an absolutely brilliant fight. And exactly the kind of fight that should see you rewarded with further work on big nights, and that's exactly what he's got here. So I am genuinely delighted to see the big Venezuelan back in the ring.
Добро пожаловать в ринг, обладатель чемпионского пояса из России. Welcome to the ring, the champion from Russia, Pavel Max Sasuri.
Sassoulin 13-0 as a pro. Won this title last November in Samara, stopping Jorge Fortea in the second round. 2 fights ago in July last year, he had his biggest win. That was against Magomed Kurbanov, 26-1 at the time, off the back of that defeat against Israel Madrimov, and he beat him by split decision over 12. Good amateur. I remember seeing him in the final at the Stranda in 2022, though, where he got a pretty hellacious beating off Alexander Kisniak, but he did stick it out. I would have to give him credit for that. So this is going to be a good fight, I think. 8 rounds or fewer.
Представляем вам судейский корпус. Супервайзер IBA.PRO Maxim Chertykovsov, Молдова. Судьи у ринга оценивают это событие. 3 judges at ringside scoring this championship bout. Сергей Ледунов, Дмитрий Болдырев, Андрей Курнявка. Все Россия. Ваш судья хронолюбитель таймкипер Валерий Фингур. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. When the bell rings, your referee judge Сергей Шуркин, Russia. Представляем вам соперников. И первый претендента на чемпионский пояс в черном углу. Introducing to first fighting out on the black corner, the challenger. Ему 29 лет, рост 181 сантиметр, вес 70 и 55 сотых килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 12 побед, 3 поражения при 1 ничьей. Все 12 побед одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he is 29 years old. He stands 181 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.55 kilograms. His professional record, 12 victories, all wins coming by via knockout, 3 defeats and 1 draw. Дамы и господа, занимающие первую строчку рейтинга боксеров Венесуэлы первого среднего веса. Ladies and gentlemen, Venezuela, light middleweight rank number 1. И чемпион WBC Latino WBC champion, representing El Tigre, Venezuela, here is Eddie El Terrible Colmenares. Его соперник в золотом углу ринга, обладатель чемпионского пояса. And his opponent, fighting out of the gold corner, the champion. Боксеру 29 лет. Его рост 178 сантиметров, а вес 70 и 95 сотых килограмма. Его прекрасный профессиональный рекорд. 13 побед, включая 7 побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 29 years old, standing 178 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.95 kilograms. His perfect professional record, 13 victories, 7 big wins, coming by way of knockout and no losses. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBA Gold, чемпион WBA Азии, чемпион Европы IBA.PRO и действующий чемпион IBA.PRO Intercontinental. В первом среднем весе, ladies and gentlemen, he's WBA Gold champion, WBA Asia champion, IBA.PRO European champion, and the reigning, defending, undefeated IBA.PRO Intercontinental Light Middleweight Champion из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, не знающий поражений, the undefeated Pavel Maxim.
Выходим. Окей, good luck.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So it's scheduled for 8 rounds or fewer for the IBA Intercontinental Super Welterweight title. Pavel Sasulin of Russia up against Eddie Colmenares of Venezuela. Colmenares with a win after that fight against Martial. That was in Caracas in May, a 3rd round stoppage. Sasulin, the home fighter, the man under pressure here, good amateur, undefeated as a pro, 3-0 in IBA.PRO. So he's expected to win this fight. But Colmenares, as we know, is capable of dishing it out, and he can take it too, so this could be an interesting watch. Both of them just going up and down with the jab. Tall, angular kind of fighter, Colmenares. Sasulin, compact, well organised, well set up, very orthodox in the way that he goes about things. I mentioned that Stranger final I saw him in. That was back in February 2022, and it was the first major tournament I think that Kishnyak had been back in after losing in the final in Tokyo the previous summer with that late stoppage, when he had the gold medal orbit around his neck and then found himself in the depths of despair, and it took him a while to recover from it. But at the start of 2022, having skipped the World Seniors in 2021 that happened in Serbia, he came back and he was the same old wrecking machine he's always been. And Sasulin felt it that day, that's for sure, but he stuck it out. Kishnyak, of course, going on to win gold in Paris at 80 kilos. He had to step up to 80 kilos. The middleweight division was removed due to the IOC being unwilling to create new gold medals in their infinite wisdom. So into the final 30 seconds of round one. Sasulin's been nice and busy.
Партнер турнира – главная лотерея страны «Национальная лотерея». Игры, в которых выигрывают миллионы, и это может на сайте mlota.ru и в мобильном приложении Национальной лотереи.
Hay que meter una prueba de sonido para ver qué tal. Ahí pegando los palos abajo y palos arriba. Vamos, campeón, esta es tuya.
Round 2.
Бокс.
Вот, тыкай туда это. Хорошо.
Déjelo llegar a usted cuando llegue y le pega.
Живой, да. Активная защита такая, да, активный прессинг. Под контролем прессинг,
Пятится, да, пятится. Tú primero.
Хитрит с ним, хитрее. Подрезай угол вправо там.
Solito se está entregando ahí.
Здорово, здорово.
Solito está llegando, mire. Él solito está llegando.
Both of these two nice and disciplined so far. Everything they punch is going out nice and quick, coming back nice and quick. There's a bit of body on display there for Colmenares. I wonder whether Sasulin will be tempted to try and go down there. Colmenares tried to bang in a left to the ribcage himself, didn't quite get it through. When Sasulin tucks up, he covers pretty much everything. You see the tip of that glove is around about the temple, those elbows not far up above the hip. So his shell is really pretty effective. A left hand got through there, I think, from Colmenares. Nice straight left hand from the Venezuelan as well. Good jab from Sasulin, just shooting it up. Colmenares just looking to put a bit more heat on that right hand there. And they're in front of each other for the most part. No one's really having to go looking for the other here.
Маневр, да. И рядом опять. Маневр. Вот, да, я рядом. 30 секунд. Теперь наоборот, в скобку заходи.
На лобло, Паша.
Сейчас будет аккомпанирование.
Good right hand there, in around the back of the guard from Colmenares. Good combination from Sasulin. The right hand there, I think, has got through. Colmenares takes it, and then a left hand lands. And that was a tremendous finish to the round there for the Russian. Colmenares had just got through with a neat punch himself, and then Sasulin just stepped to him and showed some really good accuracy. So into the third, they're scheduled for 8. Sasulin finishing that second round very, very strong. And again, just showing nice busy hands at the start of the third round. Colmenares didn't seem rocked by any of the shots he got through, but they certainly registered with him. digging to the body there, Sasulin as well. Komanares delivers the uppercut. That was a good shot from him, and Sasulin just backing up a little bit there. You can tell that got his attention. Komanares looking to let his hands go. Sasulin firing back, and this is warming up into a really good fight. Right hand over the top there from Sasulin. He steps into the left hand. Fantastic last 30 seconds. There's the view of the referee. When he's got that middle distance, Komanares, that's where he wants it. He can dig his toes and use those long levers, but Sasulin is also dangerous there. Right hand and then whipped it into an uppercut. They've landed some pretty heavy artillery, the pair of them, in this round. Sasulin just trying to back Komanares up a little bit there. Komanares happy enough off the ropes, I think. There's that mid-range. That's where Komanares really wants it. He doesn't really use the reach that comes with that height all that much. You don't see him keep it on the outside and snap that jab. This is where he likes that mid to close range. As I said, he can dig those toes in, really look to use that leverage that you get with the long arms. And Sasulin just getting caught in no man's land a little bit there, and Komanares letting his hands go. Sasulin's got to be careful because he could do some damage in that kind of area himself, but that does suit Komanares a bit more. Sasulin can get a bit tighter, cramp his opponent for space a bit more, and he's still able to work. Getting tempted into a swing up with Komanares would be absolutely fantastic for everybody watching. I'm very keen, but I don't know if that's exactly what Sasulin needs to be doing, because the uppercut caught him there. The kind of peak Komanares range.
Round 4.
So into the fourth round, and this is very nicely poised, because Sasulin had that strong finish to round 2, but then Komanares with that uppercut has done some damage of his own, and these two have got 5 rounds left now. Is either one of them going to be a little bit smarter, a little bit cleverer about it than just set their feet and really have an educated trade-up? Because that's what this is. These are two good fighters. They've got plenty of skill, they've got plenty of technique, but Komanares likes to have it. He likes to get you in the middle of the ring, give himself some room, and just let those hands go and back his chin. And Sasulin looks like he's in the mood to oblige him. They'll know how dangerous he is. They'll have known that off the back of the performance against Martial, but they've taken the fight anyway, which personally I think is good to see. He's 29, Sasulin. He wants to make inroads. You just wonder how much credit you actually get for beating somebody like Komanares. If indeed you do manage to do it. Komanares again just trying to tee off to the body there. I'd say through 3 rounds Sasulin was 2-1 up. I'd give him the first, gave him the second, but didn't give him the third. Just looking to really cuff with that right hand there, Kolmanares. That's more the range that suits Sasulin. But if he just backs up a foot to where he is now, then all of a sudden it suits Kolmanares. That's really the kind of real estate we're looking at here. There's Sasulin with a nice 1-2. Into the final minute of round 4, and they've both taken plenty in the first half of this fight. Right hand there from Sasulin. And then lands with a good jab. And he's just beginning to work Kolmanares over a little bit here. Possibly Kolmanares just looks to set his feet and return fire, as is his way. But Sasulin looked like he might be about to get on top of him there. And then it didn't really happen. The Venezuelan is that guy who looks like he might just be able to make an impact. And then he'll find something in return. We saw that in Manila. So this is living up to the billing, this fight. As soon as I saw this card, you looked at it and there's loads of good fighters on it for a start. And this was the matchup. Having seen Kolmanares in the flesh and having seen Sasulin in the flesh, you looked at it and just thought this could be very tasty indeed. And that's how it's turned out. I wouldn't like to say which way this is going to go at a halfway stage.
Вадим, не бравируй. Размен очень узкий, средней дистанции, очень узкий.
Пятый раунд. Round 5.
So into the fifth, into the second half of the fight. Sasulin in the white, Kolmanares in the black. Good combination again there from Sasulin, and then moves on to the shoulder. The pace of this has been intense. Went 12 against Kurbanov, Sasulin. So he's been beyond the 8-round distance, as has Kolmanares. So neither one of them should really have too much of a problem with stamina, you wouldn't have thought. But I know for a fact that Kolmanares has been in this kind of fight before, because I saw him in one back at the end of October. And Sasulin's going to have to dig in here. Good left hand there from Kolmanares. Sasulin coming back with a right hand into the final minute of round 5. Kolmanares in this round, I'd say, has outlanded Sasulin so far. Right hand got through. Right hand round the side there from Sasulin, then tried to land with the uppercut. And these rounds do tend to and fro a bit, because somebody will have a spell and not punch themselves out exactly, but then you can see that they've felt it. But that output has come at a cost, and then when they maybe just step off a little bit, the other fighter will not let them. So there's a nice ebb and flow to it into the final few seconds of round 5.
Останавливаем его. Красавец. Дыши, глубокий вдох. Все, такой раунд. Понимаешь, да? Холодная голова. Продолжаешь работать. Понял, да? Еще один раунд такой нужен. Красава. Ты попал в туловище. Да. Попал, зарабатывай. Попадай еще, попадай, накапливай. Будь энергичным в защите, ноги под собой. Создавай новые ситуации, понимаешь? Да. Не выключайся. Очень повтори раунд в этом прессинге. Давай, повтори.
Шестой раунд, раунд 6.
No push, okay? Паша, no push, okay? Бокс.
Внимательно. Да. Гибкий. Вариативный, да.
Into the 6th. So if this goes to distance, it's got about another 11 minutes to run, the actual fight, and then the announcement at the end, so 15, 20 minutes possibly. And then after that, we will wait until 1/2 just so people are aware. We will wait until 1/2, and then it will be STARYKH against Joyce, and then after that, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV against Kadiru. And that 1/2 is the set start time for those top 2 fights. So if this ends this round, that will still be the case. We will wait until 1/2, just so you know. And the action will conclude about 20 minutes short of kickoff in the World Cup quarter-final between England and Norway. Unless we have an unforeseen delay, of course, and you never know in boxing, do you? And again, just Kolmanares and Sasulin right in front of each other. And it's a case really of who is going to just start the wilt first. If indeed either one of them does over the course of 8 rounds, it may not happen. Both of them are just searching for that tiny bit of weakness, seeing if they can break their opponent, seeing if they can just feel that yield in them at any point. Neither one of them has felt it yet. Sasulin has done some good work there, a couple of uppercuts and goes to the body, but again there was just a sign there, a suggestion that Kolmanares had felt a few of those. And not that he was about to come apart, but that Sasulin might be able to really follow up and get something done, but it was fleeting, because no sooner had I thought it than back he came. And it's the final minute of the round. Sasulin goes up top with the right hand, but then Kolmanares just whips that right glove again into the floating rib, or trying to, and then just bombards Sasulin with a volley of punches. Final 20 seconds of round 6. It's been superb action, this. First round they maybe just had a little bit of a look, although still threw plenty, and from round 2 onwards it has been superb.
Испытайте настоящие эмоции от бокса вместе с титульным партнером турнира Винлайн. Поддержите своих фаворитов в приложении.
Muy bien, güey. aprendí usted, mijo, nomás échele más. Aquí va a ser el que le eche más huevos, cabrón. Échale, cabrón, mijo. Déjeme todo aquí, échalo todo. Mañana. Tú lo lastimas, cabrón. Mañana.
Pasha, no push.
Седьмой раунд. Раунд 7.
Бокс.
So 2 to go.
No holding, Eddie, no holding.
Нельзя, да. Принимай, не принимай.
Again, just letting those hands go, Colmenares. Most of them half blocked there by Sasulin. Left hand there from Sasulin, and that brought a little stagger step there from Colmenares. The crowd were encouraged by it, but maybe it was just the feet got tangled up. A couple of siding right hands there from Sasulin as well. I don't think he felt that Colmenares was really hurt there. If he had have done, I think he would have followed it up with a bit more eagerness than we saw. Maybe just caught him at a slightly awkward angle as he was stooping. He stands square to southpaw almost there, Colmenares. He's one of these fighters who every now and again will throw a right hand, step with it, and kind of end up in that southpaw stance on pretty square on anyway, and just keeps throwing, just lets those hands go. His technique is pretty solid actually, but he's not exactly obsessed with it. What he does works for him, and he can take a shot. Good combination there from Colmenares. Closing stages around 7. Difficult to score a lot of these rounds, it really is. I would say that he was 2-1 up through 3 to Fulham. But rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they've been almost identical, every single one of them. Well, I jumped the gun rather on saying that round 8 would be almost identical, but you'll put money on it.
Не пытайся сейчас форсировать, не пытайся.
La derecha. La cabeza, marico, la cabeza arriba.
So the final round coming up.
Руки у себя, внимательный, внимательный.
Заключительный раунд. Раунд 8. The final round.
And these two just whipping up the crowd, who very much enjoyed this, I'm sure. So Colmenares in the black, Sasulin in the white. Sasulin boxing out of St. Petersburg, Russia, the IBA Intercontinental Champion at super welterweight. That's the belt that's on the line here. Colmenares from Venezuela, looking to take that belt away from him. And it's been a really good fight right from the off.
За ним! Живой! Вверх вниз, да!
Good left hand there from Sasulin. He found good range there, but then just stepped off Colmenares when he could have stepped back on him, just allowed him the room to step out of the corner, Colmenares, and start punching himself. Maybe Sasulin feels like he's far enough ahead here that he just needs not to get knocked out in this final round. I'd say he probably is in front because of the two, I would reckon him to have been the busier. In terms of who's landed what, there's not that much in that. The biggest flashpoint of the fight in terms of who was hurt the most by any single punch or combination of punches, it was Colmenares hurting Sasulin with the uppercut. But they've both shown very solid chins here into the final minute. Someone like Colmenares is just always going to be in good fights. You look at the style he's got, he keeps those hands quite low, he stands up relatively tall, he's pretty loose, he just loves to punch. And as I've been saying, he backs his chin, and he's right to. Final 10 seconds. Well, there goes the bell. A big embrace between the pair of them. That was a really good fight over the 8 rounds. Really good. It was a risk for Sasulin taking this. And as discussed, you wondered whether it's the kind of fight you would get enough credit for winning to be worth the risk. But it was a fan-friendly and really good to watch, and on a big stage as well, getting towards the business end of the night.
Cabeza dura. Sorry, No. La calle fuerte, pues. Okay. This is from Russia. Я взял.
Ты как быстро встряхнулся и, блядь, начал делать все, что надо.
Да, вот такими боями.
Для церемонии вручения добро пожаловать в Рим. Генеральный секретарь и исполнительный директор IBA. Please welcome to the World Ceremony, Secretary General and CEO IBA, Chris Roberts, OPE. И легенда мирового бокса, чемпион WBO в супертяжелом весе Шерон Брикс. Дамы и господа, по завершении титульного боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the title bout, we go to the judges' scorecards. Судьи Летунов и Корнявка одинаково оценили поединок 79-73. Judges Летунов and Корнявка are in agreement scoring the same 79-73. И судья Болдырев 78-74. George Boldyrev scored the bout 78-74. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и, оставаясь не знающим поражений, остается чемпионом IBA.PRO Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Your winner by unanimous decision, still undefeated and still IBA.PRO Intercontinental light middleweight champion Pavel Sassouli.
So Sassouli gets it 7-1 with two of the judges, 6-2 with the other over the 8 rounds. I don't think that gave Colmenares much for his efforts. It's not impossible. They're not impossible as a trio of cards, but I thought Colmenares did an awful lot in that fight and deserved a little bit more than that. Sassouli, I think, did win. He got his nose in front in enough of those rounds, but it was incredibly competitive. Fantastic stuff, really was, right from the start. And I will just leave you with some highlights, after which boxing will recommence at hour with those two top of the bill fights. Artem Soslenkov against Joe Joyce, and of course for the WBA World Heavyweight title, Murad Gassiev against Peter Kadyrov. I beg your pardon, I think you may have just lost me for a few seconds there. That's the top of the bill. Murad Gassiev against Peter Kadyrov. И Marketplace Азов. А сейчас встречайте нашего специального гостя, самый актуальный фрешмен, представитель резидент лейбла GADZHIMAGOMEDOV,
Добрый вечер, Москва! Привет, VTB Arena и всем зрителям IBA.PRO 19 боксинг. Меня зовут Айсгергет, я сегодня специальный гость программы. Прямо сейчас я поздравляю моего земляка, представителя Петербургской школы бокса Павла Сасулина, моего друга с победой. Дайте шума, кто болел за Пашу сегодня, йоу! Всем привет, Паша Мекс, let's go, брат! Я хочу исполнить сегодня рэп-программу и посвящаю все свои треки команде .Team и победе Павла Сасулина. Let's go, Москва! Окей. Шоу-герл в этом клубе просит снять очки. Ночные бабочки на блоке знают, что я псих. Yeah, go hard, quick fuck, маме замолчи. Это команда Сутра Флоу, я их научил. Young rich, young hustle, secret victory. Без крови, ей дай знать, да я видел, как она горит. Это необыкновенный трек о моей любви. Для культуры, для страны обучаю. Я тянусь к одному кладу, но другую. Покупай твое сердце просто ультразвуком, йоу. Я тусую на текло, нормальный. Выходите бесы, мы станцуем джерси. Отойди, я войду, я на воскресе. Пристегнись и смотри, как тебя лезет. Каждый из моих подруг в МГ весь. Turn it on, let me take my luck, я быстро дую цель. Ты присни, лучшей песни этого года по версии МУС-ТВ. Если вдруг кто-то смотрел и голосовал, болел вдруг за меня, дайте знать, если вы в зале есть друзья. Спасибо, хочу, чтобы мы вместе спели эту песню. Я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Плюс, моя дама бьет туз, поднимаю сандраж, но Питер салют, Дэйм, Фром, 797, Рузвельт. Западкожая валюта на диване. Даже если попрошу, не наливай. Уникально, а вкус оригинальный. Ты же тоже слышишь миллионы между нами. Все слишком красиво, мы не сможем быть врагами. Это тоже начал понимать годами. Увлекаюсь исключительно глобальными делами. Все, ты моя скрипка, я Тоня. Я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Моя дама пьет туз, поднимаю сандраж, Питер салют, Дэйм, Фром. Я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Моя дама пьет туз, поднимаю сандраж, Питер салют, Фром. 797. Если отдыхаю, знаю, что мы тратим грязно. Что ты хочешь, скажи коротко и ясно. Рассматривать ее в моем присутствии опасно. Мама, амахасла, бери своих друзей, приезжайте во дворец. Мы же оба понимаем, это точно не конец. Читаем между строк, тебе лучше одеться. Это леди, знает свое место, не нужно торопиться. У нас много времени, ехал 8 миль, чувствую себя как Эминем. С нами за столом ангелы и демоны. В этих шотах стробери и лемоны. Рыжие рубли и розовые евро. Зови подруг, не веди себя как стерва. Это манигонки, ведемся как банки. Все вместе, Москва, let's go! Моя дама пьет туз, поднимает сандраж, Питер салют, Дэйм, Фром. 797 Рус, я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Моя дама пьет туз, поднимает сандраж, Питер салют. Руки Франсуа Картель, все мальчики спорят, кто тот самый авторитет. Я расскажу, как делать бренд, это самый любой зверь, субкарты, самооценок. Очередной милый котенок, кто-то не потел ништяк, ведь девочка ты номер. Справа ангел, он и ты знаешь, мой номер Москва 495 плюс. И уникальный вкус, нас любят, ненавидят, боятся и уважают. Что? 797 Рус, с тобой, а не с ним, я управляю стаей. Давай немного помолчим. Окей, Москва, последний раз все вместе припев, вы знаете, let's go! Я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Плюс, моя дама бьет туз, поднимаю сандраж, Питер салют. Я как будто бы банк, но я не коплю. Моя дама бьет туз, поднимаю сандраж, Питер салют. From 797 Рус. Спасибо IBA.PRO 19 за внимание. Желаю победы дальше нашим соотечественникам. Поздравляю еще раз команду Team и Павла Мекса, Сулина и Илью Попова. Тоже я видел в зале. Поздравляю наших чемпионов молодых. Жду их на международной арене и на Олимпийских играх. Спасибо всем. Это была СГЕРГ.
Друзья, внимание! Наш титульный партнер компания Винлайн сегодня проводит розыгрыш призов. Подходите в зону Винлайн между секторами B106 и B107 и станьте участником розыгрыша призов от IBA.PRO 19 и Винлайн. Также можно проверить силу своего удара на силомере Винлайн и выиграть перчатки с автографами бойцов и другие призы.
Дамы и господа, мы в ожидании включения на Первом канале.
Уважаемые болельщики, сегодня по завершению боя ГАДЗＨIМАГОМЕДОВ мы приглашаем всех любителей бокса в зону Винлайн. Именно на зону Винлайн произойдет подведение итогов интерактива «Силомер», а также объявление результатов розыгрыша главного приза от Винлайн и IBA.PRO 19. Наш масштабный турнир проходит при непосредственной поддержке включающего в себя все необходимое для автомобилей и автовладельцев. Скачивайте приложение MUSAEV и заботьтесь о вашем автомобиле с максимальным комфортом. Партнер турнира – главная лотерея страны «Национальная лотерея». Игры, в которых выигрывают миллионы, и это можете быть вы. Найдите счастливый билет на сайте MANILOLA.ru и в мобильном приложении «Национальная лотерея». Фрибет 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков от титульного партнера турнира Винлайн. Регистрируйтесь и заберите 10 бонусов по 1000 фрибетов в течение 30 дней. Благодарим нашего информационного партнера, многолетнего лидера индустрии, радиостанцию «Авторадио». Авторадио номер 1 в России. Организаторы турнира Винлайн IBA.PRO 19 благодарят медиахолдинг «Майер» и лично Константина Майора за поддержку и продвижение мероприятия. «Майер» – лидер рекламного рынка России по площади медиафасадов, крупная сеть онлайн-СМИ и возможность для продвижения в премиальных ресторанах, кафе и логистике. Благодаря поддержке медиахолдинга о нашем турнире узнали 3,5 миллиона человек. Спасибо, «Майер». Что за зрелище? Это и про бой, и про количество выгоды на маркетплейсе Озон. Миллионы самых разных предложений. От одежды до спортивных товаров. Все по отличным ценам, с удобной доставкой. На Озон выгодно.
господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать на ВТБ Арену, где IBA.PRO при поддержке Умара Кремлева, Международной ассоциации бокса и Федерации бокса России представляют вам грандиозное спортивное событие. 19-й международный турнир Винлайн IBA.PRO Москва с главным событием вечера — боем за титул чемпиона мира WBA в супертяжелом весе Мурад против Питера Кадиру. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to VTB Arena, where IBA.PRO, with support of Umar Krimlov, International Boxing Association and the Russian Boxing Federation, present the grand sporting event. 19th International Boxing Tournament, Windline IBA.PRO Moscow, with the main event, WBA Heavyweight Championship of the World, Murad versus Peter Kadiru. И прямо сейчас мы представляем вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 12-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона WBA Gold International в супертяжелом весе. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Боец из Великобритании. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ring. From Great Britain, Juggernaut Choice!
It's a great fight, a great opportunity to show the people, bringing people together to come together to watch the boxing, from around the world. It's been a great time actually, had an amazing welcome and been to Moscow before, and it's always been a great experience when I'm here. Fighter, boxer, so I have respect for all fighters and boxers. It's going to be explosive, exciting night of boxing. It's a great opportunity to show everyone what I've learned and to get back in the ring and have a great, strong performance. You know, the people of Russia for welcoming me at the airport and the great experience I've had while being here. I care about bringing people together for boxing, to bring people together and watch the spectacle of boxing. So STARYKH, I'll see you in the ring.
So here is Joe Joyce about to make that ring walk. This is the VTB Arena IBA.PRO 19. This is the chief support, Joe Joyce, up against Artem STARYKH. I'm Andy Clark. I'll be with you for these next couple of fights. And Joyce has got pressure on him tonight. This really is, you feel, in the context of his career, a must-win fight, having lost 4 of his last 5. Those 2 against Zhang, against Chisora, against Hrgovic. It was all going so well, but things have been derailed. This is a chance, though, to try and get things back on track. It did look for a while like he might slide into the main event and be fighting for a world title tonight. I can't quite work out how that didn't end up happening. He surely can't have turned it down, but he's still in this chief support. It's still a big opportunity.
His opponent, representing Russia, please welcome Artem STARYKH!
Я Артем STARYKH, я из города Волгограда. Хороший соперник, опытный, призер Олимпийских игр. В принципе, все, что знаю. Самый титулованный боксер из всех, с которыми я боксировал. Каждый бой важен, и этот чуть-чуть поважнее. Победа будет значить то, что я
преодолел еще один этап в своей карьере, в своем пути к своей цели. Спасибо всем, кто смотрит, наблюдает. Мне важна ваша поддержка. Спасибо большое. Джойсу я хочу сказать одно. Будь готов.
Soslenkov unbeaten in his career. Up until this point, 14 fights and 14 wins. He had a long amateur career, some international experience as a pro. Things kind of stepped up from 2024 onwards. Wins against Bilal Lagoon, Christian Hammer. He picked up the IBF European title. Last October, he was in with Agron Smakici. October 2024 that was, and then in April stopped Artur Man. I saw him in Dubai in December against Stanley Wright, a fight he won in the 6th, and Wright wasn't on his level. Quite why Wright's corner let him keep going back out there round after round, I'm not really sure. He eventually got stretched out on his back, which was pretty hideous to see given how completely unnecessary it was, but that's the kind of form that Soslenkov takes into this, and of course the confidence of an unbeaten fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 national anthems for the boxers, and first national anthem of the Great Britain. А сейчас звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Ladies and gentlemen, national anthem of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening. 12th round of boxing for the WBA Gold International Heavyweight Championship. Представляю вам судейский корпус. Your officials. Supervisor WBA Сергей Хорсанов, Россия, Russia. Судьи у ринга оценивают чемпионский поединок. 3 judges at ringside scoring this championship bout. Из Панамы, from Panama, Guillermo Perez Pineda. Из Таиланда, from Thailand, Chalerm Prayatsab. И из Италии, from Italy, Giuseppe Quartarone. Ваш судья, хронометрист Валерий Фингу, Россия, Russia. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And when the bell rings, your referee judge from Panama, Gustavo Padilla. Представляем вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to first, fighting out of the black corner. Ему 40 лет, рост 198 сантиметров, а вес 131,15 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 16 побед, включая 15 побед нокаутом, 4 поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 40 years old, standing 198 centimeters tall, weighing in at 131.15 kilograms. His professional record, 16 victories, including 15 big wins coming by way of knockout, with 4 defeats. Дамы и господа, он серебряный призер Олимпийских игр, бывший временный чемпион мира WBO, бывший чемпион WBC Silver и WBA Gold, чемпион Европы EBU и чемпион игр британского содружества. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Olympic Games Silver Prize winner, former interim WBO Heavyweight World Champion, and interim WBC Silver and WBA Gold Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, he's European Champion, EBU, and Commonwealth Games Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, here is from London, Great Britain, Shark and now, choice! Его соперник в золотом углу, and his opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 30 лет, его рост 186 сантиметров, а вес 107,55 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд совершения. 14 побед, включая 9 побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 30 years old, standing 186 centimeters tall, weighing at 107.55 kilograms. His perfect professional record, 14 victories, including 9 big wins coming by way of knockout and no losses. Дамы и господа, он действующий чемпион Европы IBA в супертяжелом весе, действующий чемпион WBA Continental в супертяжелом весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's current IBF Heavyweight European Champion and current WBA Continental Heavyweight Champion. Приветствуйте из Владикавказа, Россия, не знающий поражений, the undefeated Anton Suslenko!
15 minutes, 15 seconds. Pause.
Испытывай самые сильные эмоции от чемпионата. Благодаря Винлайн и гарантированному фрибету 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков. Испытывай.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, Joy. Okay, gentlemen, don't forget my instruction, okay? Chow to glow, good luck.
Sugar! Sugar! Let's go, champ!
Пока просто, Джеймс, спокойно. Чуть быстрее. Нет, назад, нет, да, на нюк, да.
No low blow, no low blow.
Да. Болтай его. Нет, успокойся, расслабься. Спокойно, вот темпе, бам, бросай джеб. Джеб чаще. Да. О.
Give me a break.
There you go, jab. На себя не тащи его.
Mama, yo.
Артем, джеб. Постоянно передняя. Да.
Good jab.
И живот.
Good body shot. Good jab. Good.
Вблизи корпус. Здесь корпус.
You got an A-draw when you get close. When you close, it's all A-draw. Yeah, when you close, it's all A-draw.
Бросай.
Keep thumping that jab.
Принимай на себя. Качай, 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 качай. Снизь. Да, 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 давай, давай, чаще. Нейтрализуй его правую руку. Чуть быстрее, Артем, чуть быстрее. Чуть качай, не стой, не стой. Руки, 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 я сказал. На нем, назад не отходит. Вот отходит.
Good left eye, good.
Да, да, да.
Step on.
Прижимай его, прижимай его. В сторону. Движение в
Strong
сторону.
arm when you put out there. Always jabbing. There you go. Much better. Oh, Jack Johnson.
Joyce is looking to let go with that left hand.
Дыши, дыши, Артем, дыши.
Good jab.
Здесь право по животу.
Soslenkov just been fairly circumspect so far. Looks to try and dig down to the body with that right into the pit of the stomach. And Joyce trying to keep that work rate high has been his way during the course of his career. So far, as mentioned, things have come off the tracks a little bit. Well, more than a little bit in recent times. Left hand there from Soslenkov. Just shot up from the waist. Did manage to find the target. There's that cutting left hand. But a right hand into the stomach again there from Soslenkov. You look at the two of them physically, and Joyce is the bigger man in there, as he has generally tended to be in the fights that he's had. 6'6". And for this fight, around about 130 kilos.
Благодаря Винлайн и гарантированному фрибету 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков. Испытывай.
And there is the WBA World Heavyweight Champion Murad GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He got that fight against Kubatpulev in December and won it courtesy of a fantastic left hook, and now elevated to full champion after Alexander Usyk relinquishing his titles and Kadiru arriving backstage. He's taken this at short notice. That can work for fighters sometimes.
Round 2.
He won't have had too long to think about it, too long to build up to it. On paper, he is a heavy underdog because he hasn't mixed in the same kind of company as GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, hasn't achieved anything like the same amount as GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, but we will see what we get a little bit later on. Tony Yoka, of course, who was supposed to be in that fight against GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, a great amateur rival of Joe Joyce. They met in the Rio Olympic fight in 2016, a fight that Joyce has always felt that he won, and he has a lot of supporters in that regard, but Yoka got the decision. Got an Olympic silver medal, a World Championship bronze medal, a Commonwealth Games gold medal. It was a long, very successful amateur career. And he's got a new team behind him, Joyce, as well, managed now by Michael Conlon, who you'd have seen in the corner during introductions, and trained by Sugar Hill. Just goes underneath with the right hand there, Joyce. That's a decent shot, all the weight that he can put behind that. And again, just goes up top and then down to the body with the right hand, and they're enjoying that in the corner.
Good control, big man style. Good, yeah, perfect.
No.
He did seem, for a spell, Joyce, and we should have known better, one of these guys who might be not invincible exactly, but who had the kind of chin that just couldn't be cracked until he ran into Zhilei Zhang. Stopped because of the swollen eye in the first fight, the second fight. Was that both fights? He was hit by a tremendous right hook and put down heavy. Soslenkov just trying to throw that right hand slightly over the top as he got a little bit closer there. And you can just see a slight bit of puffiness around the left cheek there of Soslenkov. Comes in with that head down, that guard up, and you can see where Joyce is hitting with that right hand to the body too. A bit of a section of reddening up there. So there goes the bell at the end of round 2.
Испытывай самые сильные эмоции от чемпионата. Благодаря Винлайн и гарантированному фрибету 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков. Испытывай.
Left hand there from Soslenkov. A little bit of a grimace as he threw it. Decent couple of shots with the right hand and the left as well. Joyce is not the hardest to hit, we know that. Soslenkov has got to make sure that he finds the target. He'll be feeling the pressure from Joyce. As I said, this is potentially a different level to the level he's been at previously. In IBA.PRO, he did face Michael Hunter back in 2024 and won that fight on points quite handily. Hunter, who was right up there in the heavyweight stakes for a while, although that's going back a good few years now. I remember being ringside for his fight against Alexey, in which I was convinced he won. He got handed a draw, and at that stage he was a real danger man. Things just didn't progress, as can often be the case. Soslenkov coming out aggressive at the start of round 3. Joyce looking to try and match him. There's that right to the body again from Joyce. And that's a good angle to see the size difference between these two.
You gotta move forward. You gotta scoop right there. You can't stand that.
Plenty of encouragement from the corner for Joyce, just telling him that they're liking what he's doing. Soslenkov just trying to lean in and get a hold of Joyce there and just show him that he won't be pushed around, but then Joyce puts the shoulder in and tries to walk him back a little bit. Soslenkov just climbing into a lead left hook there. When they get wrapped up in this kind of a position, he doesn't want to spend too much time there, Soslenkov, because that can be quite sapping. The bigger man will get a hold of you, bring the weight bearing down on top of your shoulders and take it out of your legs. Soslenkov gets up close here. That's a good combination to the body. Into the final minute of round 3. It's worked well, the ref cam. They've gone to it relatively often, but haven't got too carried away with it. It gives you a really good viewpoint of what the referee sees in there and just how close he is to the action. Final 30 seconds of round 3. Soslenkov again just setting his feet there and looking to really try and generate some power. Good left hand there from Soslenkov, knocked Joyce back to the ropes with a right. And then through the left hook and the right uppercut. Good left hand there from him. Strong finish to the round this from Soslenkov. There's the uppercut and then the left hand gets through as well. So strong stuff in the last 20 seconds or so there from Soslenkov. Could have been enough to take that round for him, I think. When you look at the career of Joyce, it's just so interesting looking at the different ways things have progressed for him and Daniel Dubois. I was at his fight at the Church House in Westminster when Dubois quit on a knee, and Joyce was an underdog that night, and he looked like he had the world at his feet, but it's Dubois who is currently a world champion, as is this man. And if he can retain, then he will be looking for unifications. Kadiru, though, with the chance of a lifetime. So into round 4. Quite a hushed atmosphere at the VTB Arena. You get different atmospheres around ringside in different arenas around the world. Not everywhere is the same, but it is quite subdued. And they do have a horse race. Soslenkov from Volgograd is very much their guy for the home crowd. Soslenkov getting to that kind of range, that's where he wants to be at. Right hand down to the body again there from Joyce, but if Soslenkov can get nice and tight, that's where he finished that previous round strong. Joyce, I think, needs to try and keep that work rate a little bit higher. It's just whether he's still got it in the tank at 40 to be able to fight in the way that he used to a few years ago now. Right hand from Soslenkov, but he tucked up nicely behind the shoulder there, Joyce. Took the weight back.
Here it is, red light. Good jab. Red light, green light, ready for you.
Look for the right hand on the inside there, Soslenkov, and then through the left as well. And Joyce just dipping low at the waist there. Soslenkov again having some success into the final minute of the round. And again there, Soslenkov, they were half blocked by Joyce, the left hook and the right hand, but still he's closing that distance quick when he needs to. And finding the target, reaching the target. There's the trainer, Sugar Hill, who we've seen with Tyson Fury in recent years. Also Lawrence of Curly, Ben Whittaker for a spell. Soslenkov again, he just leaps in, closes that gap nice and quick, throws that left hand, gets straight onto the shoulder, which is always quite a clever plan. It makes it very difficult to counter.
Молодец. Хорошо работаешь. Попал и отпустил, надо добивать. Хороший момент. Вот так он на стороже ждет. Так что внимательно. Корпус на голову. Тебя не принимай. Шаг назад, шаг влево. Шаг назад, шаг вправо. Пусть промахивается. Даже здесь.
So 4 rounds in this scheduled for 12.
Когда ты уже начал атаку, попал один, а второй, то там продолжать надо. Через жесткий сильный. Не вставай.
So heading into the 5th. He had a good round in that 4th round, Soslenkov. Landed that right hand, followed it up with the left. And that will give him some confidence. Everybody needs confidence in a fight than Soslenkov. Undefeated though he may be, will know that Joyce has mixed in better company. You look at him physically and you know that you're giving away size. But again, tight guard there from Soslenkov. And he's managing to back Joyce up a little bit here, or at least make him give ground. A couple of lefts on the inside there from the Russian. And Sugar Hill just telling Joyce he's got to try and take the centre and push forward, and I make him absolutely right. He can't be allowing himself to get backed up by Soslenkov, who again just lands that left a couple of times there. Left hook and then a straight lead left. Just moving in behind the jab there, Soslenkov. Jabs the body there from Joyce, and then goes down to the body with the right hand. And I do feel that's a good shot to try and keep on landing. It'll take the steam out of his opponent, possibly in the later stages. Good right hand lead there from Soslenkov. Right hand over the top. Heads almost come together on the inside there. The crowd just beginning to find their voice a bit here. I think they're realising they need to get behind their man, because this is going to be a tough fight heading into the second half. No one's really managed to put too much of a dent in the other one yet. And the signs are that this is going to go deep. Right hand there from Soslenkov. Joyce was just taking the weight back, but again it's come over the top of that jab. Collides quite high on the forehead.
Прибавлять надо. Нет, назад нет. Да, да, да. О, о. Да, да, да. Пусть так, пусть так, пусть так.
Looking for that right hand to the body again. In the corner are very encouraging of that every time he throws it. So 5 down, 7 to go in this chief support. The main event, of course, Murad GADZHIMAGOMEDOV up against Peter Kadiru for that WBA World Heavyweight title that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV won in explosive fashion against Pulev in Dubai last December. I was there at ringside and it was a superb knockout. Pulev was boxing pretty well up until that point. Very good fundamentals of Bulgarian, but then he just slid in that bit closer, tight left hook, and it was perfect. And Pulev went down. His eyes were still open and you could see that he was willing his body to respond, but it just wouldn't happen. And it was so important in the end that they got that fight for him, the IBA, because he's now been elevated to full WBA champion. Well, Russian former fighters sitting around ringside. I've seen a few already. Denis Lebedev, Rakhim Chakayev, Egorov, I'm pretty sure I've seen floating around. They're always invited, very often invited.
Yes, throw it twice. I don't care. Get mad.
Sugar Hill just trying to get greater effort out of Joyce, I think, here, really. Just trying to get him to up the tempo, that work rate, that kind of metronomic work rate he used to have earlier in his career is exactly what he needs here to try and impose that physicality that he's got. But at 40 years old, I just don't know whether he can really do that anymore. Soslenkov will be feeling these more than it may appear, because when you're receiving anything from somebody who's the best part of 20 stone, then it's going to have an effect. But when he commits to Selenkov, he's able to back Joyce up. It's a fairly attritional battle. Right hand into the body again there from Joyce. And the biggest punch of the fight so far was that right hand from Selenkov. Again, just dips off to his left-hand side there, Selenkov, and throws that right hand pretty much straight down the middle into the pit of the stomach. Final 30 seconds of round 6. Been a bit messy this round. Not that easy to pick a winner. But halfway, you wouldn't say there's an awful lot in it. Good use of the jab there from Selenkov.
Испытайте настоящие эмоции от бокса вместе с титульным партнером турнира Винлайн. Поддерживайте своих фаворитов в приложении.
Давай, ну, в себя поверить. Да, замечательно.
Левая сбоку, уклон, левая сбоку, уклон, левая, потом право удар. Не надо.
And that was the jab towards the end of the round there from Selenkov. So at the midway stage here, WBA gold on the line. So into the second half of the fight. Some of these rounds haven't been all that easy to score. I don't think there's a great deal splitting these two through 6 rounds. Joyce, I thought, started the better of the two in the first 3 rounds, 4, 5 and 6. Selenkov, I think, gained a bit of confidence and some more conviction in his methods that went with that. Looking for the left hook there, Selenkov didn't quite land it. Joyce just kind of clubbing away with that left hand on the inside. Straight right hand there from Selenkov. Sugar Hill's asking Joyce for right hooks. I think whether it's down to the body, whether it's to the head, I think he feels that there's a bit of an openness on that side from Selenkov. Right hand from Selenkov off the back of tripling up on that jab. It doesn't appear at the moment that either one of these two really is capable of getting a hold of this fight. They're both just, as I say, grinding on each other really. It's been attritional. They're looking for that weakness that they can try and exploit, but neither one of them is really exhibiting it. You wonder what would happen if either one of them was able just to really pick up the pace a bit here. Is it too early, do they feel, to really try and do that still 5 rounds out? But this is the stage of the fight at which somebody needs to be quite bold here and try and make a move.
Giving him the fight. Every time you up on the round, you let him get the end of the round. You gotta pull through your last rounds, man. Every fucking 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes gotta be yours. You taking the break, it ain't no break, it's all forward and punch to the body.
Good right hand there from Soslenkov. Interesting stuff in the corner of Joyce. I don't know if you could quite pick that up, but what Sugar Hill is telling Joe Joyce is that he's throwing the fight away, that he's taking too many breaks, and he's handing the fight to Soslenkov. He needs to go out and make the remaining fight. I don't think there's almost all that much in it myself, but I can understand why the trainer's saying that he needs to go out there and try and just grab this, really get a hold of this, work harder and put it on his opponent. You know, he's away from home and it's very difficult to win away anywhere in the world of boxing a lot of the time. If it goes to the cards, Joyce just looking to try and get on top of Soslenkov there, let those hands go, a bit more like days of old when they were just in perpetual motion. Looking for that big overhand right there, Soslenkov. There's that right hand underneath again. And it's yet to really pay dividends, but it could still do. 4 rounds remaining after this. A long time left in the fight. Looking to try and shoot the jab there, Soslenkov. A little bit of a laboured, weary look about him in round 8. Sugar Hill sent Joyce back out from the corner with a flea in his ear, really wanted him to up the work rate. I feel like he has done that to an extent. But I think the reaction he's getting from Soslenkov should give him some encouragement, because Soslenkov, who thought had a good spell kind of around 4, 5, 6, 7, but I think he had a good spell during that period. 8. It's been Joyce who has really been making the running.
себя жалеть, понятно? Полностью сделать все, чтобы потом вопросов не было. Ясно? Переста давай. Все получается, все просто надо активничать. И разовые. Раз, два, три, не нужны тебе там какие-то серии. Просто попадание, но вопрос.
Давай, на кем-то сюда. Давай, давай, давай. Видишь, уклон левой сбоку, уклон левой сбоку. Потом где-то из правого за.
9 раунд.
Well, there's Denis Lebedev, former world champion, a regular at IBA events. So into round 9. And I feel that Joyce just gathered a little bit of momentum in that previous round. But there's still a long way left in this fight, still a third of it to go. Going to the body there, STARYKH. Good left hand followed by right there from Joyce as STARYKH just wandered in a little bit behind the left hand. He got caught. STARYKH fires that left himself, but Joyce goes down to the body. Just looking to try and pitch that right hand in over the top there, STARYKH. Into the final minute of round 9. Good single right there from the Russian, and then just moves straight onto the shoulder, and they're both looking a little bit weary. They've got to dig deep in these final 3 rounds after this one. It could just come down to that really, who can force it out of themselves to work that bit harder. Right hand there from STARYKH, and then followed by left. Joyce just bearing down on the top of those shoulders. That's a good clubbing left from Joyce.
Держи, потому что он левой сбоку тоже бьет.
Прорываешься, слишком сближаешься, свою дистанцию чувствуешь.
Look at the ice packs there being applied to the features of STARYKH, and there is Derek Chisora with Manny Pacquiao. There's Lebedev. Shannon Briggs is here as well, as I mentioned. I wonder how they got it through 9 rounds. I don't think there's very much in it at all. I probably have Joyce just with his nose in front. I think he's had a good couple of rounds, the last 2. I think he started the brighter. And all you can do is fight the fight. The trainer, I think, in the corner is aware that they're away from home, and that could see you up against it. It's not always the case. But it's quite a good way of getting a response out of a fighter to remind them of that at times. So I feel like it is still there for Soslenkov if he can finish well. And I've no idea how the three judges at ringside are seeing it. And Soslenkov just getting walked back towards the ropes there, and I think as the fight grinds on, and it has been a grind, he's finding the size of Joyce quite difficult to deal with, because although the pace has never been that high from Joyce, not what we've seen from him earlier in his career, it has been fairly consistent. Turned southpaw very briefly there, Joyce. Soslenkov just trying to reach with a long left hand off the back of a right. I don't think it quite got there. And again, the crowd have been quiet all the way through this fight. If you're Soslenkov, you need them really to just get behind you and try and give you something, particularly in these closing stages. It's always interesting when you go to different parts of the world for boxing to see how people treat it. In the UK, it's like a football match. It's that kind of crowd, it's that kind of vibe. Elsewhere, it's like the crowd are waiting to be entertained rather than just really getting behind the fighter from the very, very start. But I say he needs them in this final couple of rounds here, Soslenkov. That's a good body attack from him there. It's an impressive arena, the VTB Arena.
You got round 11 and round 12, Joe. Smooth water.
See Michael Conlon just on the apron there, just peering up a former Olympian, former Olympic medalist himself actually in London 2012, and then the firestorm in Rio 2016.
You had to stop him in 2 rounds, but you got to go to work. This is it. You ain't got but 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds, all over. That's it. You got to work 2 rounds, Joe. Let's go. Get up. Get up.
And he's been telling him that since round 7, since before the beginning of round 8, Sugar Hill, that he's got to take these final rounds, and still telling him the same thing. I think if he takes these final 2 rounds, I would have given him that previous one. I think he would have his nose far enough in front. He would have clear enough water there. But as I say, it depends on what the scoring judges at ringside are seeing. It's been quite a scrappy fight. No one's really hurt the other. That right hand from Soslenkov early on was the one which drew a bit of a reaction from Joyce, but no one's got to the other one, not yet anyway. And it's just been a question of working out who has landed the more effective punches during these rounds. And quite often, most of the time, it's been a fairly kind of messy, mauling affair. A few punches thrown and then they'll collapse into each other, much as they did there. And no one's really giving too much reaction. Soslenkov just trying to get on the front foot here in round 11, which I think he does need to do, because the previous few rounds, of the 2 of them, it's Joyce who's looked that bit fresher. And Soslenkov, who at times just began to look slightly beleaguered, and the look of it, the kind of vibe of it, if you like, in a close fight with judges, it can matter who looks like they're the boss in there, or more of the boss, it can matter. Good combination there from Suslenkov, that was good stuff. 3 punches in a row there landed, all pretty much bang on the target. And that's good again from Suslenkov, set his feet and let his hands go well. And Joyce just looking to try and back up a little bit here. He's just waving his right hand. I don't know what's happening. The referee, I think, is going to step in and stop the fight, as he may be. We're on ref cam and it's not the best time for it. I think he has stepped in and stopped it. What a strange conclusion to the fight, because he landed a good few combinations, said Suslenkov. Joyce backed off. He waved his right hand. It was difficult to know whether that was a sign of surrender or whether it was him saying, no, 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 you didn't hurt me. And then the referee kind of got in there to inquire as to what exactly was going on. And then it became apparent that Joyce didn't want to continue. We went to the ref cam, to be honest with you, at the wrong time as he waved the glove there, Joyce. It was fairly ambiguous, but then when he doesn't defend himself, as Suslenkov comes forward, it becomes obvious that he doesn't want to continue. And the referee really there has got to get in quicker and split the two fighters, because a couple of punches came in there that could have done damage. When you're making that intervention, you've got to be decisive, get between the fighters and split them apart. But the upshot of it all is that Joe Joyce has called time on proceedings there. He was still on his feet and he chose not to continue. I'm not going to use the Q word. I think it's bandied around too much, but he chose not to continue. He made the decision. He was on his feet and he looked physically capable of continuing, and he chose not to do so. The reasons for that, maybe he will be able to enlighten us in due course. Whether there's some specific individual injury, I'm not really sure. But I wonder how you come back from that, to be perfectly honest. That manner of defeat, that manner of, well, let's just say it's surrender. I'm not quite sure how you do come back from that. I don't know whether he's got the desire for this any longer. And if he hasn't, then he hasn't. It happens to almost everybody in the end. And that's a huge win for Suslenkov. An absolutely massive win. Derek Chisora just speaking to Joyce. It could be that he just hasn't got it in him to really do this anymore. This most demanding, this most painful, this most cruel at times of sports. And if that's it, then that's it. It is no place for you if you're not completely committed, and only those who have been in there will really know how much that takes. But huge win for Suslenkov. Props to the winner always. And he managed to force Joyce into a situation whereby he didn't want to continue. And earlier in his career, that would have seemed absolutely unthinkable that anybody could do that to him. And it did seem to kind of come from nowhere. He got hit with a decent combination. But in terms of the scoring, I think through 10 rounds, 5-5. I might have had 6-4 Joyce, depending on how I scored that 10th. I had him 5-4 up through 9. There were some difficult ones to score in there. I would absolutely concede that. But in the end, it is all academic. And there are the family celebrations.
Coming to the center of the ring. Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Густаво Падиджа объявил остановку боя через 2 минуты 11-го раунда. Ladies and gentlemen, your referee judge Gustavo Padilla calls stop this contest at 2 minutes even of round number 11. Техническим нокаутом одержал победу и, оставаясь не знающим поражений, стал чемпионом WBA Gold International в супертяжелом весе. Your winner by technical knockout, still undefeated, and new WBA Gold International Regional Heavyweight Champion,
So Suslenkov with the win. You could see how scarred and scuffed those features were come the end of the fight, but he did what he needed to do. He hung in there, and in the end it was too much for Joe Joyce, who shakes hands with the two children there. Ever the sportsman, Joyce. He's given a hell of a lot to boxing, and if that is the last time we see him, then he should hold his head up high, because he's achieved so much. But Suslenkov is still looking up that mountain. Wonder what level he might get to. He's 15-0 now. The best, most eye-catching punches in the fight did come from Suslenkov. Combinations, the volleys that you remember came from him. But as I described it, it was a grind, it was a war of attrition. And as we got towards the final few rounds, it was very much in the balance, I felt. But in the end, it was a kind of no mass from Joe Joyce.
Испытайте настоящие эмоции от бокса вместе с титульным партнером турнира Винлайн. Поддерживайте своих фаворитов в приложении.
Дамы и господа, впереди нас ждет главное событие вечера, то, ради чего мы здесь все собрались. А сейчас ваше внимание на экран.
champion. So I said yes on these short notice terms. I mean, it's a big dream coming true. Fight for the world championship. When I win this fight, I'm world champion. So I achieved a goal for my career. I like the role of an underdog because a lot of people will underestimate me. They think I'm not good enough, but I will show them that I'm a very good boxer. Murad, he got very big power. He's a strong puncher. He's a good boxer. And I really respect that. I think to be the world champion, you have to have the mindset to be really hungry to win, and also have a world champion mindset. Like, you have to think like a world champion. What the fans can expect, a very good fight for me. It will be a fireworks of boxing, and a lot of people will be shocked. On July 11th, I come to Moscow to become heavyweight champion of the world.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, наступил момент, который вы все так долго ждали. IBA.PRO при поддержке Умара Кремлева, Международной ассоциации бокса и Федерации бокса России с гордостью представляют вам главное событие вечера. 12-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона мира WBA в супертяжелом весе. Добро пожаловать в ринг претендент на чемпионский пояс из Германии. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring the challenger from Germany, Peter GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
So making his way to the ring here, Peter GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, who's coming and taking this fight at short notice. An enormous opportunity for him to land that WBA World Heavyweight title. You won't have had too much time to think about this, and sometimes that can be a very good thing.
Добро пожаловать в ринг, обладатель чемпионского пояса из России. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring the champion from Russia, Murad Irfan Kasiev.
11 июля я выйду в ринг, чтобы победить. До боя осталось не так много времени, уже буквально вот он пройдет. Всегда это ожидание, такое легкое волнение, много было работы проделано. Для меня это обычный день, выхожу и делаю все возможное для победы. Соперник стилистический, хорошая школа, длинные руки, но в любом случае бой покажет. Никакой недооценки ни в коем случае к нему нету, потому что это профессиональный бокс, супер тяжелый вес и нужно быть начеку. Готовлю свое тело, свой разум на очень тяжелый бой, 12-раундовый. Ставлю себя всегда на место зрителя, стараюсь делать все, чтобы они не пожалели. Питер, спасибо большое за этот бой. Я желаю тебе удачи. Пусть победит сильнейший.
До конца своих дней благодарен судьбе за то, что как птица свободный. Я рожден на святой осетинской земле. Аланов, потомок я гордый.
So here comes Murad Gassiev, the now sole WBA World Heavyweight Champion. A huge night in Moscow. He's had one of those before, of course, in the final of the World Boxing Super Series against Alexander Usyk. It didn't go his way that night. He was a unified champion at cruiser, an absolutely outstanding fighter, but he couldn't do anything with the Ukrainian on that occasion, and many have found the same thing at heavyweight, but he's relinquished those titles, which is why Gassiev is the one and only WBA champion and is very much now in the mix, amongst the fray. If he can win this fight, then a unification could be next. But he has to take care of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He hasn't in his career operated at the same kind of level as Gassiev. He's got one defeat on his record. That was a while ago now, though.
И первым гимн Федеративной Республики Германии. Ladies and gentlemen, to national anthem for the boxers. And first, national anthem of Federal Republic of Germany. А сейчас звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. IBA.PRO, with support of Umar Kremlov, International Boxing Association and Russian Boxing Federation, proud to present the main event of the evening. 12th round of boxing for the WBA Heavyweight Championship of the world! Бой санкционирован, sanctioned by Всемирной боксерской ассоциации WBA, президент Хильберто Мендоза младший, и Федерации бокса России and Russian Boxing Federation, генеральный секретарь, Secretary General Александр Беспутин, Supervisor WBA из Дании, from Denmark, Jesper Jensen. Судьи у ринга оценивают главное событие. 3 judges at ringside scoring this main event. Guillermo Perez Pineda, Panama. Chalerm Prayatsa, Thailand. And Giuseppe Quartarone, Italy. Ваш судья хронометрисио, timekeeper, Валерий Фингурт, Russia. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And while the bell rings, your referee in charge from Panama, Gustavo Paticha. Итак, дамы и господа на трибунах, миллионы фанатов бокса во всем мире в прямом эфире с ВТБ Арены на Первом канале. Главный бой вечера. Бой за титул чемпиона мира WBA Super Tishana Desi. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and the millions boxing fans around the world, live from VTB Arena on Channel 1, the main bout heavyweight WBA championship of the world. Представляем вам соперников и первым претендентом в черном углу ринга. Introducing to first fighting out of the back corner, the challenger. Ему 29 лет, рост 190 сантиметров, вес 116,7 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 23 победы, включая 13 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 29 years old, standing 190 centimeters tall, weighing 116.7 kilograms. His professional record, 23 victories, including 13 big wins coming by way of knockout, and only one defeat. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBA Continental в супертяжелом весе, чемпион IBF Intercontinental в этой весовой категории, серебряный призер чемпионата мира и трехкратный чемпион Европы. Ladies and gentlemen, he's WBA Continental Champion, IBF Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion, World Championship Silver Prize winner, and three-time European Champion. Representing Hamburg, Germany, here is Peter GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. А вон его соперник в золотом углу ринга, обладатель чемпионского пояса. And his opponent, across the ring, fighting out of the cold corner, the champion. Ему 32 года. Рост 189 сантиметров, вес 104,25 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 33 победы, включая 26 побед нокаутом и только 2 поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 32 years old, standing 189 centimeters tall, weighing at 104.25 kilos. His professional record, 33 victories, including 26 big wins coming by way of knockout and only 2 defeats. Дамы и господа, он бывший чемпион мира WBA и IBF в первом тяжелом весе и действующий чемпион мира WBA в супертяжелой весовой категории. Ladies and gentlemen, he's former WBA and IBF Cruiserweight World Champion and the reigning, defending, undisputed WBA Heavyweight Champion of the World, из Владикавказа, Россия. Приветствуйте, Murad и
Испытывай самые сильные эмоции от чемпионата благодаря Винлайн и гарантированному фрибету 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков. Испытывай.
Murad. Peter. Okay, gentlemen, don't forget my instruction, okay? Check the glove. Good luck.
So there's a tale of the tape between these two. 29 years old Kadyrov, who was a good amateur, European Youth Champion, European Under-22 Champion turned pro, fairly young with SES, called Steinforth. And as I say, that one defeat a while ago now, he got stopped very, very quickly by Marcos Almeida. Dropped with a left uppercut and didn't recover. And the referee stopped it not long after that. Or rather, didn't quite manage to get in and stop it before he got put down heavy again. So there'll be some nerves here from Kadyrov. I think that would only be natural. GORBATKO, of course, with that huge win against Pulev. And there was so much riding on that fight for him because the defeat to Otto Wallin back in summer 2023 looked damaging at the time. Wallin, of course, went on to get a fight with Anthony Joshua early on in the Saudi enterprise, a couple of days before Christmas later that year, and it was Difficult to see exactly where GADZHIMAGOMEDOV could go from there, quite honestly. But he got his chance and he took it.
Gerade in der Mitte wieder. Ja. Gerade in der Mitte. Ja.
Just trying to busy up those hands, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Kadiru keeping that guard tight. It was a left hook that did for Pulev. He was boxing well up until that point with the fight in Dubai. Then he just slid his feet a little bit closer. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV crunched him with a left hook. It made perfect contact, and Pulev went down, and try as he might to get his body respond and get back up, he just couldn't do it. Little uppercut there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Right hand from Kadiru, got through.
Lass schön zu. Gut, prima. Aufpassen, das sind 10. Cool, ne?
So the first round in the books. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV dictating terms for the most part. Kadiru just getting into things with that uppercut late on.
Самые сильные эмоции от чемпионата. Благодаря Винлайн и гарантированному фрибету 10 тысяч для всех новых игроков. Испытывай.
Mit hinterher, weißt du, dass er noch was zu tun hat, weißt du? Ne? Ja? Ganz gut. Schön geschlossen bleiben, immer wieder danach Sicherheit. Block die Dinger weg, okay? Gut. Gut so. Stabile Deckung ist wichtig, ne? Noch nicht.
Okay, erstmal zum Schluss, ja?
Ja.
Okay.
Tiefluft. Immer. Genauso schnell sein.
Third round, round 2.
GADZHIMAGOMEDOV again just tapping with that lead hand. Kadiru, who's got the height and the reach that goes with it, just moves himself off the ropes. It'd be good to see him use it. His most recent outing, Kadiru, against Senad Gashi in May in Mannheim, who he beat over 10 rounds.
Genau. Jawohl.
Looking for the body there, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He just trapped on the ropes, covering up fairly effectively. Then looking for that longish uppercut that he landed in round 1. That left to the body is something that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has looked for from the beginning pretty much. I think it feels like there's room round the back of the elbow. Just trying to put the pressure on Kadiru here. He did look nervous in the announcements. Nothing wrong with that. But you don't want too many nerves. And you don't want to take too long to get into the fight either. He dropped that opening round and he's losing this second round as well so far. As we know, he's taken it on short notice. But you look down history and that's worked for people at times. This particular bout actually, the WBA, one that springs to mind is James Bone Crusher Smith took it at I think 8 days notice against Tim Witherspoon and won in the first round. It's a while ago now, but when you're in Kadiru's kind of position, those are the things you look at and you take strength from, because it does happen. You can see I'm looking to try and get on top of him and throw that right hand over the top, and he's put those first 2 rounds in his pocket, Murad Gassiev, without having to do an awful lot. Now Kadiru's looking to try and just acclimatise a little bit, see what's going on, see what Gassiev is all about. He's at a higher level now, and he can't afford to let any more rounds just slip by. I wouldn't say exactly uncontested, but he's lost those 2 because he's been outworked, and Gassiev hasn't had to do an awful lot.
Акцент прячешь в комбинации, а не пощупал и только потом акцент. Вот именно прячь. И сразу закончил, сразу проколол. Закончил, сразу проколол.
Round 3.
Into the third. Gassiev in the white and red, Kadiru in the black. And again, Gassiev's just the busier of the 2 here. Keeping those hands on the move, right hand into the body, left hand up top, right hand again there, just trying to just curl that in around the back of the guard, which he does effectively there. He's just got Kadiru backed up a little bit here, beginning to let the punches flow. And Kadiru's got to try and do something to try and shift the momentum here, just to try and break that flow, because this is too easy for Gassiev at the moment. And Kadiru just trying to cover up and ride this out. But he's just inviting more pressure onto himself midway through the round.
Уклон влево и левый сбоку. Если он правый натягивает, уклон левый и левый сбоку. Как только он правый кинет. Как правый кидаешь, вот туда
Kadiru turning southpaw. Left to the body again there from Gassiev. Again, he's just been manoeuvred towards the ropes easily there, Kadiru. Gassiev just able to get on top of him. Right hand underneath there off the back of the left to the body. Final 20 seconds of round 3. And this is like a spar for Gassiev at the moment. It is comfortable for him.
Сразу левый сбоку, левый печень, она все дома, понял? На голову башню. Давай. Капу снять. Все отлично, у тебя все идет, все идет, все идет. Чуть-чуть комбинационнее, чуть-чуть, у тебя руки пойдут, понял? Кстати, больше, руки пойдут. Прям разбрасывайся, акцент, акцент. И вот смотри.
Selber in der Mitte. Und immer wieder Sicherheit da oben. Machst du gut. Ja, pass auf, wenn er versucht, dich unten zu locken, weißt du, und dann oben rüber zu hauen. Okay? Na, schnell.
Его правый ответ. В левшу встает сразу. Левый сбоку, левый сбоку. Давай, все видишь, что делаешь.
Четвертый раунд, round 4.
So into the fourth, and Kadira needs to try and do something here to change the course of this fight. I know it's easy to say, given the fact that he's come in at short notice, but this is a massive opportunity. And he's got to just roll the dice a little bit here, try and commit a bit more than he has been, and work his way into this. If he leaves himself a little bit open, then so be it. And he is looking to be more offensive at the start of round 4, because win, lose or draw here, you want to give a good performance. You want to give a good account of yourself. You don't want to look back with any regrets. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with that lovely quick right hand into the body. There's the combination again from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. The uppercut only half landed. You can hear Shannon Briggs at ringside, but what he's saying to Kadira is, don't wait. And it's good advice. He needs to get off a bit quicker a lot of the time. And this is better from him, but GADZHIMAGOMEDOV again there with those nice fast hands. Goes with the left to the body. Turning southpaw there, Kadira. The mouth is open a little bit. He's feeling this, I think. That's good work from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Right hand, right hook, and then just switched it into an uppercut. This is the final minute of the round.
Gute Runde, Peter. Sehr gute Runde. Prima. You're looking good, Sam. Way to work, Peter. Вот он, да, топорик зашел. Еще топорик. Вот твой, Junge. Prima. Jawohl. You're looking good, Peter. Way to work, Sam. Genau, sei schnell, sei schlau. Dicht lassen. Das ist genau.
Closing stages of round 4, and Kadiro's put more into this fourth than the opening 3. Half gets through with a sneaky right hand there, but GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has still been the fighter on the front foot here, landing the greater volume. He's tried that combination a couple of times. Right hand up top, looking to try and get it in around the back of that left glove, and then quickly whips it back up into an uppercut.
Раз, два, пощупай, посмотри, как он реагирует, потом туда. Но я тебя прошу не оставаться после атаки, потому что, да, головой смещай. Он всегда отвечает тебе правой прямой. Убирай туда в левую.
Komm, schieb ihn rauf, weißt du, dass er das nach hinten schiebt. Er hat ein Problem auf dem Bein.
Der wird schon immer langsamer, Digga.
Weiter geht's.
Round 5.
Да, пробуй еще. Хорошо, пробуй еще. Вот так.
Kadira trying to get that jab hand working. That is better from him. He's got that wingspan. If he can snap out that jab, use that 1-2 to try and keep this on the outside, but he's going to have to try and establish that. He conceded that ground to GADZHIMAGOMEDOV right from the start of the fight, who's been able to get up close and do things the way really that he wants to do them. Kadiru's strength would be to have this at an altogether different kind of range, but you feel like that pattern has been fairly established by now. And that's a nice uppercut from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Draws some applause from the crowd, and it is a crowd in here who wait to be entertained before you really get a reaction from them. They're quite quiet. Good left hand from Kadira. Right hand into the pit of the stomach there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, and maybe he's just beginning to work Kadira over a touch here. Left to the body. Still a minute remaining in round 5. I wonder how much gas he's got left in the tank, Kadira. He did come out more aggressive at the start of the round, but maybe the amount he threw was cost him. I think if GADZHIMAGOMEDOV just goes for him a bit here in the final 45 seconds of this round, he could get something done. Not go crazy either, just get up tight, get up close, just work that body particularly.
Не давай напираться на себя.
Гаси, Мурад, гаси!
There goes the bell. Left hand to the body, lands right on the bell. A little grimace there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, but everything's going in his direction so far. That was better from Kadira at times, but still, it was another round for the Russian.
Okay? Probier's nochmal. Weißt du, oben stehen, oben in der Mitte rein. Okay? Alles klar? Sei wachsam. Ne? Lass den oben hauen, weißt du, und dann haust du hinterher. Alles klar? Tief Luft. Tief Luft.
Schön durch die Nase,
Prima machst du das. Verkaufst dich so geil. Ja? Ne, zeig, was du drauf hast. Bleib stabil oben, das ist das Wichtigste. Ja, dass du oben die Hände oben hast. Alles klar? Ja. Gut, komm.
Die Stimmung kippt hier schon für ihn.
Round 6.
Into round 6. And it needs to spark this fight. It needs something from Kadira really to try and get this going. I don't want to be too critical of him because it's a big step up. He's taken it at short notice, but he's kind of sleepwalking his way through this fight at the moment. Left hand there from him. And GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is just putting these rounds in his pocket without really having to do too much. And if that's the case, then he's not going to take any unnecessary risks. That would be a crazy thing to do, given the state of the heavyweight division currently. The WBO champion, of course, is Daniel Dubois after dethroning Fabio Wardley. They're set to rematch. We don't know exactly when yet. I couldn't imagine that would be until at least October time, given the nature of the fight. And the towel has come in. The towel has come in on behalf of Kadiru. And I make that a good decision from the corner. They'd seen enough. They knew that their man just wasn't really capable of competing with GADZHIMAGOMEDOV on equal terms here. They gave him a few rounds. He did put a bit of a shift in that 5th round. Towards the end of the 5th, he was tiring. And GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, when he really took it to him in the 6th, in Kadiru's corner, he looks absolutely exhausted. And the corner did the right thing there. They did the right thing. They've saved him for another day. He stepped up and he's taken the opportunity. It was a bridge too far. As it turned out, a bridge too far. And there's no point at all in leaving him in there just to take punishment. I think the referee was probably poised and ready to strike there anyway. But I know that Team GADZHIMAGOMEDOV were, as he said at the end of his video message, they were thankful that he took the fight, or this occasion could have been scrapped, which is the absolute ultimate nightmare for any professional fighter. And a big card was hanging off this as well, and we saw some really good fights on the undercard earlier on. The chief support in the main event, I wouldn't say delivered in quite the same way. Sosenkov with what is an enormous win for him in the context of his career against Joe Joyce, and then a straightforward outing for GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. But what next for him? That's the question. I was just saying at the time of the stoppage, Dubois is the WBO champion. He's rematching Fabio Wardley. Agit Kabayel is the WBC champion. No firm plans for him that we know of as yet. With the IBF, their title is vacant. They've ordered Itauma versus Frank Sanchez, but Itauma is boxing Hrgovic at the end of August, so has to get that taken care of. He hasn't been in a rush to fight Frank Sanchez Itauma. That match has been made before and passed on because they wanted to go a different direction, I think. I'm not saying that they're scared of that fight. None of these men are scared. But sometimes in the landscape it doesn't quite fit. But that's the way things look, and he will now just be looking for the biggest, best fight he can possibly get. And Kadiru just on the stool getting ungloved. And he needs to try and just learn as much from this as he possibly can. And then go back to the level that he was previously at, take the next step that he was planning to take anyway, and just put this down to experience. It will have helped his bank balance, and they are prize fighters. Manny Pacquiao up in the ring now with Chris Roberts of the IBA. The doctor just checking Kadiru out. I don't think there's anything specific wrong with him. I just think he's exhausted. Pride is bruised as well. I think it's a case of that.
Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Густаво Падильджа объявил остановку боя через минуту 6-го раунда. Ladies and gentlemen, your referee judge Gustavo Padillo will stop this contest at 1 minute even of round number 6. Техническим нокаутом одержал победу и остается неоспоримым чемпионом мира WBA супертяжелом весе. Your winner by technical knockout and still undisputed WBA's heavyweight champion of the world, Murad GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
So GADZHIMAGOMEDOV still the WBA champion, now the one and only WBA champion as well, after Alexander Usyk relinquished the belts. Alcesta telling Agit Kabayel, Moses Italma, we are coming for you. He's never short of a word, Alcesta. And they want the biggest and best fight they can get for him. It's as simple as that. If Italma beats Hrgovic at the end of August, then that fight, I'm sure, is something that could happen if there's a will on both sides. Derek Chisora getting up into the ring, as he generally tends to under any kind of circumstances. Fairly muted celebrations there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He took care of business tonight. Peter Kadiri, he got done, and now really good encounters on the card. And the top of the bill, the chief support, won by STARYKH against Joyce, and Gaziov retaining his WBA heavyweight title against Peter Kadiri. All that remains is for me to win. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm Andy Clark. We will catch you.
Этот вечер. Вот. Я надеюсь, вы не пожалели то, что пришли. Так что Россия вперед. Ират Тарозма!
Murad Kasiev!